माननीय सदस्यगण, नियम 377 के अधीन मामलों को सभा पटल पर रखने की अनुमति दी जाती है। मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह करूंगा कि वह 377 के मामले सभा पटल पर रखें।
अध्यक्ष जी, आज 17 नंबर आइटम भी लगा हुआ है, द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन शेड्यूल कास्ट शेड्यूल ट्राइब ऑर्डर अमेंडमेंट बिल 2022, और 18 नंबर पे एन के प्रेमचंद्रन जी का और मनीष तिवारी जी का टू रेज ए डिस्कशन ऑन सिचुएशन इन यूक्रेन। ये काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कि पहले इसको ले लिया जाए और उसके बाद बिल पास करने का।
हाँ, पहले यूक्रेन लेंगे, उसके बाद आज बिल भी पास।
ठीक है सर, ये अनुरोध करने के लिए मैं करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
पहले यूक्रेन के बाद बिल लेंगे और बिल भी आज ही पारित कराएंगे। 0 ओवर ले लिया सुबह, 0 ओवर खत्म। हल्ला करोगे तो 0 ओवर नहीं मिलेगा। आइटम नंबर 18, यूक्रेन की स्थिति पर नियम 193 के अधीन चर्चा। श्री एन के प्रेमचंद्रन जी।
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, I am extremely thankful to the Honorable Speaker for allowing me to initiate the discussion on Ukraine crisis under Rule 193 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Loksabha. Sir, for last more than 2 years, the world is grappling with a scourge of unimaginable magnitude, the COVID-19 pandemic. This once-in-a-century global pandemic has devastated the lives, livelihoods, economics, health, social security, education, and almost all conceivable human endeavors. While the pandemic still shows no sign of abating, the world is face to face with another catastrophe of almost equal magnitude. Sir, the simmering discontent on various issues between Ukraine and Russian Federation erupted into a war when the Russian Federation declared a special military operation in Ukraine on 24th of February 2022. Sir, the Honorable External Affairs Minister Sri Jaishankar ji has placed a statement before the Lok Sabha on March 15, 2022, in which it's a lengthy statement of the Honorable Minister. I fully welcome and appreciate the statement on behalf of Government of India placed before this House. So the lengthy statement, which is having 27 paragraphs, out of the 27 paragraphs of the statement of the Honorable Minister, 24 paragraphs are pertaining to the Operation Ganga mission carried out by the Government of India in bringing back Indian citizens, stranded Indian citizens and the students from Ukraine. Sir, after 40 days of declaration of military operation in Ukraine by Vladimir Putin, things have unraveled to a reasonable degree of catastrophic dimensions of the conflagration. Sir, so the discussion under Rule 193 at this juncture is highly inevitable and it is highly required to have a prompt response from the Government of India relating to the current geopolitical impact due to the war. So it is the right time by which we are discussing about the Ukraine crisis, so as to have the House will be getting a immediate and prompt response from the Government of India. What is the current geopolitical impact and what is the stand of India's position in respect of the Ukraine crisis? So once again I take this opportunity to congratulate and express my sincere thanks to the Honorable Speaker for admitting this motion under Rule 193 and giving an opportunity to initiate this discussion. Sir, before entering into the basic issue of Ukraine crisis, I would like to say a few words about the Operation Ganga mission carried out by the Government of India under the leadership of Ministry of External Affairs. Sir, I fully associate with the Foreign Minister's statement in para 26 of the statement commending the efforts of Government of India. The officials of Ministry of External Affairs, particularly the concerned embassies, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Defense, NDRF, Indian Air Force, private airlines, and all those who have worked tirelessly and selflessly worked for the safe return of the Indian nationals from Ukraine. Sir, I do admit the fact that the government did a good job in bringing more than 20,000 people back to India. I would like to place it on record, the good thing the government has done. Sir, but at the same time, I am making an appreciation on record. I would like to make some critical observations regarding the Operation Ganga mission carried out by the government of India. Sir, the first critical observation is, number one, the evacuation program could have been better if early cautious steps were taken to commence the operation as other countries have done. Sir, for example, the first advisory of the Ministry of External Affairs issued on 15th February. Sir, the advisory lacks clarity and direction. That is, the first advisory of Ministry of External Affairs and the embassies in Ukraine regarding the crisis, it was lacking clarity and it was lacking direction. Sir, what was the first advisory? It says, I quote, Sir, in view of the uncertainties of the current situation in Ukraine, Indian nationals in Ukraine, particularly students who stay is not essential, may consider leave temporarily. Sir, unquote. That means in view of the uncertainties of the current situation in Ukraine, Indian nationals in Ukraine, particularly the students whose stay is not essential, may consider leave temporarily. This was the first advisory issued by the Ministry of External Affairs on 15th February. Sir, you may kindly see the advisory issued by the United States of America on 11th February 2022, in which a specific direction has been given that American citizens not to travel to Ukraine and asking those who are in Ukraine to leave immediately. Sir, the U.S. advisory was very explicit and clear direction has been given. I would like to quote the U.S. advisory also. Sir, I quote, we want to be crystal clear on this point. Any American in Ukraine should leave as soon as possible and in any event in the next 24 to 48 hours. Unquote. This was the advisory issued by the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. ME officials. Sir, similarly on 12th and 13th February, New Zealand and Australia issued advisories asking their citizens to leave immediately, as did many other countries such as Britain, Japan, Norway, etc. Sir, non-essential citizens may consider leave temporarily is the direction given by the government of India, given by the Ministry of External Affairs. According to me, this is a strategic flaw on our part in the evacuation process by name which we call Operation Ganga. Sir, the hardships which you have mentioned in the statement, detailed explanation is there. The hardship the government of India has faced in evacuating and bringing back the people of India, stranded people of India from Ukraine is absolutely correct, and I do accept the fact it could have been avoided. That miseries could have been avoided or averted if we had acted as other countries have done. This is the first strategic flaw which I would like to point out. Sir, the second one is another strategic flaw in the Operation Ganga mission is that priority should have been given to evacuate the students from bunkers in Sumy, Kharkiv and Kyiv instead of those in western Ukraine, where there was no conflict or fighting. Sir, you may kindly see over 600 students are trapped in Sumy over 12 days in the midst of bombing without food or water. The feedback from the students and majority of the evacuees is that the government came into the scene only after they have crossed the borders. Sir, within Ukraine, they were mostly at the mercy of the persons called the contractors in their language. So, sir, when we take pride and credit in the evacuation of more than 20,000 people back to India, we have to introspect ourselves that whether we have acted promptly in time, that has to be introspected by ourselves, for which a critical analysis is required. That is the second drawback or second strategic flaw on the part of our side in evacuation process. Sir, with these students back to India, now the government's priority should be how to recoup the loss to thousands of these students. Sir, I would like to request the Honorable Health Minister to resolve the matter of students as soon as possible in the interest of these young citizens, because they are in big trouble. The issue of the students who have already returned from Ukraine, most of them are medical graduate students. Their issue has to be dealt with and is to be resolved. I think that the government of India should take initiative in resolving their issue with National Medical Commission. The Health and Family Welfare Ministry has to take the initiative. And further, sir, it would be unfair on my part if I do not mention the name of Naveen Shekarappa, sir, who tragically lost his life at such a young age in Ukraine due to injuries sustained due to the shelling. Sir, his parents donated his body for medical research. Overcoming their irreparable loss should remain a lesson for all of us, and bow in reverence to these parents because they have done a wonderful thing, and that loss has to be mentioned here. So I salute the parents for the wonderful thing which they have done. Sir, the next point, this is regarding the Operation Ganga mission carried out by the Government of India. A critical analysis definitely is required at the time when we appreciate the earnest efforts taken by the Government of India. Critical evaluation of the program is highly essential so as to have a lesson in the future programs. So definitely such an evaluation would come. I hope that it would come from the Honorable External Affairs Minister, the Foreign Minister. So now coming to the second point which I would like to make under 193 discussion is the diplomatic stand of India in the current crisis. Sir, I know it very well that it is a tricky position. Sir, analysts and experts were initially of the opinion factoring in only the relative size and strength of the two warring parties. Sir, but the situation is drastically changed after 40 days. Sir, Ukraine is not the only casualty in this war. Ukraine and Russian Federation have forages between being granaries of several nations in Asia, Europe and Africa. Sir, the war has disrupted the supply chains and created conditions of acute shortage and severe inflation and hunger. Sir, the ongoing war, in fact, has worsened the situation, already under severe stress due to the damage caused to the lives and livelihoods due to the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. Sir, the special military operation by the Russian Federation on a sovereign nation has brought swift retaliation from the Western nations supporting Ukraine. Sir, there has been a flurry of economic and trade sanctions against the Russian Federation, which are severest since the World War II, which happened more than 80 years ago. Sir, the geopolitics has literally polarized with the collective stance of NATO with the West and Russia with its supports mainly from the East. Such a polarization has already come into place. Sir, at this juncture, India's political stand in this issue is of paramount importance and significance. Sir, our Foreign Minister, Sri Jaishankar ji, had reiterated our stand on Ukraine conflict as, I quote, steadfast and consistent, and he stood for peace. I fully agree, unquote, I fully agree and I appreciate the stand taken by the Government of India in the Ukraine crisis. Whereas the US President, Mr. Joe Biden, has criticized India's position or India's stand as shaky. And sir, even the recent days, the countries belonging to the West, they have even cautioned India about the attempts to circumvent the financial sanctions which they have put in the Russian Federation. That caution has also been given from the West that has to be taken very seriously. Sir, this could be attributed, this caution, I'm not using the word warning, maybe the caution given by the West, even during there with so many eminent personalities have already visited our country, and there are all these eminent foreign officials were here in Delhi, our national capital, and also indirectly it is a warning or cautioning the government of India if you are circumventing the financial sanctions put in on Russian Federation. Maybe because of the three reasons. Number one, sir. Sir, in early November 2020, India voted against Ukraine. Ukraine sponsored a resolution in the human rights violation in Crimea. That is the controversial place. And number two, India's abstention from voting in the UN Security Council and UN General Assembly in the Ukraine issue, which might have upsetted the anti-Russian camp, and we have seen to be projected as a supporter of the aggressor and losing our democratic credentials. That may be the second reason. And the third one is, sir, the India statement at the United Nations lacked the condemnation of the Russian attack on Ukraine, which the President Vladimir Putin called as a special military operation. These might be the reasons by which this observation has come from the West. Definitely that has to be cleared. Sir, it is a very interesting geopolitical situation prevailing now in the world. I think this is my common parlance. I am not an external affairs expert or a foreign affairs expert, but to a common man, I would like to think it's a very interesting position now, present geopolitical situation. So number one is, the 36% of the world population lives in countries that have actually condemned the Russian and support of the sanctions on the Russian economy, such as US, those are in the European Union, as well as UK, Japan, Australia, and Canada, number one. And number two, whereas nearly one-third of the world's other population lives in a country that remains neutral so far, led by India, Brazil, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and UAE. This is the second part. And the third portion is 32% of the world's population live in country that supports Russia's action. So this is why India's diplomatic stand is of paramount significance that has to be taken in a careful, cautious manner. So the countries in the East, starting from the top to bottom, if you examine, Russia, China, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, they have abstained from the voting in the UN Security Council as well as the UN General Assembly. Sir, so I would like to pose a specific question or a specific clarification to the Honorable Foreign Minister Sri Jaishankarji, because as an academic, for the academic sake, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister whether this pattern is resulting in the formulation of a neo-geopolitical consensus in the West and the East, whether such a culmination or the formulation is taking place in the world beyond all the political differences, strategic political differences, such a formulation is coming into existence. I would like to seek the clarification from the Honorable Minister, and also would like to know the political stand in this respect as far as India is concerned. Sir, coming to the India and Russia relations, sir, India has a long-standing relationship with Russia, with both strategic and political. Sir, 60 to 70% of India's military hardware is of Russia origin. Not only that, India-Russia military technical cooperation has evolved from a buyer-seller framework to one involving in joint research, development, and production of advanced technologies and systems. This is extremely crucial, sir. This is extremely crucial at a time when India has an ongoing border standoff with China. Sir, in the early years, USSR as well as Russia has used their veto power in UN Security Council 6 times. Sir, in the year 1957 over the Kashmir issue, when the then leader of Soviet Union, Khrushchev, has said Moscow was just across the border, and in case of any trouble in Kashmir, Delhi should just give a shout to the USSR. That was in the year 1957. Sir, in 1961, as per the report of Khrushchev, they sent a telegram to the former Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehruji. This resolution in the UN Security. Sir, in the year 1971, it is very interesting. The USSR has thrice had exercised that veto power in favor of India. And that too, to ensure that the issue remains a bilateral one, instead of becoming a global concern and attracting the interference of the third-party nations. And two, that the UN could not pass a resolution in favor of ceasefire between India and Pakistan. This is the stand taken by USSR since 1957 until this time. So, sir, my point is, thus Russia has proven itself to be a trustworthy strategic partner of India and time-tested ally. This is my observation in respect of our relation with Russia. Sir, coming to the economic impact of the crisis. Sir, on a macroeconomic study, it can be seen that the economic repercussions in this crisis is manifold, which one of them is direct repercussion that stems from the disease of the elevated oil prices. So Russia is the world's third largest producer and exporter of oil after US and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, meeting 10% of the global demand. So in the early days of the crisis, the price, I'm not going to the details, sir. Sir, this crisis will also overthrow out of kilter the macroeconomic assumptions on which projections in budget 2022-2023 and the economic surveys are based. So definitely the economic impact has to be taken very seriously. Sir, currently we are seeing an increase of $30 rise in the crude oil. So the rise in the crude oil price poses inflation, fiscal and external sector risk. Sir, if the war is to continue and the sanction to sustain may lead to a major global economic crisis, and that too after the COVID-19 pandemic, where the economies are still suffering from. Sir, in such a situation, what is the step to be taken by our government at this juncture? Sir, my suggestion is, and my point is, history has proven that war has never been nor shall it ever be a resolution for anything. Coming from the land of Gandhiji and Subhash Chandra Bose, we have always been able to find a balance between himsa and ahimsa. So I propose that we should take this as our diplomatic stand, and India should take the initiative in mediation to resolve the dispute to restore the peace. Sir, within 2 minutes I will finish. Sir, the recent meeting held between the Honorable Prime Minister of India and the Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, where Sergei Lavrov has underlined that India has an independent foreign policy, not under the influence of US, indicated that if India was to play the role of a mediator in the case of Ukraine, then it can support such a process and no one will be against it. Sir, the same was expressed from the Ukrainian counterpart even at the early stages of the crisis. Sir, to me, it seems a good opportunity for India to play a substantial role in the ongoing stalemate. I am reminded of the good old golden days of non-alignment movement and the leadership role played by India during the crisis in the former days. Sir, we have been all along professing the principle of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam in our practice and belief. India should therefore impress upon all countries proactively that the world cannot afford this man-made catastrophe at a time when it is still to recover from the trials and tribulations of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, sir, it is time when all nations are taking sides that India should take the initiative to resolve the conflict as an honest mediator. Sir, I am sure that India enjoys that stature and goodwill with all concerned. With these words, I conclude. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to speak on this Rule 193 discussion with regard to the situation in Ukraine. A horrendous tragedy is unfolding in Ukraine since the 24th of February 2022. 40 days later, 4 million people have been displaced. Over 4,000 civilian casualties have taken place. Indeterminate number of armed personnel, both Ukrainian and Russians, have been killed in the conflict. The alleged killings in Bucha, a suburb of Kyiv, has once again brought home the horrendous reality that war is only exciting as long as you watch it on a television channel. The long peace of Europe has once again been shattered after the Balkan conflict of the 1990s and the 2001. This conflict in Ukraine, unlike the previous ones in Europe, will redefine the global world order just as World War I did, World War II did, the Cold War did, the end of the Cold War did, the War on Terror did in all its negative manifestations. A new Iron Curtain seems to be descending across the world. And unlike what Winston Churchill had said at Fulton Falls in Missouri, and with your permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will quote that from Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe: Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest, and Sofia. All these famous cities and populations around them lie in what I must call the Soviet sphere, and all are subject in one form or another, not only to Soviet influence, but to a very high and in many cases increasing measure of control from Moscow. But unlike the Iron Curtain, which had divided Europe between 1945 and 1989, this new Iron Curtain has the potential of actually dividing the world once again. And behind it, this Iron Curtain, Mr. Speaker, sir, may lie the great civilizations of Russia, China, and Iran, and their myriad allies, Myanmar, Pakistan, Syria, North Korea, to name a few. And the recent joint statement on the 4th of February 2022 between China and Russia, expounding international relations, entering a new era, and global sustainable development may actually become the foundation of this unfortunate division which the world is witnessing today. We may be once again witnesses to a new history being created in the world. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this new great game, Ukraine is today what Belgium was to the British-French enmity in the early 19th century. Poland was to the German-Russian rivalry for over 2 centuries. What Afghanistan was to the battle to bring down communism, a battleground, and unfortunately, at best, a chess piece. Mr. Speaker, sir, who is responsible for the situation in Ukraine? Undoubtedly, the first coercive step was taken by Russia. But then, Russia has been a trusted friend of India, and it has been a long-standing ally. Russia has come to India's aid in probably our most difficult times. This House may recall in its earlier avatars that on the 10th of December 1971, the then President of the United States of America, Mr. Richard Nixon, and his Secretary of State, Mr. Henry Kissinger, had ordered the 74th Task Force of the U.S. 7th Fleet, led by the USS Carrier Enterprise, into the Bay of Bengal. And this was to stave off the liberation of Bangladesh. India had invoked the Treaty of Peace and Friendship with the erstwhile Soviet Union, and the 10th Operative Battle Group, Pacific Fleet, under the command of Admiral Vladimir Krushlagov, if I pronounce the name correctly, had slipped anchor in Vladivostok, and they had made Godspeed for the Bay of Bengal. And they were successful in checkmating the joint American and British task force which had come into the Bay of Bengal, and that scripted India's finest hour, and also late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's finest hour, when we liberated Bangladesh and made it an independent country. That's a history for which, or that's an act for which we owe a debt of gratitude, a debt of honor to the erstwhile Soviet Union and its successor state, Russia. But then, Mr. Speaker, sir, friends also have to be told, if they are wrong, that they possibly need to get their act together. And 40 days into this war, and Mr. External Affairs Minister was smiling, what I meant to say was that Russia they have been told privately, or would have to be told privately, because after 40 days of this conflict, Russian war aims appear to be ill-defined or at best muddled. Does Russia want to split Ukraine at the Dnieper River? Does it want a regime change? What does it mean by denazification of Ukraine? Does it want to create a land corridor between the Donbass region and Crimea? Or is it testing the Anglo-American path? For Ukraine joining NATO is at best a cat's paw. It's been on and off the table since the Bucharest summit in 2008. And America, exhausted after 2 decades of trying to reorder the frozen geography and power balance of the Middle East post the dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire, should have anticipated this after their ignominious withdrawal from Afghanistan. But does Russia alone bear responsibility for this conflict? Mr. Chairperson, sir, in my humble estimation, the Anglo-American alliance bears equal responsibility. On the 26th of December 1991, Mr. Chairperson, sir, when the erstwhile Soviet Union ceased to exist, or it was dissolved, Ukraine was the 3rd largest nuclear nation in the world. It had the 3rd largest nuclear arsenal in the world. In 1994, in terms of the Budapest Memorandum, which was midwifed by the United States and Great Britain, Ukraine was stripped of its nuclear arsenal in return for amorphous security guarantees that if its peace or sovereignty was ever transgressed upon or trifled with. But unfortunately, when the push came to the shove, these political commitments evaporated into thin air. We have a saying in Punjabi, Mr. Chairperson, sir, and it goes as such, ki Rab nede ke kusun. Is God closer or the punch? And unfortunately, Ukraine traded amorphous security guarantees for what was a substantive, tangible security guarantee it had in terms of its nuclear weapons and its nuclear arsenals. This is a cruel thing to say, Mr. Chairperson, sir, but unfortunately in the times that we live in, I think it needs to be said. Ukraine also, unfortunately, it seems miscalculated. They should have been far more sensitive to Russian concerns and the eastward expansion of NATO, which Russia time and again characterized as a security threat to its own sovereignty and integrity as a nation. In three waves, first with United Germany retaining its membership of NATO, then in 1999 with the Czech Republic, Hungary and Poland joining NATO, in 2004 Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, 2009 Albania and Croatia, 2017 Montenegro, 2020 Macedonia. 14 countries have joined NATO since the breakup of the erstwhile Soviet Union, and they all lie in Eastern Europe. And therefore, going all the way back to the Munich Security Summit of 2007, when President Vladimir Putin had articulated Russia's concerns with regard to this eastward expansion of NATO, possibly Ukraine could have been a little more circumspect and a little more careful. I wouldn't say that Ukraine should have gone down the path that Finland went down in 1948, what is called the Finlandization of European foreign policy. But I hasten to add that Ukraine possibly needed to be far, far more careful and cognizant of the security concerns of its eastern neighbor. Under these circumstances, when the world seems to be in a flux, and even around India there seems to be turmoil, there is political unrest in Pakistan, there is economic unrest in Sri Lanka, what is it that India should really be doing? And there I would like to commend the government. I would like to commend the foreign minister. The government so far has been very cautious and circumspect. The government has been trying to tread a very thin line. It's been trying to walk on the narrow edge of the wedge, and it's not a very easy act to perform. But I'm afraid that this may just be the beginning. The push may not have come as yet, because if you go by some of the statements which the United States Deputy National Security Advisor, who has an Indian-sounding name, Mr. Dalip Singh, articulated while he was in Delhi, or the exchange which the foreign minister had with his British counterpart, I think the pressure is just, is just getting built up. And therefore, my concern is that Nehruvian autonomy, what we call non-alignment, that held India in good stead between 1946, going back to the first Asian Relations Conference, all the way up till 1989, when the Berlin Wall collapsed. That luxury may not be available to India. We may not really have the option of being able to sit atop this new Iron Curtain. And the reason why I say this is not because I'm making a value judgment on the current government. Unfortunately, the geopolitical situation as it has evolved, post the collapse of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, has also made India take positions going back 3 decades. The economic alignment in 1991 with the Washington Consensus, the 2003 next steps in strategic partnership, the 2008 Indo-US civil nuclear engagement, and then 2014 onwards, the various defense agreements with the United States, namely the Logistics Exchange Agreement, LEWA in 2016, the Communications and Interoperability Security Arrangement in 2018, the Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement in 2020, the re-energized Quad that we have become a part of now, I think to a very large extent, has taken us far closer to the West than we would have been comfortable with in this current situation that not only we, but the world finds itself. So therefore, under those circumstances, I would like to, I'll just take 2 more minutes, Mr. Chairperson, sir. I would like to recommend to the government that the strategic autonomy, the Nehruvian principles of non-alignment that held India in good stead between 1946 and 1989 or 1991 are principles that are worth going back to. I know our friends on that side of the House, they leave no stone unturned, and with every breath they try and criticize the first Prime Minister of India, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru. But the fact remains that those principles which were enunciated then possibly have stood the test of time, and Ukraine and the crisis in Ukraine and the position which the government of India has taken possibly bears the most eloquent testimony to those principles which were articulated at the founding of our republic. I would just end by saying a few words about the evacuation. I would once again like to commend the government for extricating Indian students from an extremely difficult, precarious situation. The External Affairs Minister had at length explained in the other house, and I was watching it on television, as to how the operation was complex and fraught with difficulties. But may I hasten to add that India has had a long history of evacuations. We've done 23 major evacuation operations going all the way back to 1962, 63. And may I mention some of them? 63, 64, Burma, Southeast Asia, where we took out between 300,000 to 500,000 people. August to October 1990, Kuwait, where we took out 170,000 to 200,000 Indians. 2006, July, Lebanon, where we evacuated about 12,000 people under Operation Sakoon. Libya, February, March 2011, and I can go on chapter and verse. Yes, but I regret to say, Mr. Chairperson, and I'm ending my intervention, I have never seen the kind of chest thumping, the kind of self-congratulatory ecstasy, if I may say, which was at display during the recent evacuations. Making young students, children, chant slogans in favor of the government in aeroplanes by ministers of the government of India, I think was a self-defeating spectacle. I would like to commend the government that whatever efforts you had made, commendable efforts, unfortunately got undone by that spectacle which was completely unnecessary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Manish ji. Next, Sri Brajendra Singh ji.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir, for allowing me to speak under Rule 193 on the discussion on the situation in Ukraine. I am also thankful to my party for affording me this opportunity to speak in the House on 2 consecutive days. It's a first for me. Sir, before I begin, let me put in a caveat that I am neither an expert on international relations nor am I versed in the vocabulary of diplomacy. So what I say may be taken as musings of a concerned and partly informed citizen. So the current conflict in Ukraine is perhaps the most important geopolitical event since the pulling down of the Berlin Wall in November 1989, which marked the end of the Cold War. Why I say this is because this war in Ukraine has exposed the limitations of the world order as we've known for more than 7 decades. But does it indicate a move towards a new world order? Does it mark a dispersal of power among the big nation states? Does it mark the first signs of an emerging multipolar world? These and so many other questions are thrown up by this conflict. Because this conflict, as was rightly said, is a European conflict, but its ramifications can already be seen across the world. But when one thinks of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and more specifically Ukraine, because that's where the theater of war is. So what we hear constantly is Ukraine. What are the thoughts that instantly capture our mind? Or at least they have my mind. One, the students and the young people who were stuck there, mostly or almost all of them students of medicine who were there. And the numbers were more than 20,000. Second, it's the first full-scale war since the US invasion of Iraq, and it is being telecast live 24/7. Unfortunately, the Russian television has been blanked out in India, so we don't get to see it from their side. So what we get is the Western perspective, which is kind of fed to us on 24/7 basis. Third, India's independent foreign policy. There are questions being raised whether it is possible or justifiable to stay neutral, or as the word was used, consistent in such times. But that is what it has been. It's been an independent foreign policy. Fourthly, does this war also indicate that real politics does dictate and shape geopolitics, that each to his own? And lastly, the impact on economy. Everyone is concerned as to what will happen to the world economy, and not just the economy of a region or a few countries, but the ramifications it will have across the world. Now, I'll try and build on these few points or these thoughts that I have summarized above. And let me begin with the issue of students and their evacuation. It's a very common phrase, all is well that ends well. Sir, you yourself raised concerns about why we were slow in the beginning, why were we not more proactive. All these things sound good in retrospect. But we are not talking about a normal situation. We are talking about a country which is engulfed in war. It is not as if the government did not issue advisories. And it is not that these advisories were issued as a matter of routine. These are exceptional advisories, which were issued in the month of January. Registration was opened up. More than 20,000 Indians registered with the Indian embassy in Kiev. But unfortunately, the situation was so fluid that no one knew for sure that war is actually going to happen. I remember I was in my constituency interacting with people, and two parents came to me. Their children were there in Kharkiv, and they said, MP साहब जरा बताइए कि आप हमारे बच्चों को वापस लाने के लिए क्या करेंगे? And it had so happened that very day or the previous evening, the news going around on televisions was that the Russian forces are withdrawing. So that was the kind of confusion which prevailed, and resultantly, in spite of the advisory, only about 4,000 people had decided to come back to India before the war actually broke out on 24th of February 2022. So in retrospect, yes, one could argue this, but as I said, it was not a normal situation. It was not something which was known beforehand, but in spite of all that, the efforts which were put in, the efforts which were put in by the Prime Minister of our country, the efforts which were put in by the Ministry of External Affairs in coordinating with not just Ukraine and Russia, but the neighboring countries of Ukraine, which included Poland, which included Hungary, it included Slovakia, Moldova, Romania, because these were the exit points. In the sense, people had to move from Ukraine to these countries to get out of there. And it was a Herculean task. Our consulates had to be strengthened. Almost, as was stated in the External Affairs Minister's suo motu statement, some staff of additional 57 people, embassy staff had to be deployed there to assist in this evacuation. So all efforts were made. And let us not forget especially the eastern side of Ukraine, where a serious war was raging at the time, where you have these places which we've been hearing of since day one, which is Kharkiv and then subsequently Sumy. This is where the actual fighting was happening. So to expect that people could be just moved in and they would help evacuate, it doesn't happen that way. And it is here that the role of the Prime Minister comes into the picture, because he is the one who interacted with the presidents of both Ukraine and Russia. And I'm not saying because of that there was a secession in warfare, but at least a window was provided so that a corridor could be created and students could be moved out of that place. 3 lakh people, or 3 million people were at the borders at that time. 3 million people, 30 lakhs approximately, who were kind of all homeless and on their way to move out of Ukraine into the neighboring countries. So to expect a very easy way out is to expect the moon. But in spite of all that, 22,500 people have been evacuated, most of them students, without a single casualty. Nothing could be greater in terms of success than that. But I have to say they are our children, so it was our bounden duty to get them home. And we have got them home. So let us not kind of put question marks on that. But yes, I do have a request. And sir, as you yourself mentioned, that these students, their futures hang in balance now. The chances of their going back to Ukraine and completing their education perhaps will not happen. So some via media will have to be worked out by government of India, either in consultation with Ukraine or with other countries, or within our own medical system, as to ensure that these students do complete their education in some form or the other, so that that purpose is at least taken care of. Sir, I have to take this opportunity to thank once again, all those who were mentioned in the External Affairs Minister's suo motu statement. And this House owes a debt of gratitude towards all those who were involved in Operation Ganga. And these include our Prime Minister, our External Affairs Minister, and the Ministry of External Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Civil Aviation, NDRF, Air Force, private airlines. In fact, private airlines, out of the 90 flights which came out of the war zone or the neighboring countries, out of 90, 76 were private airlines and 14 were Indian Air Force. The embassy personnel who worked under the most adverse circumstances. Then our union ministers who acted as special envoys at the behest of our Prime Minister, Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji, Shri Hardeep Puri ji, Shri Kiran Rijiju ji, and General V.K. Singh, who were deployed at Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland. And they facilitated and oversaw the evacuation process in these places. And I, for one, did not expect from my esteemed colleague to pick on certain snippets from social media which had gone viral and make it some kind of an issue on the floor of the House. But that's their nature, one can't help with that. So, and also, we owe a debt of gratitude to the countries who have cooperated with us in this regard, which includes both Russia and Ukraine. I mean, whatever people might say about our stand on the war which is going on, Ukraine has been very forthcoming in providing all the assistance in helping us evacuate our people from Ukraine. And also Poland, Moldova, Hungary, Romania. So all these countries we are thankful to. So secondly, the point which I raised, that it is perhaps the first full-scale war since the invasion of Iraq. And again, like the Iraq war, this is not a war between equals. But my esteemed colleague Manish Tiwari ji did bring out what could have led to this, and one can have a view on that. I would just mention two things here. In fact, two scholars. One is actually a journalist called Tim Marshall. Tim Marshall wrote a book some time back called The Prisoners of Geography. And he says that there are certain geographical issues which you can't escape. Howsoever new or old a country might be, there are certain facts of geography you cannot escape. And according to him, Poland and Ukraine are the two red lines which Russia will never allow anyone to cross. Russia today is a country with only 1.6 billion GDP. But these things go beyond just the economic strength. They are existential in nature to a country, to a nation state. And in this case, Ukraine more than anything else, Russia will fight to the last man was known to everyone. They conquered or captured Crimea in 2014. That was part of this only. 2015, University of Chicago, John Mearsheimer. It's a 45-minute lecture. He brings it out quite clearly that the way NATO is going about doing things and the way it's expanding its boundaries more and more towards the doorsteps of Russia and the way they are trying to incorporate Ukraine into the NATO system, there are going to be consequences. And consequences, he was very specific in saying, are going to be totally to the disadvantage of Ukraine. It is Ukraine which is going to be destroyed. Neither the NATO countries will suffer for it, nor anyone else. If you look back today and hear it, it sounds almost prophetic, because whatever is said seems to be playing out as if to a copybook. But that's how it's happened. So it's a full-scale war that we are witness to. And as they say that you can start the war, but how it will end, no one can predict. And same thing seems to be happening here also. It's more than 40 days, and a resolution still does not seem to be in sight. Now we come to something which is very, very relevant to us, which we all think strongly about and have our views on it, which is our foreign policy. The External Affairs Minister in his statement used the word steadfast and consistent. I would just refer to these 5 statements of our permanent mission at the UN. All these statements are consistent about one thing: immediate de-escalation of tension, diplomacy and dialogue, and sincere and sustained diplomatic efforts to ensure that concerns of all sides are resolved through constructive dialogue. This is the thread which runs through all these statements. So we have been steadfast about it, we have been consistent, but I'm also reminded, I think it was G.B. Shaw, when someone asked him that, why aren't you ever consistent in what you say or what you believe in? He's supposed to have said, consistency is a characteristic of the asses and I'm not an ass. So India is consistent in its stand today, but what is there in store for us in future? Yes. Our foreign policy is that way. It's in very good hands, it's in very strong hands, and I'm sure as times unfold, that will be taken care of. Sir, now, when we talk about international relations and India's international policy, there is a whole gamut, and I can't go into the details of it. I'll just pick on 2-3 points. India-Russia relations. Relations which are termed a friendship, India-Russia friendship. Our friend mentioned about as to why India isn't taking a principled stand and so on and so forth. I just have to mention the Hungarian invasion, in 1956, the Prague Spring of 1978, the Afghan invasion of 1979. India's stand then also was what it is today. So let us not fool ourselves into believing that there was something else happening earlier and something which is kind of unethical which is happening today. Lastly, sir, there's this great thing about Quad that, maybe India's standing is now affected because, our stand might be taken otherwise. Japan has been here, we've had a summit. A $40 billion agreement of investment has been agreed to over the next 5 years. There's been a summit meeting with Australia also, and there has been no bad blood. There has been nothing of concern in these meetings, which just goes to show that Quad is in place. The United States of America, the most powerful player in the picture, has accepted, maybe kind of conditionally, but they accept our stance and our compulsions, and so we are well placed in that situation. There is the issue of sanctions. The Katsa is being hung over us as some kind of a sword, but still we've gone ahead and made the purchase of S-400 systems. So it is not as if it is just us who are getting affected. Everyone is getting affected. Everyone is recalibrating its standing and recalibrating its friendships across the world and relations across the world. Lastly, sir, last point, sir. Impact on the economy is going to be on us. It is going to be worldwide. We've experienced this in 1973, the first oil shock, 1979, the second oil shock. So definitely there are going to be consequences. Sir, External Affairs Minister in one of his interviews had said, India tilts on its own side. May I conclude by saying we are too big to be tilting on anyone else's shoulder. Our weight is too much to bear. We have to carry our own weight, and we shall do so with aplomb and ease of an ancient civilization and a formidable nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Dr. T. Sumadiji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, sir, for allowing me to partake in this discussion on Ukraine. Sir, the war will end, the leaders will shake hands, the old woman will keep waiting for her martyred son, that girl will wait for her beloved husband, and those children will wait for their hero father. I don't know who sold their homeland, but I saw who paid the price. Absolutely. Sir, these powerful lines of the famous Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish keep on haunting us as we watch those disturbing images from Ukraine, civilians being bombarded, innocent civilians, carpet bombed and got killed in the warfare between two countries, and museums and theaters getting shelled, and our own Indian citizens, particularly students, fleeing to borders on foot, by foot. And more recently, the ghastly scenes of 410 dead bodies of the civilians unearthed, and those who were ruthlessly killed by the troops, which was a family of a woman mayor of Timotijin, who were buried in the pine yards. We are all heartbroken, sir. And war is one word which needed to be abolished from the dictionary itself. And it is high time, as one of the largest democracies of the world, India, with its positive image, should take the moral responsibility to be the honest mediator between Ukraine, the world's largest food producer, and Russia, the greatest exporter of gas to Europe. Sir, the West may criticize us, sitting on the fence and as a mute spectator, shaky, but we do understand that India has to adopt a diplomatic tightrope walk with its time-tested relationship with Russia. For all along, we have nurtured a pro-Russian sentiment, and we do understand that. And that on one side, and our membership in the US-led Quad Alliance on the other side. And also it's fear about the China, Russia, Pakistan axis, a discomfort closer home, but still the whole world looks up to us that we have to adorn the role of a real negotiator, honest negotiator in the real sense of the term. Sir, before proceeding further, I would like to pay homage to a dear Indian student who has lost his life in the war, and I share the grief with the family members. And also as a concerned citizen and member of the parliament, I would like to congratulate the efforts taken by our Union Minister for the External Affairs, for his, not alone for his humanitarian assistance, but also in the speedy steps he has taken in the transportation of our Indian citizens, especially our students, back home safely. Sir, our minister in a statement in Rajya Sabha had issued a statement, and he has told in that 90 tons of humanitarian assistance has been given, and he is planning to give more, especially medicines. I thank him also for having honored the request of our dear Chief Minister, who had taken proactive steps in this. Sir, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, our world is facing a moment of peril, and as a responsible Chief Minister, our Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thalapathy M.K. Stalin, has viewed the situation. More than 5,000 Tamilian students got stranded in Ukraine. So viewing the situation within its limited capacities. So foreign policy is the union domain. So within its limited capacities, he wrote a letter to you requesting the immediate evacuation. Not only that, he had also constituted a committee comprising MPs, MLAs, IAS officers, and appointed a nodal officer also to coordinate between their relatives and help those students with the financial aid also in the border countries, along with the tying up of the diaspora. And apart from this, the state government are also opened a 24/7 help desk in the Podihai Illam in New Delhi. So it is the responsibility of the Indian government as well also to take proactive steps. While we appreciate the Operation Ganga, as Mr. Manish Tiwari had pointed out, much of self-boosting propaganda had been done online with that, but we appreciate the efforts, but there are a few lacunas in it. Sir, I would like to point out to the Union Minister through you that the operation done was not an evacuation, it is a transportation. Sir, lastly, our students were told they had to reach somehow to the border, either by walking on foot or by commuting through local trains or buses. No assistance was given to them except advices, and that is the lacuna I would like to point out to the Honorable Minister, sir. Also, our Prime Minister, while taking stock of the situation, emphasized Make in India in medical education, and to quote him, he said, I quote, "Can't our state governments make good policies for land allotment in this regard?" Unquote. Sir, it's not the question of just allotting land. It is the question of allowing opportunities for the students from marginal and weakening sections to enter into medical colleges, and that is why Tamil Nadu strictly resists the need in back home. Sir, in the last 5 years, an average of 16 lakh students appear for the NEET exam, but only 120 make it to the 562 medical colleges in India. It is not just those who score 200 out of 300 in NEET choose to go to foreign universities, but those who score 90th percentile in NEET are also opting to go out. Also, like other competitive exams in India, the cutoff for NEET rises dramatically. That is why we vehemently oppose this. Sir, the Indian medical students who have been now transported to India are facing an abyss now. There's no future for them. It looks very volatile because the NMC regulation says medical graduates from a foreign university will have to complete their education from a single institution. Now that's a problem that they have to face. Government need to take redressal measures for that. And also, the union government should take remedial steps regarding the foreign medical graduate examination, FMGE. It can be advanced and final year students can be appointed on duty. Sir, while this is a local scenario, sir, 2 more minutes. Local scenario, I am the only speaker, please sir. This is a local scenario. The issue is much more larger. Sir, the Asian Aid says the Russian forces finding increasing Ukrainian resistance are following the Syrian playbook of attacking hospitals, schools and civilians, including women and children in a war of attrition. Sir, while we understand that our External Affairs Minister has repeatedly reiterated that India respects the international order and the sovereign territory as well as the integrity of the borders, we have to also take up the moral responsibility of who is the oppressor and who is on the other side of the war. Sir, though it's a tight corner because of a dependence on Russia's oil and gas, also the long-tested relationship as had been pointed out by honorable members here, we can't just be sitting on the fence as a mute spectator, just having the moment of Hamlet, Shakespeare's Hamlet, to be or not to be. That's the situation. Sir, our BJP as well as our government always profess about Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. If the whole world is the family, when Ukraine is part of one of the world's family, is it not a moral responsibility to go and give a helping hand to Ukraine? Yes. Also, our Prime Minister has many times reiterated that India is Vishwa Guru, the world's teacher. And I would like to quote Professor Pullappari Balakrishnan's statement here. He says, a teacher is granted respect for speaking truth to power. India marks her chosen self-image by refusing to speak the truth. So, sir, they say everything is fair in the game of war and love, but you cannot justify war in any sense of fairness in it. So, sir, I would like to share few points to highlight why it is an unfair war, sir. The first point is, the Russian president has so long, he has been ironically justifying this aggression, saying that he is going to denazify Ukraine. Sir, it is a fiasco. Ukraine has embraced the Nazi Germany in 1940s, carried out by the Russian then, and our Ukraine President Zelensky's father was also a victim of that cruelty. And Ukraine is a UN member state, and declared war on it by a permanent member of the Security Council is itself a violation in the UN Charter. The International Court of Justice has condemned it, and a very important point, sir, I would like to inform you, through you to the Union Minister, the Indian judge on the International Court of Justice, I debar from referring his name, he has also voted against Russia. And India has also breached the BRICS resolution, which it had passed unanimously in its New Delhi declaration, as quoted in the Hindu 21st March. Sir, Ukraine, as pointed out by the honourable member Mr. Tiwari, gave up the nuclear arsenal after signing the Budapest Memorandum on the basis of the security given by the veto-holding permanent members. Now it is also a breach on that. Sir, as pointed out by Professor Vinay Kaura, I quote, those in India echoing Russian resentment against the eastward expansion of NATO are reminded by a Western analyst that a NATO-Russian Council has been formed specially to alleviate Russian concerns, and that Russia was recognized as one of the world's leading industrial powers through a formal admission into its elite G7, not on the basis of industrial might, but to soften its bruised super ego, unquote.
Yes, Sumati, no,
last point, sir. I would sum up with the following observation of G. N. Devi, I quote, today, India stands in a splendid international isolation because it has not only come a long way from Nehru's non-alignment policy, but also forgotten that Nehru's non-alignment in external affairs was organically linked to his idea of a non-partisan secularism in home affairs. And therefore, rarely did either of them sound hollow in his case, unquote. Sir, also India has not officially discarded the Panchashil principles, not yet, though it has moved from its non-aligned posture during the Cold War to its multi-alignment in the 21st century of that.
Yes.
Sir, I also just like to conclude again by Devi by quoting a passage by the writers in an open letter which was released by the PEN International. They say, I quote, there can be no free and safe Europe without a free and independent Ukraine. Peace must prevail. Thank you very much, sir.
Very good. Shri Sudeep Bandyopadhyay ji.
Well done.
Honorable Chairman, sir, this subject is to share with the views of the government of India. And we as a party, Trinamool Congress, normally in a mood or intent to extend support to the Ministry of External Affairs and the government's decision when it is related with matter of external affairs. We gauge the situation, we study about the situation, but we are concerned now at this stage also about those students who have come back from Ukraine, especially medical students, and what would be their future. Jaishankar ji, last week I met Prime Minister, and we had a long talk for more than 20 minutes. I was carrying a letter of Mamata Banerjee, my Chief Minister. Here she put some proposals that how these medical students can be replaced. She wanted to absorb them in her own state with some ideas. But while talking, Prime Minister intimated me straightway that I have decided, Government of India has decided to send these students back to Hungary, mainly at Budapest. I said, Prime Minister, that why not you are taking or asking Russian Federation to take them back and to provide them with the seats in the medical institutions. She said it to me, though it is a 1:1 conversation, but on record, I better keep it in front of you by which you can make some assessment also. That I will not talk to Russia regarding the students in Hungary, though the education cost is little more expensive. But still my government is taking some decision, and I hope that this problem will be sorted out easily. So I want to know that where the situation actually stands now and what would be the fate of these students. Sir, this Russia-Ukraine war is a continuation since 2014. And Minsk, the capital of Belarus, I had the scope to visit a delegation with Rajiv Rudi and Savant, with Sumitra Mahajan. The team visited Belarus and Ukraine. And this picture floats in front of my eyes. I had my opportunity to visit Eastern Europe when all were within the command of the Soviet Union. At my very early young age, I was with Youth Congress. That time I had been to Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, Romania, East Berlin. So these all sectors, ultimately they were broken up. That Gorbachev issue, Glasnost issue, those are all old issues which I don't want to discuss today. But what I want to mention here, that these two agreements were held at Belarus, capital Minsk, with Russian Federation and with Ukraine. One was signed and broken in 2014. What was there? It included prisoners exchange, deliveries of humanitarian aid without of heavy weapons. But the agreement quickly broke down in 2014. Again another agreement was signed in possibly 2015. France and Germany mediated. But now I couldn't find from the very beginning, no big country, nothing, no force had taken any initiative to initiate a peace talk in between the two countries. I am not saying about our own country, but any country. NATO's member was Ukraine. NATO is full of the European countries, including USA and Canada also. But none of these countries took any initiative, but we was the disastrous dates and the attack of Russia on Ukraine. It was a disastrous matter. The way the war was there was extremely disastrous in nature, painful, both shocking, and no doubt it was heartbreaking. Sir, if I read a small statement that how many civilians died in Ukraine. Nearly 3,000 civilians have been killed or injured The report is of up to 28th March 2022. This few days I have not that much of well-drafted information. And more than 10 million displaced since Russia invaded Ukraine. And 99 children were killed and 126 were injured. The cost of direct damage to Ukraine's infrastructure amid Russia's ongoing invasion has reached almost an estimated 63 billion, according to an analysis by the Kyiv School of Economics. It is their own assessment of the Ukraine group. That is also of 28 March 2022. The latest analysis shows that as of March 24, at least 4,431 residential buildings, 92 factories and warehouses, 378 institutions of secondary and higher education, 138 healthcare institutions, 12 airports, 7 thermal power plants and hydroelectric power plants have been damaged. So all totaling up to $63 billion. Compared to the previous estimate published on March 17, net growth announced to $3.5 billion according to the KSE Institute. Sir, what I want to mention that we became concerned when the war started. We expected that it will be stopped, but it was not. And naturally, the huge numbers of Indians were alive there with huge tensions. India's responsibility was aimed at evacuating Indian citizens from Ukraine. That was a good step, I appreciate. We marked the statement read by the India's permanent representative at UN Security Council was actually a non-committal statement. That was neither here nor there type statement. This escalation of tension along the border of Ukraine with the Russian Federation is a matter of deep concern. These developments have the potential to undermine peace and security of the region. India's permanent representative to the UN, T.S. Trimurti, said at the UNSC meeting. So, sir, war should be completed. And if on our part any peaceful step is possible to take up, we should try to initiate. Because India-Soviet Union is all out from the very beginning. Since our early ages, we have seen Indo-Soviet Treaty. We are concerned in many issues, at different issues, whether it is in United Nations General Council meeting, UNGA, or whether to apply veto, Russia all along supported us in many issues. So, we can initiate dialogue and give a leadership, yes, in front of the whole world that India is fully concerned with the battle, with the war. This war has pained us. The way the people have lost their lives, it is disastrous and painful, inhuman. So whether India is in a position to make it a complete peace talk initiated, that I want to know.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is there also, Shaukatora, he will speak.
Thanks.
So, sir, I repeat our stand that any stand taken by Government of India so far, external affairs is concerned, we stand by the government wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much. Now the Honorable Minister, Sri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, would like to intervene. Please, Minister.
Sir, thank you very much. Sir, I had the privilege of being nominated as one of the 4 special envoys that the Honorable Prime Minister deputed to the countries around Ukraine following the launch of military operations on 24th February, when it became necessary to escalate the evacuation of Indian students who were studying in the Ukraine. Sir, anyone who has even a nodding acquaintance with issues relating to foreign and security policy, and anyone who watches global hotspots will know that the determination that is required to be made when situations of tension are escalating and there's an exacerbation of tension, timing is of the essence. So let me start, sir, by providing a perspective based on facts personally, with which I am personally familiar, what the Honorable Member Shri N.K. Premchandran said, who was the lead speaker today. He made some excellent points. Both he and I, now I'm addressing the chair. So I address the chair and through the chair, Honorable Premchandran, the speaker. Through the chair. Through the institution of the chair. Sir, there were clear indications, and first of all, let me say, what the Honorable Member said and what other Honorable Members have said have signified a broad and unambiguous support for the government's evacuation efforts. There have been differences of nuance, and I would like to take the opportunity to comment on one or two of them. The very fact that our embassy, our resident mission in Kiev, Ukraine, decided to undertake a registration of all our students there in the month of January was a clear pointer in the direction of anxiety and the fact that we were preparing ourselves for an eventuality of the kind that unfolded in the aftermath of the military operations of 24th February. Sir, one honorable member sought to draw a distinction in the language which the government of India issued as part of its advisory and the language which some other countries issued. I believe a reference was made to the US advisory, a reference was made to the Australian and New Zealand advisory. Sir, I am a student of the English language, and when an advisory, sir, in any case, an advisory is by definition an advisory. You cannot direct, the government cannot direct private citizens who have gone of their own volition to leave a place. It's not an order. The advisory was unambiguous, sir. It said all non-essential. By all non-essential means except those whose continued stay there is necessary on account of a number of facts, which means our embassy couldn't have, our colleagues in the embassy would have to stay there. And they stayed right towards the end till they had to be relocated to another place. So I think, sir, the advisory issued on the 15th of February and the subsequent advisories issued, if I remember correctly, on the 20th and the 22nd of February, had the effect of 4,000 of our young friends leaving the Ukraine pursuant to those advisories. Now, let us, and I have some experience, sir, because I was there. Why did the rest not leave? Was it a choice that they exercised because they thought military operations would finally not take place? Or was there some consideration, and that is why a reference was made by one of the honorable members to student contractors, to the authorities in universities? Sir, I spoke to many of the 6,177 of my young friends who were evacuated from the Ukrainian border via Hungary. I spoke to them. And many of them had the same story, that they were being encouraged by the authorities of the educational institute which they were attending to say, things are going to be all right, things are going to be all right. Maybe, and I'm in this intervention going to stay totally clear of issues of, foreign and security policy. I want to confine myself to Operation Ganga. When these young students are advised, look, you've got, some of you who are in the final year of medical education, you've only got 3 to 5 months left to complete your course, or some of you have got 1 year left. If you choose to leave, we may not be able to organize online classes, and it may result in your losing a year. That is the kind that young minds, that is the kind of talk young minds had to grapple with. And on the 15th, when we issued our first advisory, or on the 20th, till the military operations actually took place, it is a determination they had made. Now, what happens after the 24th February, when that exacerbation of tension results in the commencement of military operations? And here, sir, one of the honorable members referred to, I think it was my friend, my distinguished friend, Shri Manish Tiwari ji, evacuation operations that have been carried out from 1960-61 onwards. Certainly. One of the honorable members who's not here referred to this being a transportation exercise, not an evacuation exercise. I'd like to come back to that in a minute. वहीं से भी चर्चा शुरू कर सकते हैं. Sir, I want to say, based on 39 years experience that I've had in the previous profession, that no matter what the average perception of the lethargy in a bureaucracy is, or a political system, come a crisis and everybody springs into this thing. And this was an operation which the Honorable Prime Minister personally took meetings on, which my friend, the External Affairs Minister, my distinguished colleague, personally took charge on. I was in Guwahati on the 28th doing a Gati Shakti mission event for the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, when I got a telephone call late in the evening saying, "Ab kal raat ko jaiye, kal jaiye." And then all of us gathered, some of us flew out within hours. I believe that to detail the meticulous manner in which this was done. Look, I was a student of conflict situations. When some honorable members referred to that one life lost, I'm the first to say one life lost is one life too many. But if you're dealing with a situation, now let's look at numbers. So words are used lightly. Displaced personnel or refugees. Number of displaced, I think, are in the vicinity of 10 million, possibly, which includes internally displaced. Number of refugees, perhaps 4 to 5 million. Sir, we were agonizing and we were worried about the welfare of each one of our citizens through Prime Minister's involvement in Delhi, through the External Affairs Minister being in touch with all of them. But look at the overall numbers. I remember one particular evening in Budapest, when I got a call from the External Affairs Minister, said that, this front we thought was well managed because we had 1,200 people on the ground in hotels, in dormitories. Suddenly 1,700 came because there was clogging at the borders of Romania and Poland, and some people were just being pushed down. 1,700 people arrive in one place. We managed. We increased the number of flights from 4 to 7 to 11 in a day. Why and how did that become possible? It is, बहुत आसान होता है राजनीतिक रोटियां सेकने, कोई एक सोशल मीडिया क्लिप जा रहा. I can share with you hundreds of thousands of messages from grateful students and their parents which were sent that their evacuation, and I use the word evacuation, was being facilitated. A lot of people were provided buses. That last operation which took place in those cities which are under siege, buses were arranged from neighboring countries. Buses were arranged inside. How is this a transportation arrangement? And the Honorable Prime Minister was working the telephone lines. I know And I don't need to go into the details. I'm sure this is a part of the geopolitics which the Honorable External Affairs Minister will respond to. He was speaking to the heads of state and government, not only in the Russian Federation, not only in the Ukraine, but all the others. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, we had barely recovered from COVID, and we are in a warlike situation. And in a warlike situation, the two disputants who are waging war, and I don't want to go into whose fault it is, whether our vote, etc. It's so easy to talk about votes. I've had some experience. The making of foreign and security policy has to be based on tangible national interests, which the government and all the honorable members have said, it is the government which will determine that, rather than easy temptation to episodic social media tweets. Sir, very often in those difficult times, even when you were able to negotiate safe passage from one of the countries involved, only to find that the other party had maybe other military and objectives which they had to look at. So the fact that out of about 22,500, 400 left as a result of the advisories, another 18,500 were successfully evacuated, I think is not a small achievement. And as if you look at the history of evacuation operations I am familiar with, Operation Safe Homecoming, Operation Rahat in 2015 Yemen crisis, Operation Maitri, Nepal earthquake, evacuation from Brussels, Operation Devi Shakti, Operation Ganga, sir. In my humble submission, with 39 years of experience in that field, will rank as one of the most well-coordinated and successful humanitarian evacuation missions undertaken by any country anywhere. I'm not just talking about India. Sir, we faced some very interesting situations. That evening when the Honorable Prime Minister guided us, he said clearly that this is a humanitarian evacuation mission. When you say humanitarian evacuation, you don't stand by technicalities. You do not follow the literal letter or what is written. I remember I was traveling back in a car from the Ukraine border with the person who used to be our ambassador in Budapest. He had been sent back. And I got a telephone call saying that one of the airlines had been fined because they were bringing in Nepali or some other nationals of neighboring countries. We worked the lines. Within minutes it was sorted out. Whole of a government approach. Because we not only brought back, thanks to the clear visionary guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, nationals of our neighboring country, we also brought back nationals from other developing countries in further continents.
Thank you.
Sir, before I conclude, I also want to say, sir, that this gives me an opportunity, because you said, sir, that the advisories were lacking in clarity and direction. I have tried to place that in perspective, and now I say the advisories were both focused and clear, but also that there was certain uncertainty has been unleashed on account of the disruption in supply lines, which is going to happen depending on the duration and the cost that the military operations take. That disruption could get further widened. But let me tell you what has happened to oil and gas prices meanwhile, sir. Because that is something on which many of us tend to comment without looking at the global picture and what this military operation has done. Sir, at the height of COVID, and I talk about March 2020, gas prices were $19.56 a barrel. They went up in 2021 to $60 to $80. On 24th February, when the military action took place, suddenly they shot up to $92, then up to $124, went up to $130. Sir, are we the only country affected by this? I have with me here, sir, And I can still give you the same on gas prices. We have raised the price of petrol by, I think, 9 rupees over 12 or 13 days when the international prices shot up. Now, I have something, sir. Gasoline at the pump, comparison between April 21 and March 22, in USA the increase percentage is 51%, in Canada 52%, in Germany 55%, UK 55%, France 50%, Spain 58%, Sri Lanka 55%, India, sir, 5%.
Yes,
Our percentage increase is 1/10 of what it is elsewhere. Similarly, I could do for gas, sir. Sir, I thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to participate in this discussion on Rule 193. I think a lot of very valuable issues have been raised. I'm sure my other colleagues, when they participate, and particularly the External Affairs Minister, he will be able to respond to some of these issues on why and with what degree of success we have been able to navigate through this difficult situation, and that navigation will continue with a degree of confidence because the Prime Minister's roadmap that had been laid out is both clearly with a clear direction, and it will be able to avoid the pitfalls which some of the other countries are getting into because of the soundness of our policy. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sri Pinaki Mishra.
Mr. Chairperson, I listened with great admiration my very distinguished colleague and friend Shri Hardeep Puri make a robust defense of why oil prices in India are going up in a very artful manner, as befits him. He's been a lifelong diplomat of a very, very distinguished career, and therefore he knows how to artfully weave in defense in some other area on an issue quite unrelated today. But I think he's answered some of the critics who've been shouting since the morning about the rise in fuel prices, and I commend him for his artfulness in having dealt with the matter. Mr. Chairperson, all shades of opinion in this House are always one and bipartisan when foreign policy issues are discussed in this House, and today has been no exception. I think even the most trenchant critics of the government are one with the government when dealing with foreign policy issues. There is no question that the non-alignment, which has been the bedrock of our foreign policy for the last 75 years plus, has stood us in good stead, has given us great respect worldwide, has managed to keep us afloat, has managed to keep us deftly clear of many conflict situations wherein otherwise there was a potential for us getting roped in. And I think therefore this is a policy that has held us in good stead, and I commend this government for having continued the same policy, even giving credit where it's due sometimes, as we heard the Prime Minister say off and on. The morning television visuals that one sees from Ukraine are heart-rending. There is no doubt about it. I think every heart cries at the kind of massacre that's taking place there. But then all war is about massacres. And therefore, I particularly wish to commend the government for the manner in which it has stood up to the near hectoring by the United States of our position that we've taken, of the nuanced position we've taken, to the point where lowly officials, of course, have virtually openly tried to threaten us. But even the President of the United States has gone to the extent of saying that India's position on the war has been shaky. And I think that's about as strong an indictment as can happen comes from the top quarters of America. But I mean, I find it a bit, frankly, shaky position on their part to give us this model posturing, considering their track record. The first country to have employed nuclear weapons on a mass scale, the first country to have carried on a savage war in Korea first, then in Vietnam, thereafter all through the Middle East, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria, Afghanistan, and those lives that were lost then and the misery that those people went through in those wars, and that absolutely calibrated savage bombing, all-night bombings that we used to watch during the first Kuwait War and the second Kuwait War and the second Iraq War. Those are still very fresh in our minds. So therefore, it ill behoves the United States to morally hector us on the position India has taken. I think there is, though, even in these blurred lines, something that India will have to strongly consider on at least 2 or 3 issues going forward. Number one, that the entire civilized world, and which is the Western world as well as our Quad partners in the East, they've all come together on one platform, and therefore there is some degree of isolation that India possibly has to contend with on that score, and that's a matter of, I think, some concern which I have no doubt that the government is fully mindful of going forward. Secondly, clearly now the Russia-China axis, with Pakistan being a very minor tail there, but the Russia-China axis now is going to be a formidable axis going forward, with Russia very much a junior partner, very much dependent on China virtually for its existence, because with the kind of savage sanctions that have been imposed, and these sanctions are going to go on for a very long time clearly, they now desperately need China to bail them out financially and economically. And so therefore, China's position in our sphere of the world is going to become infinitely stronger, infinitely more powerful, and therefore we have to now contend with that fact very, very carefully. Thirdly, I think we also have to take into consideration the fact that Prime Minister Modi, who has an excellent equation in relations with most of these countries that we deal with, and Mr. Hardeep Puri was absolutely right when he said that the Prime Minister speaking to many of these countries actually entailed some kind of a ceasefire to ensure that Indians were evacuated, and that's quite unprecedented and extraordinary in these times. So therefore, I think there possibly is some also expectation in some quarters that he would go the extra mile in playing peacemaker in these times, that India's position of strength in terms of our track record of ahimsa, our track record of non-alignment, and all the other qualities that our forefathers have bestowed upon us, that we should play with the Prime Minister's muscular diplomatic posturing that has happened over the last 7-8 years, and with good measure. I'm saying this in a positive way, that he should perhaps play a slightly more proactive role. I mean, now that the major part of the evacuation is over, that even for a ceasefire or even for the hostilities to at least come to some kind of cessation, I think perhaps some more vigorous dialing on his part should be in order. There is, I think for India, everybody has spoken about the problem of, give me 5 minutes more? Or
3 minutes.
5 minutes more? Is that good? So the problem of almost 22,000 students coming back to India is, of course, a very, very serious and critical issue. Everybody has spoken about it. We need to seriously reflect on how we are going to burnish our own infrastructure in this country to ensure that our children don't have to go abroad for much cheaper education, because we lack for nothing in this country, and therefore for them to have to seek refuge abroad like in this fashion, and then now to come back and be left virtually mid-water is something that we'll need to very seriously consider. And I have no doubt, and this is a very sizable number, because there is 40,000 which has come back from China earlier due to COVID last year, and now this is 22,000 more coming back from here. So therefore, the possibility of them being adjusted in various other countries, again a more aggressive and a more forward-looking policy has to be undertaken by the government. There is, I think, a silver lining also. Mr. Puri spoke about oil prices going up. Yes, that's been happening. It's been fluctuating. But the bigger problem also is going to be on edible oil, etc., that we are importers of. But of course, our exports should start looking up, because now wheat, which was the major export, wheat and corn, which was the major export of both Russia and Ukraine, accounting for almost 25% of the world's exports, are drying up. And therefore, this is the time for India to really step up a very aggressive export drive to ensure that we gain something from the ashes of this war in terms of our own domestic economy. Mr. Chairman, I expect the government to very proactively, therefore, while all, the government is solidly backed by all shades of both public opinion as well as political opinion in our country. So therefore, they are rock solid on that count. They have held their own so far. But I think going forward, everybody expects, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, for the government to be more proactive, both in the resolution of this conflict, as well as in order to be able to, I think, milk this to our advantage, both financially, economically, and in every other way possible, particularly in the geopolitical context of the fact that the Prime Minister could, and the government could, and the MEA could, and we have a very capable External Affairs Minister who's again had a sterling track record in the ministry. So therefore, under their aegis, if some kind of aggressive policy could be undertaken going forward for a cessation of hostilities, I think that is what all shades of opinion in this House would expect from the government. I thank you very much. I just want to add one sentence. Mr. Naveen Patnaik has, of course, done his bit. There were many ODIA students abroad, and I think Mr. Puri will bear us out, because many of them have come back under his aegis, the ODIA students, and we thank, my Chief Minister has personally thanked him for the effort he's made, and therefore I also would like to say that Mr. Patnaik has done everything he could have to ensure that our ODIA children have come back from abroad. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Pinaki Mishra. Next, Sri Dr. Shashi Tharoor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think this has been a very rich debate already, and I know it's going to continue. And I want to really say that a few years ago, as Chairman of the External Affairs Committee of Parliament, I had said there is no such thing as a Congress foreign policy or a BJP foreign policy. There is only Indian foreign policy and India's national interests. And I will say to you today that I think all the speakers, even those who have been critical of the government and who will be critical about some aspects, have spoken in that spirit of one nation, one set of national interests, and a very strong commitment to what is being done for India and Indians in this challenging situation. And I do want to assure my friend, the Foreign Minister, that we have all been watching with very close attention and admiration the adroit diplomacy he's been conducting, and at the same time with some concern about some of the areas on which we may have a slight difference of emphasis. Let me say, sir, having said that I'd like to address these remarks and the issues facing us under three broad headings, and I'll be fairly brief on each of them. One is the humanitarian situation and the evacuation. The second is our stand at the United Nations. And the third is the geopolitical implications of this crisis for all of us. Now, if we look at the humanitarian situation and the evacuation, I think there is no doubt that we are all incredibly grateful for the success of Operation Ganga and the return of some 23,000 Indians, mainly medical students, back home to India. And on that, I don't believe that there is any particular demurral. But it is to be pointed out that while we commend the embassy for having begun to register the students in Ukraine early in the process, it is also true that some other embassies were quicker off the mark in getting people out. And I think there's no harm in admitting this. This did happen. The fact that we registered the students was useful. But we did not, for example, have enough domestic transport arrangements in Ukraine. A lot of the students had to walk very, very long distances to get to the border points eventually. And that is something we'll have to bear in mind for future situations. Sir, if we were to look at the positive side of the ledger, the government was very quick to make excellent arrangements in the neighboring countries, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, in order to fly our people out once they had got there. But in getting them to those countries, I'm afraid we were perhaps somewhat found lacking. And I'm not trying to diminish in any way the contributions of our excellent diplomats, our hard-working personnel. The Minister was kind enough to hold a consultative meeting of the External Affairs Ministry, a consultative committee meeting, in which he took us into these young diplomats working 24/7, manning the hotline in order to receive calls from students. All of that was very important. But one set of complaints that many students have expressed, including to me personally, have been the difficulties they encountered in getting to the border points where they had to cross. And I think this is a lesson that we need to bear in mind for the future. And of course, we must all pay tribute to Naveen Shankarappa, whose life was so needlessly and tragically lost when he went out heroically to get food for other Indians who were sheltering in a bunker with him. And that, I think, is indeed something we must absolutely, in this House, unanimously pay tribute for. His parents were gracious enough, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, when you were speaking, to donate his body to medical research. But there's also, I think, some research we need to do on how these situations got to the stage they did, where we found ourselves with so many people there. I will add that one thing that's a bit unseemly, unfortunately, was the publicity mongering that we conducted in some of the neighboring countries. I got some adverse comments on that. I think it was unnecessary. Our nation would have risen in gratitude, and we don't really need publicity in foreign countries for what we're doing for our own people. That was unfortunate and should have been discouraged. You know what I'm talking about. We'll just move on, Shaukat. But I do want to mention one more good thing, which I think has not been mentioned by some of the speakers, and that is the timely and appropriate humanitarian aid that India has sent to Ukraine. That was good. I congratulate the government for having taken that initiative. I think we sent something like 90 tons of relief material, no small amount, and that was essential for a country that is going through the hell that the people of Ukraine are suffering. So broadly speaking, those are some of the concerns that one has in mind. I think it is to be said, however, that there were a couple of unfortunate statements made by people associated with the ruling party during the travails of our people, when all of us were getting desperate messages from families and from students. There was one minister, the former chief minister of the ruling party, saying that the students had to be blamed for miscalculating the gravity of their situation, quote unquote. Most unfortunate. We had another minister serving in this government saying that these are merely people who couldn't pass the NEET examinations in this country. Such statements were most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to say to the government they were also unnecessary. When people are going through terrible trauma, it was a time for all of us to rally together and attend to their needs, as indeed we did eventually. These statements really reflect poorly on the commitment of our nation to our people stuck in distress abroad. Having said all of that, all's well that ends well. The students are back. Now the concern is how do we manage to help them catch up with the education that has been disrupted as a result of this tragic situation, the war and the evacuation. And I think there the government should really do two things. It should take immediate action to see what can be done to have remedial instruction available to these students, ideally in Indian medical colleges. And the second thing they need to do is use the revelation of 23,000 medical students in a country like Ukraine, which even the Prime Minister expressed surprise on, that there were so many there, to realize how badly we need to rethink our approach to medical education. The shortage of government seats. I mean, you realize the NEET is a tough examination. But do you know that of all the children who pass the NEET examinations, only 7% get into colleges in India? They have to go abroad. They have no choice. When COVID happened and we had to evacuate people from various countries, I had medical students from my constituency in the most extraordinary addresses. Places like Moldova, remote corners of China, Kazakhstan, and so on, because, of course, they could not get education. As the government really has to use this opportunity to take a root and branch look at establishing an adequate number of government medical institutions. We have heard so many promises over the last 8 years that AIIMS will be introduced in every state. My own state has received that promise from 3 successive health ministers. We're yet to see the foundation stone of an AIIMS being laid in Kerala. Let us now move on a war footing. We need doctors, very clearly. We have people capable of studying to be excellent doctors. Let's give them an opportunity to do so affordably. So that, sir, is the first basket of issues, the humanitarian ones. So second, my concern about our stand at the United Nations, which I recognize has evolved in a way that, that I can today fully support. But I was shocked, I'll say very honestly, at our first couple of statements at the United Nations. As I mentioned to the Foreign Minister, it was not just the abstention. Abstention, there are good reasons why we wanted to signal a certain position. But the fact that in the initial statements of the United Nations, we failed to mention any of the principles that we have stood for in the world for the last 75 years. We didn't mention the UN Charter. We didn't mention state sovereignty. We didn't mention the inviolability of borders. We didn't mention even the inadmissibility of the use of force when it comes to resolving international disputes. These are basic core principles. They go back to Nehruji's Panchsheel and before. And these are things we've always stood for. It took a while, but eventually we've got around to it, and we have in our last few statements done this, even while abstaining in the UN Security Council, in the General Assembly, and in the Human Rights Council. Now, the fact is, we have great respect for strategic autonomy. We want to make our own choices, but our choices can sometimes involve standing up for principles. We need not have behaved as we did in the initial stages of the UN. And what was particularly deplorable was that first statement in which we showed a shameful even-handedness between the aggressor and the victim. We actually merely urge both sides to de-escalate. Now, if somebody is attacking you and you're defending yourself, are you guilty of escalation? How can we use language like that? We said that we call for concerted efforts on all sides to return to the path of diplomatic negotiations and dialogue. Well, one side is being attacked. If you don't want to use harsh language against that side, because in the name of your friendship with them, then I think one has to also ask, if we can't speak frankly to our friends, then what is the friendship worth? I think it's very important that we stand up for the fact that in these matters we could at least have spoken with a certain amount of moral conviction and courage, even while, if necessary, choosing to abstain. And I understand we have a special, privileged strategic partnership with Russia. It goes back a very long time. I myself, just last month, had inaugurated the celebrations of the, whatever it was, 75th year of Indian-Russian diplomatic relations or whatever. And I had spoken very warmly of our warm relation, of our close relationship. It's not something that anybody on this side of the aisle is going to be criticizing the government for respecting. But at the same time, we have to understand that in this particular instance, it is Russia that resorted to the use of force. It is something we have to understand that though we have a long list of IOUs, most of those IOUs on Kashmir and so on, vetoes in the Security Council are to the Soviet Union, of which Ukraine was also a part. So let's face it, we owe those IOUs to both Russia and Ukraine. And let us also face it, we are indeed a major client for Russian weapons supplies. Our defense systems rely a lot on the weapons we've imported from Russia and on the spare parts we need to service them. But first of all, we pay top dollar for those weapon systems, sir. No one is doing us any favors. The seller needs the buyer as much as the buyer needs the seller. We should not act as if it's always a one-way traffic. Equally, sir, we must understand that when we have a situation like this, when we have, for example, a country that is taking a stand in relation to us, that troubles us and compromises our own relationships and very directly hurts our own people because of the short-term after effects, the rise in oil prices, the rise in commodity prices. We have some seed, even, 70% of the sunflower oil and sunflower seeds that India has comes from Ukraine. That's no longer coming. These are simple examples, but all of this are matters that do affect us, and we should have the right to be able to say to our friends, look, this was not right, this has caused us some pain and difficulty. But finally, I'd say that now our position has been calibrated, our line has become notably tougher, and I want to stress one thing that I'm sure my friend, the Foreign Minister, will want to stress also, except that perhaps he will not be able to do so as openly as I can, which is that refusing to condemn Russia is not the same as endorsing what Russia has done. And that, I think, is a reminder for all of us that whatever India may be accused of, we have not at any stage, through any action or any words, implied an endorsement of or a support of what the Russians have done by conducting this invasion of Ukraine.
Thank you.
Finally, sir, the third set of issues will be the geopolitical implications of what we have seen. In the short term, there is some very worrying consequences, sir. I would say that the Ukraine war has exposed, 3 minutes, has exposed India's strategic vulnerabilities in a tough neighborhood as nothing else could have done, and it's raised some fundamental questions for our security. We had been maintaining a relationship with Russia while developing a strategic partnership with the Quad, with the US, Japan, Australia, and India. Suddenly, the 3 Quad members have taken a very different position on Ukraine from what we have. We are somewhat out of sync with them. We have scrambled to keep them on side and to show some understanding of our position. And so far, I commend the diplomatic efforts of our government that we have been able to keep them on side, and they have signaled an understanding of India's position. At the same time, there are some real concerns about the larger implications. We are seeing Russia and China getting more and more close to each other, and if Russia is weakened as a result of this misadventure, which it almost certainly will be, then its weakening can only give China the upper hand in that relationship. A Russia that becomes essentially a subordinate state of China is a major concern to us in India, sir, because we have, as recently as 2 years ago, lost 20 of our Jawans in Ladakh to Chinese aggression. And in these circumstances, the neutralization of Russia, or even Russia coming along with China, is a matter of grave concern to us. And there is the sideshow of the Chinese-Pakistani relationship. Prime Minister Imran Khan was in Moscow the day the attack began on Ukraine, and he went through with his meetings anyway. He continued to do so. What does this mean? Are we witnessing the emergence of a Russia-China-Pakistan axis that we have to think about? Yes. At the same time, sir, there are some opportunities. We've had I think a record number of ministers have visited Delhi in the last couple of weeks, and I'm sure the Foreign Minister was a very busy man receiving all of them, and that's a very good sign, because it suggests that there is an area of opportunity for us. What is that opportunity? It is the opportunity to leverage not only understanding for our position, but also to go beyond our traditional reluctance to choose sides on matters in which, frankly, it is sometimes necessary to take a stand. We cannot sit on the fence all the time, Mr. Chairman, sir. I think it's important that we listen with open ears to these distinguished visitors who have come. We don't have to take any lectures from them. None of them has the right to tell us what we need to do. But at the same time, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we, instead of bromides about the need for diplomacy and negotiations, why don't we try and take a step forward and offer ourselves in a mediating capacity? Why can we not perhaps reach out to both Moscow and Ukraine and see whether this is something the Israelis have been doing, the Turks have been doing? Why not India, which prides itself on a good relationship with both the capitals, try and play a constructive role in this area? Sir, I just want to conclude with a quote from Jawaharlal Nehru way back in 1946. He said, "India, constituted as she is, cannot play a secondary part in the world. She will either count for a great deal or not count at all." I urge our Foreign Minister and our government, let it not be a case of India not counting at all. Let us count for a great deal, let us stand for our principles, let us respect our strategic autonomy, but let us at the same time go forward and try and play a constructive role in bringing about the peace that we have so far given rhetorical support to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Darur ji. Next, Dr. Farooq Abdullah ji.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After the great diplomat who has served the United Nations for years, it's a very difficult thing for me to speak. He spoke very well, and his English is beyond me anyway. First of all, I'd like to start with, it's a failure of the United Nations. United Nations continues to fail this world. It failed, as Darur said, in Vietnam. It is still failing in Korea. It has failed in the Middle East. And I don't think, I personally, over these years, have any hope from that organization. First of all, I would like to thank not only the Prime Minister of India, but all those ministers who he chose to go to that war-torn country to bring our children back. And I must say, at the cost of their own safety, they took this journey and brought those children back. I congratulate you and I congratulate the Prime Minister for this bold step. But also at the same time, it's very easy to say that we should play a mediation role in a condition today where two major powers, America and Russia, are at loggerheads. So why did it happen? Russia continued to tell Ukraine, please don't have enemy round my border. I hope my members will remember when, at the time of Khrushchev, they put missiles in Cuba. Kennedy was the president of America. They had to remove because America felt the threat of those missiles. Today, Russia feels the same way. I think they told this country, very frankly, please be neutral. We have no difficulties with you. They also gave them some aid before that, many millions of dollars. Stay free. But they still chose to join NATO. No doubt, it was there. It is a free country. They could choose. But Russia felt threatened. This we should not ignore. And I think, under those circumstances, when you say that any country, how about us? When you think of China and you think of Pakistan, now you're telling that Russia will also join it. Are we not afraid? Are we not worried that our forces will be tremendously at pressure to defend our integrity? That is what that country felt. Now, the way forward, question is, all of this happened. Millions have moved out of their home, many have died, and God knows how many are yet going to be taken out of the soil. How do we move forward? Let's forget, it's over. The war is there, it is still there. But how do we now comprehend of saving whatever is left, so that the war comes to an end and the world comes to a position of surviving? Today the world is not surviving. You see our neighbor, Sri Lanka. Look at the position there. I hope we don't have to go through that situation in this country. Therefore it's essential that the war must end. How do we end it? All right. Now you say diplomatically. Is there a diplomatic chance? I remember Trump said America first. Why is India not thinking India first? If it is not in India's interest, this war, then I think to the Foreign Minister and through him to the Prime Minister I would request, we must take major steps. Major, not small steps. Major steps in de-escalating that war, finishing that war. Unless we do that, you will not be able to tell future people that India played its part. India is a neutral country. India never took sides. Though Russia gave it, the only country that the Russians gave when our ambassador was D.P. Dhar, and they signed an agreement which they have signed with no one, that war on India will be war on Russia. Never forget that. And therefore, what we must remember, that if we want to save friends, because we've got friends in America, we've got friends with Russia. We're not enemies of any of these countries. And that is one of the biggest things that country has achieved from the Nehru's time. Whatever one may say, it was the Nehru's foreign policy of keeping neutral with friends from all sides so that we could move forward and take this country from poverty to the developed country. Therefore, my request to the Foreign Minister would be, sir, please move faster so that at least people will say, Gandhi's nation has saved this world. And thank you, sir. God bless you.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है। यूक्रेन और रसा की लड़ाई क्या है, हम 1 मिनट में बहुत बेसिक। जब दो भाइयों में अलगौझा हो जाता है, बीच में दीवार हो जाती है, और अगर एक भाई गुंडे बदमाश को बुला के बैठाने लगे अपनी तरफ, तो दूसरे भाई की चिंता होना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। यही है यहाँ गुंडे बदमाश के रूप में मैं नेटो को बोल रहा हूँ। दोनों पहले यूक्रेन वाज पार्ट ऑफ रसा, दोनों अलग हो गए, तो अब ये नेटो का मेंबरशिप लेने के लिए यूक्रेन जो तैयार हुआ, तो इसका मतलब हुआ कि रसा को खतरा हुआ। वहाँ पर नेटो कंट्री का जिस दिन नेटो का मेंबर हो जाएगा, वो वहाँ उसकी तोपें, मिसाइलें सभी लग जाएंगी, तो जाहिर है कि रसा का चिंतित होना बहुत स्वाभाविक था। तो लेकिन फिर भी अगर अपनी सिक्योरिटी को लेकर के चिंतित हो और किसी देश पर आक्रमण कर दे, ये भी जायज़ नहीं है। तो कम से कम, भले ही हमारी पॉलिसी रही है, हम नॉन अलाइंड रहे हैं, दोनों तरफ हम किसी ब्लॉक के मेंबर नहीं हैं, फिर भी चूंकि रसा ने यूक्रेन पर आक्रमण किया, तो इंडिया को उसकी कम से कम निंदा तो करनी ही चाहिए थी, कम से कम करनी चाहिए थी। तब भी हम नॉन अलाइंड रह सकते हैं, क्योंकि समाज के सामने, विश्व के सामने एक कुछ दिखना भी चाहिए कि हम एक पुराने, कहते हैं कि सनातन विश्व गुरु रहे हैं, और एक ऐसा नरसंहार एक देश द्वारा दूसरे देश के लोगों के साथ किया जा रहा है, ये ठीक नहीं है। इस पर तो आवाज़ जरूर उठानी चाहिए थी। दूसरी बात कहता हूँ कि जो इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स थे वहाँ पर, तो ये तो कोई इंटेलिजेंस फेल्योर नहीं था। महीनों से रूस की फौज लाखों में वहाँ जम रही है, टैंक भेजे जा रहे हैं, तोप भेजे जा रहे हैं, आर्मर्ड व्हीकल भेजे जा रहे हैं, और रूस के स्टेटमेंट से अखबारों में महीनों से आ रहा है। ये बहुत भांपना बहुत जरूरी था कि लड़ाई होगी, और लड़ाई होने के पहले हमको अपने देश के बच्चों को जो पढ़ रहे हैं उनको निकाल लेना चाहिए था। ये हिंदुस्तान की सरकार को करना चाहिए था, जो उन्होंने नहीं किया। हमेशा क्या है, एक कहावत है ना कि प्यास लगने पर कुआं खोदते हैं। यही इन्होंने कोरोना के समय किया, यही ऑक्सीजन के समय किया, और यही यहाँ भी किया। अब 20,000 लड़कों को निकाल करके इतनी अपनी छाती ठोक रहे हैं। मैं बताऊं, मुझे याद है जब इराक वार हुआ था, तो यूपीए गवर्नमेंट थी, 1,70,000 लोगों को निकाला, और भी 1-2 लड़ाइयाँ हुई थी। जब उसकी इजराइल हिजबुल्लाह की लड़ाई हुई थी, तब भी इंडिया ने अपने सिविलियंस को निकाला था। लेकिन कभी आपने देखा कि कोई मिनिस्टर जा करके वहाँ पर इसकी निकालने की वाहवाही किया हो? मेरा कहना है कि ये करते कम हैं, कहते बहुत ज़्यादा हैं। हमारी जो इंडियन एम्बेसी के लोग हैं वहाँ यूक्रेन में, दे हैव लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज, लिमिटेड मैन पावर, कुछ लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ ऑफिसर्स। वहाँ जब 1, 2, 3, 4 मिनिस्टर जाएगा, हमको इस चीज़ का फीडबैक है। इन लोगों को नहीं कहेंगे वो, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मुझे मालूम है कि कैसे यूक्रेन के जो एम्बेसी के लोग कहते थे, ये लोग आकर के मुझे तंग कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि सबके पीछे प्रोटोकॉल देना पड़ता है, उनको गाड़ी दो, उनको रहने की जगह दो, उनको ये दो, उनको ये दो। इन्होंने वहां पर जाकर के किया क्या इंडियन एम्बेसी के लोग यूक्रेन में जो बैठे हैं, क्या बेवकूफ हैं कि उनको इवैक्यूएट करने के लिए वो कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, जितने मिनिस्टर गए हैं, सब ने उनकी ड्यूटी में उनको व्यवधान किया है। एक मिनिस्टर अगर बता दे माननीय अध्यक्ष जी कि जा करके इन्होंने क्या सहयोग किया, क्या मदद की इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स को निकालने के लिए, तो मैं अपनी बात वापस ले लूंगा। केवल एक मिनिस्टर बता दे कि वहां पर जा करके इन्होंने क्या मदद की है? हाँ, क्या मदद की बता दें। और देखिए एक चीज, अरे सुनिए, मेरी भी बात को सुनिए। मैं कोई लिखा पढ़ा नहीं भाषण बोल रहा है, मैंने जो समझा है, जो मेरी आवाज है, वो मैं बोल रहा हूं, और आप मुझे दबा नहीं सकते। चाहे जितने लोग चिल्लाते रहें, और मैं बोलता रहूंगा, आप मुझे बता नहीं सकते। लेकिन हाँ, वैसे वैसे सुनिए सुनिए
जी जी
वैसे
अरे
हम सभी लोग जानते हैं कि यूक्रेन का जो प्रेसिडेंट है मिस्टर जेलेंस्की, पहले एक कॉमेडियन था, वो एक मैच्योर नेता नहीं था लेकिन इतना पॉपुलर था कि उसका प्रेसिडेंट हो गया। अब जब जान रहा है कि हम रसा से बहुत कमजोर हैं तो उसको फौरी तौर पर कुछ निगोशिएशन करके कुछ डिप्लोमेटिक वे में रास्ता निकलना चाहिए था, समझौता करना चाहिए था। हजारों लोग मारे जा रहे हैं, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग, अस्पताल, सैन्य ठिकाना, सुनिए सैन्य ठिकाना, माल, सड़क, आप देखिए टीवी में कितना खूबसूरत कंट्री लगता है। देखिए एक देश का मामला दूसरा है, इंडिविजुअल मसला दूसरा है। अगर आज हमसे कोई टकराए तो मैं कहूँगा कि मैं सीना तान के खड़ा हूँ, मैं झुकूंगा नहीं, गोली मार दूँ। लेकिन जो ये सरकार का मामला है, आज अगर नेटो, यूरोपियन यूनियन, वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज, सारे देश मिल करके अगर वार क्राइम में भी पुतिन को पकड़ें और उसको फांसी भी दिला दें, देखिए अगर उसको जो कि दूर दूर तक कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो क्या यूक्रेन का जो तहस नहस हुआ है वो वापस आ जाएगा? ये सोचने की बात है। तो मैं तो माफी के साथ कहना चाहता हूं कि जो यूक्रेन की लीडरशिप थी जेलेंस्की की, इस मामले में उसने सीना दिखा कर खड़ा नहीं रहना चाहिए था, उसको समझौता करके इसका रास्ता निकलना चाहिए था। और हाँ, हम मोदी साहब की बड़ी हर मामले में क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, लेकिन इसमें तारीफ करते हैं कि जेलेंस्की को भले वो थोड़ा थोड़ा, जैसे वो क्रीमिया ले लिया है, ऐसे थोड़ा थोड़ा और देता रहता, कुछ बातचीत करता रहता, जैसे मोदी जी थोड़ा थोड़ा दे रहे हैं।
आपके दल के एक माननीय सदस्य और बोलेंगे
जैसे जी, मेरी बात सुनिए
जी।
मैं आपके माध्यम से, माननीय विदेश मंत्री जी भी बैठे हैं, और बहुत चैलेंज के साथ कहना चाहता हूं कि जितना टुकड़ा टुकड़ा करके देश का हिस्सा चाइना को देते जा रहे हैं, ये केवल उसी पर लड़ाई रुकी हुई है। और ये सुनिए, और ये हम तो यहाँ कहेंगे कि इसमें डिप्लोमेसी है, इसकी तो हम तारीफ करते हैं। जिस दिन
आपके दल से एक और माननीय सदस्य बोलने वाले हैं, प्लीज
अपने गिरेबान में झांक कर देखिए कि आपने हिंदुस्तान का कितना हिस्सा दे दिया है। अभी 2-3 साल पहले देखते थे ना, वो इंडिया के सैनिक चाइना के सैनिकों को रोकते थे कि आगे नहीं जाने दे रहे हैं। उसके बाद टीवी से ये खत्म हो गया। उसके बाद किसी ने पता करने की कोशिश किया कि क्या हुआ। चाइना जितना लेना चाहता था, सड़क बनाना चाहता था, चाहे उसका हिस्सा रहा हो, चाहे भूटान का रहा हो, चाहे इंडिया का, सब पर उसने सड़क बना लिया, सब पर कब्जा कर दिया। और फिंगर टिप्स के बारे में तो आप जानते हैं, जो वहां पर अभी गलवान घाटी में जो झगड़ा हुआ कि हम कहाँ थे, वहां से कहाँ चले गए।
जी।
और पिछले सेशन में ये बीजेपी के एमपी तापिर गांव साहब ने कहा कि वो 50 किलोमीटर क्या 100 किलोमीटर भीतर घुस आया है। तो आप सच्चाई से मुंह नहीं मोड़ सकते। आप इस मामले में सुनिए, इस मामले में लड़ाई बचाने के लिए कर रहे हैं, ठीक कर रहे हैं। जब
ठीक है, सुप्रिया जी, ठीक है, नाम हटे, ठीक है, जी, बिल्कुल, कोई नाम जरूर बोलिए। सुप्रिया जी प्लीज, नथिंग इज गोइंग रिकॉर्ड नाउ। हाँ सुप्रिया जी, उनका कोई चीज रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रही है, आप प्लीज।
Thank you, sir. I speak on behalf of the Nationalist Congress Party in this 193 on the Ukraine and Russia situation. So there is no glory in the battle worth the blood it costs. So I take this thought forward, which Sumati, my colleague and friend, mentioned earlier, that nobody really wins a war. It's only war widows, children who are orphaned many times, and mothers who just have people telling them that your son was a brave son who's never going to come back. So it's a very, very painful situation. The television that we've been watching, the media reports that are coming, is a very, very painful times I think the world is watching today. We have to take sides. We are judging people what is right or wrong. But truly what is really right in any war is something I've never understood. I would like to thank the Ministry of External Affairs and the leader who leads it, Shri Jaishankar ji. And this is the second time I'd like to thank him for the COVID intervention that his entire team did. I think was just most wonderful, and I think the only thought that I have in mind as a Member of Parliament is gratitude towards your department, because in the most challenging times during the COVID, MEA was one mantralaya that all you had to do is just tweet, and within minutes, I mean, people sort of thought that it was flattering for us. They thought we were so influential in India that we could actually help people all over the world. And I think we got a lot of blessings thanks to you, but we won't forget to pass them on, because they actually deserve at the MEA doorstep, not as ours. We are only agencies to do that. So this department and the entire team globally has done wonderful work during COVID. And then came another situation, which was this Operation Ganga. Operation Ganga, I do understand, it has its moments, and Dr. Tharoor has spoken extensively about it, but I don't think we should even forget all the airlines who helped us. I mean, it's unfortunate that India doesn't have its own airline anymore, but all the Indians came together. It was not about who owned the airline, whether it was private, whether it was government, but everybody unitedly supported it and brought all our children back. But I think the only disappointment for me, I mean, it was Dr. Abdullah also said that it was very, very brave of the ministers to go. Even I felt that when I saw all the ministers there, and I used to wonder what their families must be going through. It felt almost like you sent a soldier to war on a border, what his or her family go through. But clearly they went. But I think the disappointing scenes for us, which I really didn't want to criticize, because they had done such wonderful work. Had one thing you had not done, this was actually a far short, which has just gone flawlessly for you, is the jingoism that came at the end of it, which was very painful, because you had done such wonderful work. Unfortunately, I didn't see you doing it, so there was hope for me in this government that one of my most favorite ministers didn't do it, because he really showed dignity and class, because we are not doing a favor to our children by bringing them. बच्चे हमारे लाना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, and they are our children, they are not yours and mine, and everybody's children study abroad. My son studies abroad now, my daughter is aspiring to go abroad. So there's nothing right or wrong ki jinko kam mark mile isliye vaga. I think it's very, very unfortunate to judge our children. Children look for opportunities. And here at globalization, we can't say ki jo Bharat mein padega wohi acha bachcha hai, jo pardesh mein ga usko kam mark mile. I think these are very unfortunate, careless statements, and we in this house must be very, very respectful and make sure that we don't make such statements, especially at such times. But this Operation Ganga went out exceptionally well. I remember a mother. I would like to put his Vandana from my constituency. Her son is becoming a doctor because he didn't get the marks, didn't get the admission. She would call me every day and cry. She was a helpless mother who was running from pillar to post. Ki koi mere bacche ko theek se laye. And then he was walking. They were doing everything to help each other. And the MEA was very, very kind, and I'd really put our gratitude on record for everything that you have done for our children. What I would like to highlight in this entire discussion is the Russian military imports, and in the foreign policy, we constantly talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, how are we going to take this relationship forward with Russia is something we'll have to introspect, because a lot of times what happens is we are dependent on them. It's wonderful to be Atmanirbhar for any human being and a nation. So even in defense, when we take programs forward, just last week I had the opportunity to ask this question to the Honorable Defense Minister. There are a lot of Indian companies. There's one company which happens to be in my own constituency, Bharat Forge, which really wants to work in defense exports and making India Atmanirbhar. So do you think we could work better, because the whole world is changing? Is this new word which has come, that the new order world? I think it's a new connotation we've all come up with. So new world order. So the new world order, are we going to rethink all this? And we will very soon have to react and see how indigenous companies' products need to be brought out, and all our Indian companies to be helped to, I'm not saying we stop buying from Russia, it's not something, or any other country in the world, but in the Atmanirbhar scheme, what more and what intervention would you like to do that? Talk about human rights. A lot of, even the Honorable Home Minister yesterday talked about human rights, and it's of the person who suffers is the human rights we are talking about. I appreciate what he said yesterday, but today, even if we are pro-Russia or pro whichever country in the world we want, today what is happening in Ukraine is unpardonable for anybody. I mean, what have those children, those women done that they are paying this price for? You see women with guns. It's not something, I'm completely against the gun control. Why should anybody need a gun? Guns are to be kept by the government. Why do citizens need guns? So how are we going to address this issue? I mean, we talk about genocide. This is a genocide. So what are we going to do? How do we bring in more peace with more dialogue? What can India's role be to protect both the nations and stop this genocide? It's just to see helpless citizens running. And are we going to talk about Russia's aggression as well? And I'm not saying this, our relationship is wonderful, but even if we have a good relationship with somebody, if there is something which we feel is not good, I think it's our moral duty to raise it. I mean, everybody's talked about India's relationship with Russia. I'm so glad, because this entire session, all we heard is bad things about the first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. But today, this is a great opportunity. I think life is a full circle. That today, we are praising Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and that's the legacy. Legacies don't just come from parties and organizations. These are the legacies that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru has given us, and that's where India is starting. And this entire debate is from a relationship where he stood and where he's brought India to, and it's the same foreign policy where we are. Especially, I'd even like to put it on record, it's not just the Russian foreign policy, but even for what we did with America, I would like to put it on record that Dr. Manmohan Singh ji, when we had the nuclear deal with America, it was Manmohan Singh ji who led that dialogue, and how our relationship with Russia, with America, all superpowers, we have done exceptionally well as a country. And I still remember Sushma ji, Arun ji, everybody supported it because it was in the larger interest of this nation. I still remember President Bush saying, if Dr. Kakodkar approves it, we will sign it. It was on a lighter note that showed how deep the relationship was of trust. So I think that's something we need to definitely discuss. Just one small point I'd like to raise is that the Honorable Minister talked about oil and disrupted growth and the shock of inflation that the government is going. I mean, he talked about oil prices. You know, we have many solutions. It's just the timing of the oil prices going up. When there was elections going on, the war had already started, oil prices had already. So the only reason, since he was defending it, I'd like to put it on record that oil prices do fluctuate, but just to blame it all the time on something else. Maybe we can use the cess. You take this government, every government collects a lot of cess, and with the COVID situation, with all the price rise going on, is there a solution that we could use some of our cess, which we could do that? And a last point, sir, I'd like to say, he talked about, Hardeep Puri ji talked about colleges and universities, and how we could not help our children because our children didn't get clear signals. Why could we not reach out to the universities as well? So when he was there and making several calls, maybe we should have reached out to universities. So there, lot could have done. I'm not saying nothing was done. A lot, in his reply, he said that children didn't want to come back in his intervention because universities were giving them mixed signals. So country versus, and the children are torn between this. And one last question, sir, that whatever's happened, you've done a great job. There were hiccups. I understand it was a crisis. It can't be flawless. But now what next? When these kids have come back, some kids have come back during COVID and now kids back, what is the specific intervention the government plans to do for the future of all our children have come? And what is the larger goal in this new global situation? You see what's happening in Pakistan, what's happening in Sri Lanka. We're trapped in a situation, I would use the word trapped, because of all our neighbors. There seems to be some instability, so India is going to go through a very difficult time resolving all these issues. It's not going to be an easy road, it's going to be a slightly difficult for you. So I think all we should really look for, sir, I'd like to quote, peace cannot be kept by force. It can be only achieved by understanding. So I expect the MEA to show a lot of understanding, and you can lead, and I'm sure we can get a world better order for the world.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ऐसे अनुभव सभी माननीय सदस्यों को आए होंगे कि पहले बच्चे की चिंता में, दुख में माता पिता आंसू गिरा रहे थे और बाद में मिलने पर आंसू गिरा रहे थे. दोनों प्रकार के आंसू इस दौरान हम लोगों ने देखे हैं. एनीवे, हाँ, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर श्री किरण रिजिजू जी. जी जी, एक प्रयास से पहले, प्रयास के बाद.
I thought I may not require to make a quick intervention because the issue which we are discussing under Rule 193 on the situation in Ukraine arising out of a military conflict between Russia and Ukraine, as honorable members have raised certain important questions, they sought clarifications, and our Minister for Foreign Affairs will respond it appropriately. And foreign policy is very, very serious. That is why, as a member of this House and as a part of the Cabinet, I will not make any statement about the policy and other issues which my colleague Jai Shankarji will respond. But there are certain points which I feel I must speak, because during the discussion and outside the House also, many issues are being raised, which were not necessary at all. जैसे हमारा अभी एक साथी ने भी कुछ बातें ऐसे बोल के चले गए जिसको कहना ही नहीं चाहिए था, कोई जरूरत भी नहीं है। और फॉरेन पॉलिसी इतना सीरियस मैटर है कि शशि थरूर जी ने कुछ बातें अपने बोल गई, मनीष तिवारी जी ने भी, दोनों कांग्रेस के हैं, दोनों ने बोले, थोड़ा अलग अलग लाइन बोले। अगर इसको अब बाहर चले जाएंगे तो बोलेंगे कि ये कांग्रेस ने ऐसा बोला है, तो कांग्रेस का पॉलिसी लगने लगेगा। इसलिए सरकार में भी हम कुछ बोलेंगे तो लगेगा कि ये सरकार का पॉलिसी है। इसलिए इसमें दो आवाजें फॉरेन पॉलिसी को लेकर के नहीं उठना चाहिए। और कभी कभी ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि एक मेंबर ने कुछ बात कहे और इंडियन पार्लियामेंट में ऐसा बात कही है, तो वो देश का छवि में भी वो असर पड़ता है। इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि कुछ बातें हैं, कुछ पॉलिसी है जिस पर हम एकजुट होना चाहिए। बहुत सारा सदस्यों ने कहा है कि फॉरेन पॉलिसी में तो हम एकजुट होना ही चाहिए। ये जो यूक्रेन क्राइसिस का, जैसे मैंने कहा, जिक्र तो हमारा डिटेल में फैक्ट्स, फिगर्स, पॉलिसी मेरे कलीग Now you listen to me. I hope that yes, exactly with that spirit, I am going to make a quick intervention, not more than 7-8 minutes. सर अध्यक्ष जी, आपने अभी सुना है, कई बातें कही हैं, तारीफ भी किया, और तारीफ करते करते फिर ये कहते हैं कि आपने इतना चेस्ट थम्पिंग क्यों किया, क्लेम क्यों किया। जब एडवाइजरी इशू हुआ तो फिर आप बोलते हैं एडवाइजरी इशू नहीं किया। हम बताते हैं कि एडवाइजरी किया है, फिर आप बोलते हैं क्यों क्लेम करते हैं। फिर बोलते हैं कि सरकार वहां जाता नहीं, मंत्री जाता नहीं, मिलते नहीं बच्चों से, किसी को नहीं भेजा। फिर जब भेजते हैं तो फिर बोलता है कि आप फिर दिखाता क्यों है, फिर चेस्ट थम्पिंग क्यों करते। अरे तो करे तो क्या करे, नहीं करे तो भी आप पूरा आपत्ति इसमें उठाते हैं, करे तो भी आपको तकलीफ होता है। तो इसलिए आप लोगों को मैं बहुत ही विनम्रता पूर्वक से मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि इस तरह का लड़ाई का सिचुएशन में, लड़ाई जैसे हालत में, सरकार जो भी करता है वो देश के लिए करता है, और सबको उस समय तक तो कम से कम मौन व्रत रखना चाहिए। जब ऑपरेशन खत्म होगा, राजनीति करने का समय होता है, और आपने ऑपरेशन समय में ये नहीं किया था, ये करना चाहिए था, उस समय बाद में हम लोग जिक्र कर सकते हैं। लेकिन जब ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं उस समय में भी यहाँ दुनिया भर का बातें जो है लिखी जा रही है। मैं एक बार जब वहां पहुंचे, ब्रतिस्लावा कोशिशे में थे, और वहां एक छोटा सा एयरपोर्ट है सर, छोटा सा एयरपोर्ट है, वो नॉर्मली इंटरनेशनल ऑपरेशन वहां से होता नहीं है, वो सिर्फ इंडिया के लिए खोला गया। हम यहां से निकलने से पहले प्रधानमंत्री, वहां के प्रधानमंत्री से बात किया, और एक एयरपोर्ट को हमारे लिए पूरा यूज करने का अनुमति दिया, हमको पूरा अंदर तक एक्सेस दिया। इतना वहां कर रहे, हमारा 24 घंटे वहां मिशन के लोग लगे हुए हैं। यहां आराम से किसी ने, मैं तो टाइम नहीं था, लेकिन किसी ने दिखाया, एक स्टाफ ने दिखाया, सर ऐसा ऐसा आने से दुख लगता है। तो यहां से किसी ने क्या कि वो एम्बेसी के स्टाफ, इंडियन मिशन के डिप्लोमेट्स कुछ काम का नहीं है, बच्चे को अपने आप छोड़ दिए मरने के लिए, कोई काम नहीं कर रहा है। वहां 24 घंटे रात दिन काम कर रहे हैं, खाना लेके खिला रहे हैं, रहने का व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं। और ऐसे समय में यहाँ बहुत ही रेस्पॉन्सिबल इस देश का पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स इस तरह का जो बातें करते हैं, उससे कितना तकलीफ होता है। कुछ समय के लिए तो आप रुक सकते थे। मेरे पास में भी हजारों संख्या में SMS, व्हाट्सएप आया इसको उठा के लाइए, इसको लाइए, इसको लाइए। हमने कहा कि यहाँ ऐसे सिचुएशन में किसी को प्रायोरिटी दे करके आपको पहले एयरक्राफ्ट भेजेंगे, ऐसा नहीं है। वो व्यवस्था बनाया हुआ है और व्यवस्था के मुताबिक जितने भी आ रहे हैं, एक तो वो लड़ाई का माहौल है, उसमें जो पहले आएंगे उसी को भेजेंगे। कि किसी एमपी ने, किसी चीफ मिनिस्टर ने कह दिया इसलिए आपको पहले लाइन तोड़ के आगे भेजेंगे, ये तो सब नहीं कर सकते। तो इस हालत में एवरीबडी इज इंडियन एंड एवरी स्टूडेंट इज इंडियन स्टूडेंट, तो सबको बराबर का हम लोग को तवज्जो देना था। और आप याद रखिए, यूक्रेन कोई छोटा मोटा देश नहीं है सर। यूरोप के अंदर में रशिया के बाद सबसे बड़ा देश यूक्रेन है। यूक्रेन इतना बड़ा साइज है और वहां लड़ाई का जो माहौल में हमारे जो लोग बच के आए, निकल के आए, किस परिस्थिति में आए, अब जरा उसको कल्पना कीजिए। ईस्टर्न यूक्रेन से वेस्टर्न तक आना, और वहां हम किसी यूक्रेनियन को कह भी नहीं सकते कि आप हमारा क्यों मदद नहीं कर रहे। वो खुद अपने बचने में लगे हुए हैं या वो काउंटर ऑफेंसिव में लगे हुए हैं, सारा इमरजेंसी लगा हुआ है। और इस हालात में सारा चल रहा है और यहाँ आराम से कोई बोल देंगे कि क्यों स्टाफ नहीं भेजा। तो वहाँ हमारे कोई इंडिया का तो मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन तो नहीं चल रहे हैं, हमारे वहाँ जो सिविल स्टाफ है, एम्बेसी के लोग हैं, वो काम कर रहे हैं। और वो भी जो पूरा शेलिंग हो रहे हैं, फायरिंग हो रहे हैं, मिसाइल छोड़े जा रहे हैं। और ऐसे बीच में कितना मुश्किल में, जिसके लिए ट्रेन नहीं है, फिर भी हमारा डिप्लोमेट जो मिशन में जितना काम करने वाले हैं, वो पूरे अपने जोखिम जान को डाल करके काम कर रहे थे। और इस समय सर, क्योंकि सर जब मैं अपने आंखों से जो देखा, और बॉर्डर एरिया में हमारे इंडियंस तो आ ही रहे थे और यूक्रेनियन लाखों में जा रहे थे। लाइन मैंने देखा, लाइन खत्म नहीं हो रहे थे, इतने लोग आ रहे थे, इतने लोग जा रहे थे। और इस बीच में हमारे भारत के भी लोग आ रहे थे। तो ऐसा हालत में ये सारा जो मैनेजमेंट करना सर, ये कोई आसान तो है नहीं। इसलिए आप लोगों ने, कई लोगों ने तारीफ किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी की तारीफ किया, भारत सरकार के एफर्ट को तारीफ किया, ये अच्छी बात है। ये क्योंकि हम लोग इसको क्रेडिट लेने के लिए नहीं कह रहे हैं, ये तो हमारी ड्यूटी है। कोई भी सरकार होता ये करते हैं। और सर हम वहां पहुंचने से पहले मैं हमारे कलीग जयशंकर जी को और उनके पूरे टीम को भी मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री जी जो लगातार हम लोग के साथ में भी रिव्यू मीटिंग लिया जाने से पहले, और जब मैं वहां पहुंचे, मिशन के लोग, स्लोवाकिया में जब मैं था सर, वहां पेरिस के मिशन से, जिनेवा से, यूएन मिशन से, और वहां जर्मनी से और ब्रसेल से, सारे लोगों को एक्स्ट्रा लेकर के वहां लगा के रखा हुआ है जमीन पे, और रात दिन पूरे ड्यूटी काम कर रहे हैं। मैं सर आज इसी सदन में और जिक्र करना चाहता हूं, हमारे कितने स्टूडेंट्स जो यूक्रेन के जो बॉर्डर में पढ़ रहे थे, वो भी वॉलंटियर के रूप में काम कर रहे थे। और कई हमारे देश के लोग हैं जो वहाँ बिजनेस करते हैं और अलग अलग चीज़ों के लिए वहाँ जाते हैं या रह गए, वहाँ की नागरिकता भी प्राप्त कर चुके हैं। कई लोग इंडियन ओरिजिन है, उन्होंने भी पूरा सेल्फलेसली घर से खाना बना के भी लेके आके हमारे लोगों को खिला रहे थे। मिशन में तो ये देश बड़े देश नहीं है, छोटे छोटे देश है, तो हमारे मिशन का साइज भी तो लिमिटेड है। तो इसलिए हाँ जी, हाँ सबको, यूक्रेनियन को भी, और खास करके खैर यूक्रेनियन तो संख्या में बहुत ज़्यादा थे, और क्योंकि यूक्रेनियन को छोड़ के हमारा देश के लोग काफ़ी थे। और सर लगभग 23,000 के लोग जो वहाँ से निकले हैं, तो आप इमेजिन कीजिए, हमारा टेरिटरी नहीं है, वो किसी और का टेरिटरी है। पहले के जो ऑपरेशन होते थे उसमें हमारा कुछ लोग होते थे, अगर 500 को भी ऑपरेशन करके निकालना है, इवैक्यूएशन करना है, वो भी तो एक टफ जॉब होते हैं। लेकिन जब 20,000 23,000 का बात करते हैं, तो आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, माइनस टेम्परेचर में बर्फ गिर रहा है, ऐसे समय में कोई एक कंबल भी दे दे, एक जैकेट भी दे दे, और एक चाय कप भी पिला दे, पानी पिला दे, तो वो कितना महान काम हो जाता है ऐसे परिस्थिति में सर। तो ये एक आदमी का काम नहीं होता है, उसमें कितने लोग उसमें एफर्ट डालते हैं। तो इसलिए सर मैं ज़्यादा लंबा नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन जो हमारे कुछ साथियों ने कुछ बातें टिप्पणी की है, मैं उसको करेक्ट करना चाहता हूँ। यहाँ कोई सरकार क्रेडिट लेने के लिए काम नहीं कर रहा है, हमारा एक दायित्व है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसलिए मंत्री लेवल को भेजा क्योंकि ये ऑपरेशन का स्केल बड़ा था। और सर जैसे कि एक देश का राष्ट्रपति जाता है तो उस देश का प्रोटोकॉल में रेस्पॉन्ड भी उस हिसाब से करते हैं। अगर हम यहाँ से ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी भेजेंगे तो वहाँ भी रेस्पॉन्ड ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी ही करेंगे, ये एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय का एक स्थापित प्रोटोकॉल है। जब मंत्री जाते हैं तो उनका रेस्पॉन्स उस स्तर पे होता है। ये एक सेट प्रोटोकॉल है। एक प्राइम मिनिस्टर का बराबर का दर्जा होता है। इसलिए मैं जब स्पेशल एनवॉय होकर के गए और वहाँ के प्रधानमंत्री मिस्टर एडवर्ड हेगर, जो स्लोवाकिया के प्रधानमंत्री, उनसे मैं जब मिला तो उन्होंने दो चीजें, काफी लंबा बात हुआ लेकिन दो चीज मैं बताना चाहता हूं। पहला तो ये कहा कि इंडिया का जो एफर्ट है, अपने देश के लोगों को जिस तरीके से आपके प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, आपकी सरकार ने काम किया है, कोई और सरकार किसी और देश ने नहीं किया है। दूसरा, उन्होंने ये बात कही है कि ये बड़ा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, सब चिंतित है और आपके प्रधानमंत्री का बड़ा कद है, सब इज्जत करते हैं और इस वार को रोकने में आपके प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी बड़ा योगदान कर सकता है। आशा की नजर से हम लोग देखते हैं। ये उनका प्रधानमंत्री जी ने औपचारिक रूप से ऑफिशियली हमको कहा है। इसके अलावा सर, मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं वहां के पूरा टीम, वहां के पूरा डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के टीम, वहां के फॉरेन अफेयर्स के, वहां के जो सिक्योरिटी स्टाफ, एयरपोर्ट के जितने भी लोग हैं सर, इनको, क्योंकि मेरा पास सूची है लेकिन नाम लेने से लंबा हो जाएगा, लेकिन मैं सबको भारत सरकार की ओर से, इस हमारे जो संसद है इसके ओर से, हमारे इतने हजारों हमारे बच्चों को, भारत के बच्चों को लाने में जो जो मदद किया, सबको मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। और अंत में सर, ये इम्पोर्टेंट जो चर्चा आज हुई है उसमें बिना राजनीति लिए हुए मैं फिर से जितने मेंबर्स ने पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आखिरी में, क्योंकि हमारे एक वो मेंबर ने कह गई है, इसलिए श्याम जी जो अच्छा नहीं कहना चाहिए था, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि भारत जमीन टुकड़ा टुकड़ा करके चाइना को दे दिया, इस तरह का बातें सदन में नहीं कहना चाहिए। सर, सबको मालूम है कि जो भी हमारा जो क्लेम टेरिटरी चाइना के कब्जे में या पाकिस्तान में, ये अभी का नहीं है, उस जमाने का है। मैं किसी का नाम लेके कहना नहीं चाहता हूं। नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब से प्रधानमंत्री बना है, 1 इंच हमारा जमीन गया नहीं है। मैं अरुणाचल प्रदेश से आता हूं, जहां किसी एक टेलीविजन वाला ने बदमाशी किया, एक विदेशी वेबसाइट से लेकर के कहा कि यहां चाइना ने अरुणाचल में आकर के एक बस्ती बनाया, गांव बनाया। ये गलत है। जो बनाया, गांव बनाया, वो 1959 में चाइना उस समय ऑक्युपाई किया था। ये गलत, इस तरह का बातें करके देश को गुमराह नहीं करना चाहिए। और साथ में 2013 में एंटोनी साहब जब डिफेंस मिनिस्टर था, उन्होंने सार्वजनिक रूप से इस सदन में कहा है बात को कि भारत का पॉलिसी कि बॉर्डर एरिया में रास्ता नहीं बनाना, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं बनाना, ये भारत का पॉलिसी रहा है, ये गलत रहा है। उस पॉलिसी को नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार बदलने का काम कर रहा है और हमारा बॉर्डर सिक्योर्ड है। मेरे राज्य अरुणाचल प्रदेश, जहां से मैं चुन के आता हूं, वो भी 100% सेफ एंड सिक्योर्ड है।
थैंक यू। श्री अब्दुल समाधान जी।
Thank you, sir, for permitting me to take part in this very important discussion. Sir, various points have been discussed and raised by honorable members who spoke before me. I would like to address some in-depth ideas related with this matter. Sir, at the very outset, I would like to appreciate the evacuation process undertaken by the government with admirable diplomacy. So students who have come, who have safely returned from Ukraine, have to be settled. They have to be provided their educational facilities in our country. And as already stated and mentioned by our Honorable Shashi Tharoor ji, we have to think of the phenomena why our students are compelled to go out of the country for medical education, and we have to solve that problem facing our educational system, especially medical education. And sir, necessary regulations have to be made to settle these returned students, to enable them to continue their studies in our country. Sir, while coming to this nucleus of this matter, we have to observe the global phenomena. After the attack of the virus, the attack of the violence. So, sir, I think there is a need throughout the world, globally, to create an atmosphere of a culture of peace, coexistence, mutual respect. Sir, war is a satanic trap planned by the major powers. It is the biggest strategic blunder of the international political history. And sir, it results in criminal waste of colossal human resources, as we all know. We were speaking of the unipolar world. The present day system is described as a unipolar world, but still, sir, there are major powers are there. In the name of new names, new banners, they are taking part in this drama of violence. Unko bhi benaqab karna padega. And sir, it is well and good that we adopted the non-aligned line. The non-alignment and commitment to justice, international justice, should go side by side. Sir, those were the days, this Ukraine problem when we were so much suffering and our students were sending messages, our parents calling with pain and agony. And we have to appreciate that our honorable minister acted well, the government, no doubt about that. But sir, those days we remembered the legacy of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the non-aligned legacy. But sir, along with that, aggression is aggression. Keeping our line of non-alignment, we have to condemn the aggressor. Colonialists and imperialists, sir, they are still active. In the name of diplomacy and security, they are attacking nations by nations. That is why, sir, these international confrontations are taking place throughout the world in different parts. Sir, I think there is a problem of humanity crumbling under the burden of its own weight. Science, technology, intellectual advancement, everything is wasted, misused for developing the culture of violence. सर, आप आंसू के बारे में, लोगों के बेकसूर लोगों के आंसू के बारे में आप अभी कह रहे थे. सर, मैं आई एम रिमाइंडेड ऑफ ए कपलेट, सब कुछ रहा है इस धरती के ज़माने में, सब कुछ रहा है इस धरती के ज़माने में, मगर ये क्या गज़ब है, आदमी इंसान नहीं होता. ये सर इसलिए है सर, सर इसलिए है सर, ये कत्ल गारत, दुश्मनी व नफरत, ये खून की दरिया, सब कुछ होता है सर. So sir, my suggestion is that we have to, our government should work hard for bringing a mediatory atmosphere, and we have to try to create the culture of pluralism, the multi-ethnic, the multi-religious, multicultural, multilingual. Even if you have to fight with the odds, our India have to try for that. And sir, it is, sir, 2 minutes. Sir, it is high time for us to create an atmosphere of peace, to work together, to bring nations together. Sir, I think Machiavelli has to be answered by Mahatma Gandhi. That is, sir, the need of the hour. And sir, I am reminded of a Upanishad sloga written in the dome of this Parliament House. We have to work on these lines. Ayam nija parovedi. Gananam lekuchedasam. Ayam nija parovedi gananam lekuchedasam. Udara charidanam tu vasudhaiva kudumbagam. Sir, the person who is singing I alone, Ayam nija parovedi gananam lekuchedasam. Their mind is very small. Their vision is very, very, very limited. That is why this war and this strife, the animosity is coming to existence. And Udare Charidanam tu, for those people who think widely, Vasudhaiva Kudumbagam. Udaram Charidanam tu Vasudhaiva Kudumbagam. For those people, the entire world is their family. And I think, sir, there is high time for our government, India, to work hard in these lines. Thank you, sir, for giving me this.
Srinivasulu Reddy ji.
The Honorable Speaker for having a discussion on the important issue of the situation in Ukraine, sir. At the outset, I would like to thank and congratulate our Honorable Prime Minister and the External Affairs Minister on the safe evacuation of Indian individuals as a part of the government's Operation Ganga, sir. Sir, in this, actually, the people, the students were there, locked up there in Ukraine for a long time. They were all crying with their parents and friends also about how to, they have to be evacuated. When the war has been declared, suddenly, and at the time, appropriate time, I must appreciate our Honorable Prime Minister, sir. He has taken a pragmatic view also by sending 3 of the cabinet ministers also to that place. And wherever that possibility will be there to bring them back also, it has done it, sir. So that way, the Operation Ganga has become so effective in our country. All the students there from Ukraine have come back safely, sir. Sir, especially to tell you frankly also, one more thing to be added to that, our Honorable Chief Minister, Y.S. Jagannath Reddy are also from Andhra Pradesh, who are all gone there. So it has been assembled here in Delhi also in AP Bhavan, and those students have also been brought back, sir. Sir, the main interest is that, all the students have come back here. Ukraine is a small country comparatively with that. But a lot of medical students, have started, learning there also, going for the courses, sir. They are all, actually come to the final studies also. Now, what will our government, I must actually through you, sir, request the Honorable External Affairs Minister and the Health Minister also. They have to be accommodated, sir. And why they have gone also, you must appreciate that, sir. See, they were unable to pay the fees here. The fees in India is, very high. So, all those, students who have come back from, Ukraine have to be accommodated at nominal fees. If Government of India can take a decision that, they can actually also pay the entire thing, we'll all be, highlighted about it, sir. And which our Honorable, Prime Minister is so gracious. With, sir, I must tell you that, sir, with his experience of, more than 22 years in power, whether state or central, and he has actually, crossed, I should not say that, Pandit Jawaharlal ji also, sir. So with so much of, capability, our Honorable Prime Minister can resolve this, students issue. That is very much required, sir. And, sir, moreover that not only that, you have to increase also the medical, seats in our country itself. Then only it is possible. Otherwise, people will try to also, again, students will try to, go to the other countries also, wherever Ukraine, China, Russia, Georgia, and other study medicine also, sir. Whatever the main crux is that, because fees only. The fee structure is very, very cheap there, and they will also be qualified like, they will be qualified here in India, sir. Sir, we have to bring it. Our good friend has told now, sir, about the Vasudhaika Kutumbam. I agree with him also, sir. Even though he has elaborately told also, it is one family. That is between 2 countries, now itself, now again in this 21st century also, the wars declaring is going on also. But somehow our Indian government also taken a pragmatic view for that, and now somehow in UNESCO itself, this has to be highlighted there, and this family that is, world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbam it has to be also, the values of that Vasudhaiva Kutumbam also has to be protected, sir. Sir, that way, I must just, share with you, sir, you need to adopt a balanced approach while giving statement between 2 countries. As our government well balanced its ties with India, and with this, sir, India chose to abstain from voting, but strongly recommended, about territorial integrity at the UNSC, and it was clearly highlighted Ukraine's plight, sir. Sir, now the situation is that infrastructure has to be created. Sir, we are totally dependent on Ukraine also, importing, so many items of it. Especially if see that also, the crude oil also imports will be high, and wheat also now we are importing there, and the fertilizers are also now we are importing from there. So all these things, replacing that, our cost also going up in India itself, sir. Somehow, you have to see that, the war is also stopped totally. That is, actually that part is very important, for our country to do it, sir. I am very much thankful to you, sir, for giving so much of time, and I am again repeatedly telling also, students' flight has to be also taken care, sir. Thank you, sir.
Shri K. Subarayan ji. Ji, please.
கொடுமையானது, கற்பனை செய்ய முடியாத அளவிற்கு மிகப்பெரிய தீங்கை ஏற்படுத்தக்கூடியது என்பதை 2 உலக யுத்தங்கள் மனித குலத்திற்கு தெளிவாக எடுத்துக்காட்டியிருக்கிறது. இந்த போர் எவ்வளவு தீங்கானது என்பதை குறித்து புகழ்பெற்ற விஞ்ஞானி ஐன்ஸ்டீன் குறிப்பிட்டதை நான் இங்கே மேற்கோள் காட்ட விரும்புகிறேன். 3வது உலக யுத்தம் வருமானால் இன்றைய அணு ஆயுத பெருக்கம் அதிகரித்துள்ள நிலையில் 3வது உலக யுத்தம் எவ்வாறு நடக்கும் என்று கேட்டபோது ஐன்ஸ்டீன் சொன்னாராம், 3வது உலக யுத்தம் நடந்தால் எப்படி இருக்கும் என்று எனக்கு தெரியாது, ஆனால் 4வது உலக யுத்தம் என்பது வில்லும் அம்பும் தான் ஆயுதங்களாக இருக்கும் என்று சொன்னாராம். இதனுடைய பொருள் என்னவென்றால் 3வது உலக யுத்தம் ஏற்படுமானால் உலகம் அழிந்து போகும் என்பதுதான் இதனுடைய பொருளாகும். எனவே அந்த படுபயங்கர விளைவை ஏற்படுத்தக்கூடிய ஒரு உலக யுத்தம் ஏற்படாமல் தடுப்பதற்கு நாம் மிக பெரும் போராட்டத்தை நடத்த வேண்டிய நெருக்கடி இருக்கிறது. உக்ரைன் நிலவரத்தை பொறுத்தவரையிலும் நான் இங்கே குறிப்பிட வரும்போது, உக்ரைன் சிச்சுவேஷன் 2 பாடங்களை இந்தியாவிற்கு தந்திருக்கிறது. ஒன்று, உள்நாட்டிலே என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும் என்பதையும் உலக அரங்கில் என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும் என்பதையும் இந்த போர் அனுபவங்கள் நமக்கு உணர்த்தி இருக்கின்றன. ஒன்று, உள்நாட்டில் செய்ய வேண்டிய மிக முக்கியமான பிரச்சனை, மாணவர்களை உக்ரைனிலிருந்து கொண்டு வருவதற்கு நமக்கு போதுமான வசதிகள் இல்லை. அதே மாதிரி ஏன் இங்கே இந்தியாவில் பரந்த நாட்டிலிருந்து பல கல்லூரிகள் இருக்கிற நிலையில் வெளிநாடுகளுக்கு படிக்க செல்ல யார் நிர்பந்தம் செய்தது, இதற்கு என்ன காரணம் என்பதை இந்தியா உணர வேண்டும். உணர்த்தி இருக்கிறது உக்ரைன் அனுபவம். உக்ரைனிலே படித்த இந்திய மாணவர்கள் இங்கே தனியார் மயம் காரணமாக, கல்லூரிகள் தனியார் மயமாக்கப்பட்டுள்ள காரணத்தால் பணம் மிக அதிக அளவில் கொடுத்து படிக்க இயலவில்லை. எனவே வெளிநாடுகளுக்கு செல்ல நிர்பந்தம் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளது. இந்த நிர்பந்தத்திற்கு யார் காரணம்? பிரைவேடைசேஷன் தான் காரணம். தனியார் மய கொள்கையை இந்த அரசு கடைபிடிப்பதால், இங்கே கல்லூரிகள் தனியாருக்கு வழங்கப்பட்டு விட்டதால் தனியாரிடம் அதிக பணம் செலவழித்து படிக்க இயலாமல் வெளிநாட்டுக்கு போனார்கள். இதை இந்த அரசு திருத்த வேண்டும். இரண்டாவது, எந்த ஏர்கிராப்டும் இல்லை, காலதாமதம் ஏற்பட்டதற்கு யார் காரணம்? நான் இங்கே ஒன்றை குறிப்பிட வரும்போது, நம்முடைய அயல்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மிகச்சிறப்பாக பணியாற்றினார்கள், அதில் நான் குறை காண விரும்பவில்லை. ஆனால் ஏர்கிராப்ட் இல்லாததால் அங்கிருந்து மாணவர்களை கொண்டு வர இயலவில்லை. என்ன காரணம்? இந்த அரசு ஏர் இந்தியாவை டாட்டாவுக்கு விட்டு, வித்தின் 2 minutes I will conclude, டாட்டாவுக்கு விட்டுவிட்டது. டாட்டாவுக்கு விட்டுவிட்ட காரணத்தால் இந்தியாவுக்கு சொந்த விமானம் இல்லை. இதற்கு காரணம் இந்த அரசின் தனியார் மய கொள்கைதான். அடுத்து நான் இங்கே குறிப்பிட வரும்போது மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு விஷயம், வெளிநாட்டு என்ன அனுபவத்தை உணர்த்தி இருக்கிறது? உலக அரங்கில் ஜவஹர்லால் நேரு காட்டிய வழியை இவர்கள் கடைபிடிக்க வேண்டும். உலக அரங்கில் இந்தியாவின் மதிப்பை உயர்த்தி காட்டியவர் ஜவஹர்லால் நேரு தான். அந்த நேருவின் கொள்கைதான் தனி, அதாவது எதையும் சார்ந்து நிற்காமல் தனித்த கொள்கை, நான் அலைன்மெண்ட் என்பதுதான் இன்றைய தேவை. அவற்றை இந்த அரசு கட்டாயமாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்பதை நான் இங்கே வலியுறுத்துகிறேன். கடைசியாக வித்தின் மினிட், கடைசியாக உக்ரைனில் ஏற்பட்ட அனுபவத்தை பற்றி இங்கே பலரும் குறிப்பிட்டார்கள். இந்த குறுகிய நேரத்தில் விரிவாக சொல்ல இல்லை. இந்த அரசுக்கு நான் குறிப்பிட வரும்போது, உலகில் எனக்கு முன்னர் நம்முடைய பல ஹானரபிள் மெம்பர்ஸ் சொன்னார்கள், அதையே நானும் சொல்லுகிறேன். இந்தியா விட்டு சென்ற செல்வம் எது? வசுதைவ குடும்பம் தான். வசுதைவ குடும்பம் தான் உலகிற்கு இந்தியா காட்டியது என்றால், இஸ்லாமியனோ கிறிஸ்துவனோ கருப்பனோ வெள்ளையனோ மஞ்சள் நிறத்தவனோ யாராக இருந்தாலும் அவர்களை சகோதரனாக பாவிக்க கற்றுக் கொடுத்த இந்த மண்ணில் கலகத்தை விதைப்பதை ஏற்க இயலாது. அது முறியடிக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்பதை தெரிவித்து விடைபெறுகிறேன்.
For giving me an opportunity to speak on 193 discussion on situation on Ukraine. We have witnessed loss of lives, chaos and disruption due to this conflict. And I congratulate the government for Operation Ganga. But there were several loopholes and issues which I would like to highlight and also expect the government to reply on these issues. First aspect is the economic aspect. The geopolitical tension between Russia and Ukraine has led to global supply disruptions, resulting in steep increase in global commodity prices, including prices of crude oil, gas, edible oils, fertilizers. Government of India is closely monitoring the global prices movement and their impact on India's economy through trade. Major items of export from India to Russia is pharmaceuticals, telecom instruments, iron, steel, coal, fertilizer. Major items of export from India to Ukraine is pharmaceutical, telecom instruments, iron and steel. As per the feedback received from industry, exports of some products from India are likely to be affected, including pharmaceuticals, telecom instruments, coffee and tea. As both Ukraine and Russia are major exporters of wheat, with more than 25% share in global wheat trade, disruption of exports from these countries thus provide India an opportunity to increase our export of wheat. Second is problems faced during the evacuation. Evacuation of the citizens from war zones is extremely difficult task. Foreign nationals who want to go back to their families are hard put. Indian citizens, particularly the students, most of them undergoing education in medical courses, have been facing the difficult time. Whereas most of the countries took away their citizens back home from Ukraine, the government of India failed to act on time. This is despite several requests from students to the embassy in Kyiv. When the war started, instead of organizing evacuation of students, the Indian embassy in Ukraine only kept on issuing advisories to the students to reach borders of Poland or Romania. It was an horrendous task for the students since from some places these borders are about 15 kilometers away. Several young boys and girls braved through the harsh weather and shelling to reach the borders. Evacuation means to bring a person out of the crisis, out from the crisis area, but here the students walked several kilometers or paid exorbitant amount to hire vehicles to reach the borders from where they could take the journey back home safely. It is, however, unfortunate that instead of praising the students for showing bravery in crossing the borders, the question is raised about the studies, their capabilities and their knowledge. The pertinent issue which has come to the fore now is why should Indian students opt for admission in the colleges abroad in such a large number? They are studying not only in Ukraine but in much larger number in USA, Canada, China. Many are in Philippines, Kazakhstan. According to the website of National Medical Commission, presently India has 605 medical colleges with 90,825 seats for the undergraduate course. Out of these 306 colleges with 45,000 seats are in the state sector. The number of colleges in the private sector is 289 with 43,000 seats and other 10 colleges with 1,800 seats. The tuition fee in the private colleges ranges from 60 lakhs to 1 crore rupees. This is far beyond the capacity of even the middle classes. Therefore, the students look for relatively cost-effective institutions for study in the colleges abroad. Total cost including the travel and stay is around 30 lakh rupees. To get registered with NMC, these students have to clear the foreign medical graduate exam. Those who pass this exam become as par with the others. So to raise such frivolous issue of the standard of education is to hide the failure to provide medical education at affordable rates inside the country. Prime Minister has said that more medical colleges need to be opened in the country to prevent our students from going abroad and has called upon the private sector to come forward. It is important to see that the career of these young students does not suffer. They are now much worried about the future. Government should reassure that they will take up the matter with empathy. All efforts, sir, I am the only one. All efforts should be made for the continuation of these studies in Ukraine. Once the situation improves, the decision of NMC to allow interns to do internship in India is a welcoming step. Others who are still in the graduation process should be assured that if things do not improve in Ukraine, they should be adjusted here in government colleges. Maharashtra government has asked the center to reach out to Russia and other Eastern European countries close to Ukraine with a request to accommodate Indian medical students in their universities to enable the war-affected students to complete their course. Maharashtra government is working on a policy to create a remedy plan for such students that also includes assessing the possibility to accommodate them at universities here. Maharashtra government is planning to provide a stopgap help to the affected students in Maharashtra in the form of extending theory lessons online and allowing library access in the medical colleges across state. While this is expected to be help to students enrolled in third year and above in medical colleges in Ukraine, those from first or second year will be encouraged to appear for NEET, which determines the medical admission in India. Curriculum of the first 2 years in Ukraine does not include medical knowledge, so they are not at par with the first year syllabus in India. Such students can appear for NEET and restart their studies. MUHS is trying to connect with universities in Ukraine to understand their syllabus and their plan with regard to completing the students' training. The state government and MUHS have also decided to begin the process of data collection at local levels with the help of local administration. It is estimated that out of 18,000 Indian students enrolled in medical education in 33 universities in Ukraine, around 2,000 are from Maharashtra. As demanded by other members of parliament, I would request the government to follow Maharashtra's government model and carry out a complete analysis for rehabilitation of these medical students.
Now conclude.
The other problem is the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association has said that the prices of raw materials derived from benzene or other petroleum products would rise due to conflict, leading to pharma exports to look for buyers elsewhere. Pharmaceuticals accounted for 30% of India's total exports to Ukraine between April and December last year, amounting to $173 million. Russia, on the other side, purchased pharma products worth $386 million in the same period. The sunflower, the Ukraine and Russia together, last point sir, Ukraine and Russia together account for 90% of the India's sunflower oil exports. Sunflower oil is one of the most edible oil consumed in India, so this should also be thought after. Then India should act as a mediator. Russia Foreign Minister Lavrov has said that India can mediate between Moscow and Kyiv as the peace talks between the two countries fail to come up with solutions yet to end the war. If India is with its position of just and rational approach to international problems, it can support such process. I request the government to act as a mediator and establish our country as a strong power in international affairs. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Mr. Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji. Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia ji.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। आज 193 रूल के अंतर्गत एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पर ये सदन चर्चा कर रहा है और ये मुद्दा एक संवेदनशीलता का मुद्दा है। ये एक मुद्दा है जहां हर भारतवासी की आवाज़ एक मत की होनी चाहिए, एक विचारधारा की होनी चाहिए। हम अलग अलग राजनीतिक दलों से हो सकें, लेकिन हमारे लिए सदैव देश पहला होना चाहिए। हमारे लिए सदैव देश का नागरिक पहला होना चाहिए और यही मंशा, विचारधारा, सोच और संकल्प के साथ हमारी सरकार प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश की सेवा, देश की विकास और देश की प्रगति के लिए अथक प्रयास दिन रात निरंतर कर रही है। विश्व में सभापति महोदय, जब किसी भी देश में एक लड़ाई का एक वातावरण तैनात होता है तो ये एक चिंताजनक विषय है, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण विषय है और एक दुखद विषय है। एक ऐसा कालखंड होता था सभापति महोदय, जब कभी दो देशों के बीच में एक जंग होती थी या लड़ाई होती थी तो उस जंग या उस लड़ाई का प्रभाव केवल उन देशों तक सीमित होता था, केवल आसपास के एक दो पड़ोसी देशों तक सीमित होता था। लेकिन आज विश्व बदल चुका है। जब हम एक इंटरकनेक्टेड वर्ल्ड में अपना जीवन यापन कर रहे हैं, जब हम एक विश्व के नागरिक के रूप में अपना जीवन यापन कर रहे हैं, तो कोई भी घटना अगर एक देश में होती है तो उसका प्रभाव विश्व स्तर पर उत्पन्न हो जाता है। उदाहरण के तौर पर सभापति महोदय, जब एक छोटा सा पत्थर भी हम एक नदी में फेंकें तो उसका जो रिपल इफेक्ट होता है, उसी तरह आज एक इंटरकनेक्टेड वर्ल्ड में घटना कहीं भी घटे लेकिन उसका इफेक्ट विश्व के हर देश पर प्रभाव पड़ता है। और मैं मानता हूं कि सरकार की जिम्मेदारी, सरकार जिसकी भी हो, लेकिन उस सरकार की जिम्मेदारी हमारे देश के 135 करोड़ जनता के प्रति, और यह अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी अगर मैं कहूं सभापति महोदय कि 135 करोड़ जनता के प्रति के अलावा विश्व में 110 देशों में बसे हुए हमारे 1.5 करोड़ प्रवासी भारतीयों के प्रति भी, और उसी के साथ साथ भारत का कोई भी नागरिक अगर किसी भी देश में अध्ययन के लिए, व्यवसाय के लिए, समाज सेवा के लिए वहां उपस्थित हो तो उस व्यक्ति के प्रति भी भारत सरकार की भूमिका और जिम्मेदारी जरूर होनी चाहिए। और वही भावना इस सरकार की। जब ये युद्ध शुरू हुआ सभापति महोदय, हमने बहुत टीका टिप्पणी सुनी। एडवाइजरीज क्यों नहीं इशू हुए, देर में इशू हुए। मैं सभा पटल पर आपके द्वारा रखना चाहता हूं कि भारत उस अग्रिम देशों में है जो पहली एडवाइजरी विश्व में इशू की गई वो भारत के द्वारा 15 फरवरी, 18 फरवरी, 20 फरवरी और 21 फरवरी, एक एडवाइजरी नहीं लेकिन 4 एडवाइजरी इशू की गई। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कमान संभाला, भारत के प्रथम नागरिक के रूप में, भारत के प्रधान सेवक के रूप में, केवल प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में नहीं लेकिन भारत के एक एक नागरिक के रक्षक के रूप में वो कमान संभाला सभापति महोदय। और सुबह शाम मीटिंग की गई। जैसे अभी हरदीप पुरी जी कह रहे थे वो गुवाहाटी में थे, मैं मध्य प्रदेश में था। रात को 11:30 बजे हमें फोन आया कि आपको फौरन वापस दिल्ली पहुंचना है और हम आपको भेज रहे हैं। रोमेनिया और मोल्डोवा जयशंकर जी ने जिम्मेदारी मुझे दी थी और हमें कहा गया था प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा कि आप वापस आओगे तो केवल तब आओगे जब आखिरी फ्लाइट उस देश से निकलेगी हमारे नागरिकों के साथ। एक मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम संवेदनशीलता की सभापति महोदय, सरकार के मुखिया के रूप में हम लोग जब मीटिंग में बैठे हुए थे, जयशंकर जी, मैं, वीके सिंह जी, अभी 2 हमारे साथी नहीं है, पीयूष गोयल जी और हरदीप पुरी जी और किरण रिजिजू जी, बीच में उस मीटिंग से उठकर दूसरे देशों के राष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्रियों से दूरभाष में बात करके कि एक वातावरण तैनात करना होगा, आपको हमें मदद करना होगा हमारे देश के वासियों को वापस लाने के लिए। 5 देशों के राष्ट्रपति और प्रधानमंत्रियों से चर्चा हुई। क्यों? वो इसलिए अध्यक्ष महोदय क्योंकि यूक्रेन का बॉर्डर 5 देशों के साथ लगता है। अगर उत्तर से दक्षिण से हम देखें तो पोलैंड से शुरुआत करिए आप, हंगरी, स्लोवेकिया, रोमेनिया और मोल्डोवा, और ये 5 मैं उदाहरण दूं द्वार हैं जहां से यूक्रेन से हमारे नागरिकों को हम बचाकर वापस ले आ पाए। 5 देशों के प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपतियों से बात हुई। और केवल ये नहीं, लेकिन जहां जंग चल रही है उन देशों के प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपतियों से बात हो रही है, जिन देशों में जंग चल रही है, कि हम समझते हैं कि आपके यहां जंग चल रही है लेकिन भारतवासियों के लिए एक सुरक्षित कॉरिडोर आपको बनाना ही होगा इस जंग के बीच में भी, ताकि हम अपने देश के वासियों को वापस ले पाएं। ये एक विचारधारा थी। और मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं इस सदन के पटल पर मेरे साथी जयशंकर जी को। विदेश मंत्रालय में कंट्रोल रूम 24/7 स्थित किया गया, केवल दिल्ली में नहीं लेकिन उन 5 देशों में जिनका सरहद यूक्रेन के साथ है। और केवल ये नहीं, लेकिन एमईए ने अकेले 13,000 फोन कॉल स्वयं लिए और वापस चर्चा की, और 9,000 ईमेल। दुख के समय में, संकट के समय में आशावान नजरिए से लोग हमारे सरकार की तरफ देख रहे हैं और हमारी जिम्मेदारी बनती है। यह सच्चाई है जब कहा गया कि हमारा दायित्व है, हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। सेवक के रूप में यह सरकार काम कर रही है, सरकार के रूप में नहीं कि उस एक एक फोन कॉल और ईमेल का जवाब संवेदनशीलता के साथ जयशंकर जी के मंत्रालय के एक एक अधिकारी ने दिया उनको मदद करने की। हमारी विचारधारा थी एक होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच की, साइलोज में नहीं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सदैव कहा है सबको साथ में काम करना है, चाहे मेरा विभाग हो, नागर विमानन, चाहे विदेश मंत्रालय हो, चाहे अनेक दूसरे मंत्रालय हो। वो होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के आधार पर हम चारों को निर्देशित किया गया वहां जाने के लिए और मदद करने के लिए और कार्य करने के लिए। और इस सदन पर मैं कहना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि क्या होता है सभापति महोदय कि जाने माने चेहरे होते हैं और मैं स्पष्ट आपके समक्ष रख रहा हूं, मंत्रियों के चेहरे जाने माने होते हैं, पर इतने अनजान चेहरे थे वहां सभापति महोदय जिन्होंने दिन रात मेहनत की है हमारे बच्चों को वापस लाने के लिए। हमारे मिशन के लोग, यहां बात की गई कई देशों ने, मैं हमारे माननीय सांसदों को सूचित करना चाहता हूं, अपने मिशन को बंद कर दिए, वापस चले गए उस देश से। केवल भारत है जिसने अपना मिशन आखिरी नौजवान को वापस लाने तक वहां सुदृढ़ रखा। और हमारे मिशन के लोगों के, चाहे वो यूक्रेन के मिशन हो, कीव में, अभी मेरे नौजवान साथी कह रहे थे कि वातावरण यातायात के लिए तैनात करना था हमें। हां, मुश्किल है क्योंकि जंग चल रही है, हमारे बच्चों को संकट का सामना जरूर करना पड़ा, पर भारत सरकार ने भी, विदेश मंत्रालय ने भी वहां ट्रेनों का इंतजाम किया, बसों का इंतजाम किया। उस जंग के वातावरण में भी जो संभव हो हमने किया है। और उसी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ, चाहे यूक्रेन का हमारा मिशन हो, चाहे दूसरे देशों का हमारा मिशन हो, उनको हम साधुवाद, धन्यवाद दिल के गहराइयों से इस सदन के पटल से हम लोग देना चाहते हैं। इतने अनजान चेहरे थे हमारे वहां मिशन में, केवल 58 लोग थे उन 5 देशों में। जयशंकर जी ने 47 और लोगों को यहां से भेजे, 105 का स्ट्रेंथ उन्होंने बना दिया। और जब मैं सरहद पे था सभापति महोदय, रात के 3 बजे तक वहां जो हमारे मिशन के लोगों को भेजा गया था, रोमेनियन अथॉरिटीज के साथ जिस तरीके से वार्तालाप कर रहे थे, एक दोस्ती बन चुकी थी। तो मैंने एक हमारे मिशन के व्यक्ति से पूछा कि आपका तो बहुत अनुभव हुआ होगा, कितने साल से आप रोमेनिया में हो? उन्होंने कहा साहब मैं तो 6 दिन पहले ही पहुंचा हूं। ये क्षमता है हमारे लोगों की कि हजारों किलोमीटर दूर जाके भी वो घनिष्ठता का संबंध उस देश के लोगों के साथ बनाने के लिए, ताकि हमारे बच्चों को बॉर्डर से इस तरफ हम लोग जल्दी वापस लेके आए। एक महिला हमारी मिशन की रोमेनिया में 100 घंटे सोई नहीं, बॉर्डर पर खड़ी रही, बीमार हो गई, लेकिन 2 दिन के अंदर वापस वो बॉर्डर पे जाके खड़ी रही। मैं कहा कि मैं हटूंगी नहीं जब तक आखिरी बच्चा मैं वापस सुरक्षित न लेके आऊं। ऐसे अनजान चेहरों को हमें धन्यवाद अर्पित करना होगा। और उसी के साथ सभापति महोदय, हमारे प्रवासी भारतीयों को भी, हम लोगों का एक परिवार विश्व के हर देश में बसा हुआ है, भारतीय परिवार, प्रवासी भारतीयों का, जो कंपनी के लोग हैं, व्यवसाय के लोग हैं, समाज सेवक लोग हैं। अनेक महिलाओं ने खाना बनाया हमारे बच्चों के लिए। हमारे कंपनियों ने, जब मैं वहां पहुंचा, एक कॉल सेंटर 18 घंटे के अंदर विप्रो और जेनपैक के लोगों ने तैनात की। और मैंने उनसे गुजारिश की थी कि हर बच्चे को हमें टैग करना होगा, जब तक वो बच्चा वापस भारत ना आए, लेकिन अपने राज्य में वापस ना पहुंचे, अपना घर सुरक्षित ना पहुंचे, ताकि विदेश मंत्रालय को पूरी सूची हो एक एक बच्चे के बारे में। 18 घंटे में उन कंपनियों ने कॉल सेंटर सेटअप किया, मेडिकल हेल्थ सेंटर सेटअप किया। कई बच्चों की कठिनाइयां थी और मैं उनको धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं आज इस सदन के पटल पर। और उसी के साथ साथ जो संभव हो पाया है, जब हम लोग वहां पहुंचे थे, और ये आपको मैं समझाना चाहता हूं कि पूर्व और पश्चिम यूक्रेन के बीच में एक नदी बहती है नीपर, और पूर्व यूक्रेन में बम शेल गिर रहे थे और वहां हमारे 50% बच्चे वहां स्थित थे और हमारी कोशिश थी कि जल्द से जल्द हम इन्हें बॉर्डर पर लाएं। लेकिन रोमानिया में उदाहरण के तौर पर जो बॉर्डर है वो हमारी राजधानी बुकारेस्ट से 600 किलोमीटर दूर थी। मतलब कि बच्चा सरहद तक पहुंचे, उसके बाद सरहद पे शेल्टर में रहे, उसके बाद 12 घंटे बस में चले बुकारेस्ट तक और उसके बाद उसे फ्लाइट मिली। तो जब रोमेनियन राष्ट्रपति से मैं मिला था, जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उनसे चर्चा की थी, मैंने उनसे निवेदन किया कि एक छोटा सा एयरपोर्ट सुचेवा सरहद से 40 किलोमीटर दूर है, आप कृपा करके ये एयरपोर्ट हमारे लिए खोल दीजिए। हमारे भारत के विमान, छोटे विमान को हम यहाँ लेके आएंगे ताकि बच्चों को हम वहाँ से ही सीधा इवैक्यूएट करें। और आज इस सदन से मैं उन रोमेनियन हमारे राष्ट्रपति और सभी अधिकारियों को मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूँ। डोमेस्टिक एयरपोर्ट उन्होंने खोला हमारे प्लेन्स के लिए और 2000 बच्चों को हमने सीधा सरहद से इवैक्यूएट किया। और ये इसलिए संभव हुआ क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वयं राष्ट्रपति जी से बात की। जब हम गए उनसे मिलने के लिए, उन्होंने कहा कि आपके प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो संवेदनशीलता दिखाई है, कोई और सरकार ने नहीं किया है जो आपके भारत सरकार ने किया है। और हमारे द्वार आप लोगों के लिए सदैव खुले हैं, जो भी संभव मदद की जरूरत है वो हम आपको जरूर दिलवाएंगे। आज इस सभा पटल पर सभापति महोदय, मैं हमारे सभी एयरलाइंस को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। कम समय में सभी का व्यवसाय होता है, सभी का बिजनेस होता है। संवेदनशीलता जिस तरीके से हमारी एयरलाइंस ने दिखाई, अपने प्लेन्स को अपनी रूटिंग से निकाला, विदेश भेजा, नए क्रूज को रखे। और इस सभा पटल में मैं कहना चाहता हूं, इंडिगो ने 35 फ्लाइट चलाई, एयर इंडिया ने 14 फ्लाइट चलाई, गो फर्स्ट ने 6, एयर एशिया ने 3, एयर इंडिया एक्सप्रेस ने 9, स्पाइस जेट ने 9 और हमारे भारत वायुसेना के C-17 4 ग्लोब मास्टर्स ने 14 सॉर्टीज किए सभापति महोदय, 90 सॉर्टीज किए और 23,000 बच्चों को हम सुरक्षित घर वापस लाए। लेकिन जहां मन में एक हर्ष नहीं, लेकिन एक भावना है कि सुखद भावना है कि हम अपने बच्चों को सुरक्षित वापस लेके आए, एक तसल्ली है। वहीं जो शशि थरूर जी ने कहा, हमारा एक नागरिक, हमारा एक बच्चा को हम खोए। नवीन केवल उस परिवार का नहीं, नवीन भारत के हर परिवार का सदस्य है और वो दुख और वो शोक हम सब अपने एक एक व्यक्ति अपने दिल में महसूस करते हैं। एक नौजवान क्षमतावान शिक्षा ग्रहण करने के लिए कोई देश में जाए और अपना जान गंवा दे, इससे ज्यादा दुखद बात नहीं हो सकती सभापति महोदय। जहां एक नवीन को हम खोए हैं, वहां एक हरजोत सिंह, 5 गोली लगी उसे, 3 पांव में 2 छाती में, यूक्रेन के अस्पताल में वो स्थित था। और हमारी मंशा थी, हमारा लक्ष्य था कि उसे भी वापस सुरक्षित लाना होगा। और आज मेरे साथी वीके सिंह जी इस सदन में बैठे हुए हैं, मैं दिल के गहराइयों से उनको भी बधाई और धन्यवाद और साधुवाद देना चाहता हूं। स्वयं हरजोत को वापस लेके आए और वापस अकेले नहीं लेके आए, एक डॉक्टर को भी साथ में लेके आए। और जब तक हरजोत को दिल्ली के अस्पताल में वहां भर्ती नहीं किया, तब तक वीके सिंह जी ने उसका साथ नहीं छोड़ा। ये एक सेवा भाव की भावना है सभापति महोदय। और इसी के साथ मैं ये स्पष्ट रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि जो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन एड 90 टन यूक्रेन के हमारे लोगों को भी हमने पहुंचाया इस विसंगति के समय में, इस कठिनाई के समय में, जहां हम अपने बच्चों को वापस लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस समय में भी भारत का विशाल हृदय कि उस देश को भी हमें मदद करना होगा, प्रधानमंत्री जी का संकल्प, और 90 टन ह्यूमैनिटेरियन एड हमने उस देश को पहुंचाया सभापति महोदय। इसके पहले भी कई ऑपरेशंस हमने किए हैं, लेकिन यह अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी सभापति महोदय अगर हम कहें कि ये शायद दिस हैज बीन द लार्जेस्ट इवैक्यूएशन एक्सरसाइज इन वॉर बाय एनी कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड इन रीसेंट हिस्ट्री, एंड इट हैज बीन मेड पॉसिबल बिकॉज ऑफ द लीडरशिप ऑफ आवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर, हिज रिजॉल्व, हिज कमिटमेंट मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या किसी और देश ने एक ऐसा एक्सरसाइज अंडरटेक किया यूक्रेन में? इसका उत्तर है नहीं, सभापति महोदय। कई ऐसे देश थे जिनके 6000 वहां नागरिक अटके हुए थे, 15 दिन बाद एक प्लेन भेजा। कई ऐसे वेस्टर्न देश थे जिन्होंने अपनी एम्बेसी, में नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूं, अपनी एम्बेसी बंद कर दी, एडवाइजरी इशू की, और मैं कोट करता हूं उनका नाम लेते हुए बिना, द गवर्नमेंट विल नॉट बी एबल टू इवैक्यूएट इट्स सिटीजन्स फ्रॉम यूक्रेन। ये एक तरह की सरकार और यह दूसरी तरह की संवेदनशीलता और कर्मठ और एक विचारधारा की सरकार। हमारी ये सोच है सभापति महोदय कि हम केवल भारतीय नागरिक नहीं, लेकिन विश्व के नागरिक की हिफाजत और सुरक्षा में अपना विश्वास रखते हैं। वासुदेव कुटुंबक कई मेरे दोस्तों ने, मेरे भाइयों ने वर्णन किया। हां, ये हमारी सिद्धांत है, हमारी संस्कृति है, हमारा भाव है, पर ये वासुदेव कुटुंबक इस एक्सरसाइज में भी हमने देखा है, जब भारत ने केवल 23,000 अपने नागरिकों को वापस हम नहीं लेके आए, लेकिन 150-18 दूसरे देशों को भी के नागरिक हम वापस लेके आए। मुझे इस बात का थोड़ा दुख है सभापति महोदय कि कुछ लोग चुनौती में भी राजनीति देखते हैं, और मैं सदन में हाथ जोड़कर निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि ऐसे संवेदनशील वातावरण में, ऐसे चुनौतीपूर्ण वातावरण में हमें एक साथ मिलकर पहले अपने दल, अपनी राजनीति के बारे में नहीं, लेकिन पहले हमें अपने देश और भारत माता के बारे में सोचना चाहिए। हमारी पार्टी की सोच सदैव है नेशन फर्स्ट, और वही इस एक्सरसाइज में प्रचलित हुई है। भारत की आवाज एक संयम एवं तार्किकता की आवाज है, और प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत विश्व पटल पर एक उगता हुआ सूरज के रूप में उजागर होगा, इसका हमें पूरा विश्वास है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री सी थॉमस जी।
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to participate in this discussion on the Ukraine issue under Rule 193, sir. Sir, war anywhere is a tragedy. It brings along with it miseries and unnecessary hardships to all concerned. Modern world is set out to achieve the targets of global peace. All are deeply saddened to look at what the people of war-struck regions have been going through. The war in Ukraine has put the people of our country also through great hardships, especially the Indian students and their families. Sir, in my own place, there were several students who were studying in Ukraine, and their parents were regularly contacting us for their safe return. And I am happy that, and I appreciate the efforts taken by the government to bring the Indian students through Operation Ganga mission for the evacuation of the citizens, majority of whom were students. Sir, but the initial stage, the response from the government was not so appreciable, because in many countries, especially US, UK, they have directed their citizens to return to their country and not to travel Ukraine. But we have directed, or the directives given by government was that whoever wants to come back may come. So there was a pause or a paucity which the students believed that they can remain there. That should not have happened, sir. This prompted the Indian citizens, especially the students, to continue to stay in Ukraine even after the war started. Had the government of India been more cautious at the beginning itself, our citizens would not have been subjected to great hardships they have undergone. Sir, however, the Operation Ganga mission has brought more than 20,000 Indian students, majority of whom are medical students, including hundreds from Kerala. Sir, At this juncture, I would like to bring, many of the members, honorable members have put in the international situation and the way we have handled it. That was very good. But I would like to bring to the notice of the government the issues relating to the future of these students. Sir, at this juncture, I would like to bring to the notice of the agony of medical students who have come back from Ukraine. The government should take steps to ensure their future studies. It was almost an exodus from Ukraine. Earlier, those students who came back from China during the COVID pandemic could not continue their studies in China even on online mode. Even if they continued in online mode, they were not allowed to participate in the examination conducted by the Medical Council of India at that time and the National Medical Commission of India now. Sir, I would request the government to see that those who have completed their studies there should be allowed to participate in the National Medical Foreign Medical Graduates Examination conducted by the National Medical Commission of India at the earliest. Sir, I would also like to bring to the notice of the government the serious issues of shortage of medical seats in our country. Sir, students go abroad for pursuing medical course mainly because of three reasons. One, the availability of medical seats in our country are less than the required number. Two, the medical entrance examination is quite tough that even meritorious students find it difficult to get through. Three, the cost of medical education in our country is very high, especially in the private sector. Sir, only one more point, sir. The students who wish to pursue medical education should be assured of their seats at an affordable fees. Sir, the WHO standard of doctor population ratio is 1:1000. As per the information available from the Government of India's information, the doctor population ratio in our country is 1:1456. In many developed countries which provide best healthcare system, the doctor population ratio is 3.5:1000. Sir, the crisis of Ukraine should open our eyes. The Indian medical education system should rise up to the mark. We should be able to provide sufficient facility of medical education system so that, sir, only one sentence. That we should be able to provide sufficient facility of medical education system so that all meritorious students who wish to pursue the medical education are provided the seats in medical colleges at affordable cost. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ji.
மாண்புமிகு அவைத்தலைவருக்கு வணக்கம். உக்ரைன் மீது நடத்தப்பட்டு வருகிற இந்த போர் கட்டாயம் நிறுத்தப்பட வேண்டும். போரை நிறுத்த வேண்டும் என்கிற நிலைப்பாட்டை இந்திய அரசு உறுதியாக எடுக்க வேண்டும். நடுநிலை வகிப்பதோ அல்லது யாரோடும் சேரமாட்டோம் என்கிற பொதுநிலையில் இருப்பதோ உலகத்துக்கு நல்லதல்ல, மனிதகுலத்திற்கு நல்லதல்ல என்பதை நாம் அறிவோம். எனவே இந்திய அரசின் நிலைப்பாடு என்பது போரை நிறுத்த வேண்டும் என்பதாக இருக்க வேண்டும், அதில் உறுதியாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் முதலில் வேண்டுகோளாக விடுக்க கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். அங்கே சிக்கியுள்ள குடிமக்களையும் மாணவர்களையும் இங்கே கொண்டு வந்து சேர்த்ததில் இந்திய அரசு மேற்கொண்ட முயற்சி மகத்தானது. அதற்காக நான் பாராட்டுகிறேன். அதே வேளையில் அந்த மாணவர்கள் படிப்பை தொடர்வதில் சிக்கல் இருக்கிறது. அவர்கள் தொடர்ந்து உக்ரைனில் படிக்க முடியாது. ரஷ்யாவில் அவர்களை சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதற்கு தயாராக இருக்கிறார்கள். எனவே ரஷ்ய மருத்துவக் கல்லூரிகளில் இந்திய மாணவர்கள் படிப்பதற்குரிய ஏற்பாடுகளை செய்ய வேண்டும், அதற்குரிய நடவடிக்கைகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். இந்தியாவில் இப்போது விலைவாசி உயர்ந்திருக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக பெட்ரோல் டீசல் விலை அதிகமாக உயர்ந்து எளிய மக்களை கடுமையாக வதைக்கிறது. இந்த நிலையில் விலைவாசி உயர்வை கட்டுப்படுத்துவதற்கு, பெட்ரோல் டீசல் விலையை கட்டுப்படுத்துவதற்கு, கச்சா எண்ணெயை ரஷ்யாவிடமிருந்தும் வாங்குவதற்கு உரிய முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அவர்கள் மிக குறைந்த விலையில் கச்சா எண்ணெயை வழங்குவதற்கு தயாராக இருப்பதாக அறிவித்திருக்கிற நிலையில் இந்திய அரசு கச்சா எண்ணெயை ரஷ்ய நாட்டிடமிருந்து வாங்குவதற்கும் உரிய முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். அயல் நாட்டில் படித்துவிட்டு திரும்புகிற மருத்துவ மாணவர்கள் இங்கே அவுசர்ஜன் செய்வதிலே நிறைய நெருக்கடிகள் இருக்கின்றன. அந்த காலி இடங்கள் 7.5% குறைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. எனவே அவுசர்ஜன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், அந்த ஃபாரினர்ஸ், அதாவது அயல் நாடுகளில் படித்துவிட்டு வந்திருக்கிற இந்த மாணவர்களுக்கு அவுசர்ஜன் படிப்பதற்குரிய காலியிடங்களை 20% உயர்த்த வேண்டும் என்கிற கோரிக்கை எழுந்துள்ளது. அதை அவ்வாறு உயர்த்துவதற்கு அரசு உரிய நடவடிக்கைகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டு வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி அமர்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
श्री सौगत राय जी.
Thank you, sir. Sir, before the beginning of the Second World War, the great poet Tagore wrote, "It is wrong to lose faith in humanity. It is a sin." Today, when half of Ukraine is run over by Russian forces, when Mariupol is being bombarded, when Kyiv is in ruins and Kharkiv is in ruins, 4,000 people have died, 4 million people have been evacuated. We still have faith in humanity that the situation is going to improve. Sir, this is one of the biggest foreign policy challenges we have faced in the last 50 years, ever since the Bangladesh crisis passed away. Sir, it is a challenge because of the geostrategic and geopolitical reasons. I am not going into the details of how much Russia is justified. They had some fear because NATO was trying to take Ukraine into their fold. They may have had some fears. On the other hand, all the countries in Europe mostly, they have totally grouped behind America, and the lead is being given by the US President himself. So at this stage, let us consider our options. Sir, we had one problem to start with. 20,000 Indians were stranded in Ukraine. Our big job was to bring our Indian students back. We brought back 13,300 Indians by 63 flights. We accomplished that by 8 March. We would not have self-praised ourselves. 4 ministers are present here and 3 spoke. It was the duty of the government. They did a good job. That problem is over. But the war continues. And we are caught in a situation between Skyla and Cherry-Beaties. On the one hand, America, one Dalip Singh came. He said that if China does further aggression on Indian soil, Russia will not help you. We have abstained in the United Nations repeatedly. We have abstained in the Security Council, we have abstained in the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council. Mr. Jaishankar, who is ideally suited for the role, is walking on a tightrope, walking on a knife's edge. On the one hand, he must be understanding that Russia has committed aggression. But on the other hand, as Shashi Tharoor said, we have many IOUs. Russia gave 6 vetoes in our favor at different times of crisis. We have hopes of getting petroleum from Russia. We have the S-400 missile systems which we hope to get from Russia. But at the same time, we face the economic crisis that if America further pressurizes us, Russia is already out of the SWIFT system in international transactions. If America gives us further pressure, what are we going to do? Mr. Jaishankar is ideal man for the job. He speaks less to the point of being taciturn.
he has not spoken much, which is a good thing. The ministers are chest thumping that we went and brought back all those. Mr. Jaishankar has been restrained, for which he deserves praise. But sir, I'll wind up. थोड़ा ही बात कहना है. But I was just thinking, what would have happened if Pandit Nehru was Prime Minister today? Foreign policy, foreign affairs can be dealt with by experienced diplomats like Mr. Jaishankar or Hardeep Singh Puri. Foreign policy can be dealt with by statesmen. Jawaharlal Nehru was a statesman who gave a direction to our foreign policy. You remember his role during the Korean War, how to bring an end to the Korean War. You remember his role during the Suez crisis? We have not seen anything. Our Prime Minister has been known to be a big traveler, traveling to countries, going to Texas, thumping Trump's back and calling himself a Vishwa Guru. But
Shri B. Mehta ji.
Sir, sir, ऐसा मत करिए.
Okay. Now,
I'll finish.
Okay.
I'll finish.
Now, please, the last
sir,
sentence.
allow 2 minutes. Okay. Sir, I was just reading. This is a famous diplomacy. On 1st March, he spoke to the President of European Union and to the President of Poland. On 7th March, he spoke to Mr. Putin and he spoke to Mr. Zelensky. On 9th March, he spoke to his counterparts in Hungary and Holland.
Okay,
couldn't, sir, what has been lacking during this whole crisis is a proactive role by the Indian government, by the Indian Prime Minister. We wanted to see Nehru or Krishna Menon in action. There was no such action, and Mr. Jaishankar has been busy.
No, please, okay. Now, Mehta Sahab, Shri Bhartaji Mehta ji.
One day the British Foreign Minister comes, he is only receiving.
Ji. Yeah, please start, Mehta Sahab. Okay. चलिए बोलिए.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That the government of India plays a more proactive role.
दादा nothing going, जा नहीं रहा, बात खत्म होगी. चलो please. Your mic is off already. जी.
Thank you.
मेहता साहब.
Let him show some result. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would say a great job has been done by the government. A great job has been done by the government. Let us not compare personalities. Let us not compare situations that had happened in 1959 or 1962 with the situation that has happened now in 2022. Situations changes, personalities have their own way of looking at it. Let us not make this comparison. I would say I was going through a book and that has been very recently published, which gives a history of last 500 to 600 years of Russia. Little Russia, White Russia, and Great Russia. And the book title is Lost Kingdom by Pulaski. That totally defines the nationalism fervor that actually was created for last 500 years in Russia. That means of Belarus, of Ukraine, and also of the present Russian Federation. So, reading that book, one can understand why Russia has reacted in this manner, why Ukraine is fighting back, and why Belarus has taken a stand that it has taken now, and why Poland, for that reason, why Lithuania, for that reason, has taken the position that they have taken during last 5 to 10 years' time. I am not going into that respect. My limited point, sir, I have taken only 4 or 5 minutes from you to mention about, many members just now had also mentioned about the students that came back from Ukraine, especially the medical students. The problem they are facing. People are saying that online classes have already started. But it is medical students
Online classes can happen only for first year or second year. From third year, you have to have practicals. You have to physically visit the patients, and thereby you gain knowledge. Practicals cannot be done by online classes, and there the students are in difficulty. And that is the reason why we have to remember what the Prime Minister had said, that how we have to increase our student strength, especially in medical college. It had happened in when Burma was separated from India during the colonial times. A special provision was made for those students who were studying in Rangoon or in other places, that when they come back to India, a one-time settlement was there that will be adjusted in different medical colleges. How limited the medical colleges were during that time in 30s, they were adjusted and they completed their course. Similarly, during partition, in 1947, the students who came back from Dhaka, the students who came back from Karachi or Lahore, they were also adjusted, accommodated in different medical colleges throughout the country. And that was a one-time settlement. Similarly, my request to the government would be, these 23,000 or 22,000 students who have come back from Ukraine,
Students said only 13,000. Rest are ordinary.
those who have come back, those who are studying in Ukraine, they may be accommodated in different colleges, not necessarily only government colleges. Private colleges also can take them, because they are in different year of their study. Some are in first year, some are in second year, some are in third year or fourth year or fifth year. So they can be accommodated. It won't give that much of pressure on those students. Here another question also arises, as has been mentioned by my friend from Kerala. Those students who came back from China, when there was an outbreak of COVID-19, they were forced to come back. What happened to their future? Where are they? Nobody talked about them. Nobody has thought about them. Have they discontinued their service, their study? They were not allowed, even now, they are not allowed to go back to China to pursue their studies. What has happened? And here the greater question, which I think if the health minister would have intervened in this debate, in this discussion, it would have been much better. I had given notice also that we should discuss this aspect separately. So to understand from the health minister what step he is taking relating to the future of our medical education system. We have National Medical Commission. Is there any control over the fee structure of private medical colleges? There is no control. These issues needs to be addressed by the government, and it needs to be discussed inside this house also, so that suggestions can be given and accordingly steps can be given. Thank you very much, sir.
Shri Ritesh Pandey ji, please be brief. जी
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साधु महोदय। कोविड-19 के बाद पूरी दुनिया पर अभी भी ऐसा मालूम होता है कि संकट मंडरा रहा है। हमारे सामने रूस और यूक्रेन के बीच में जो संघर्ष चल रहा है, उसमें हजारों लोग मारे गए हैं और लाखों लोग विस्थापित हुए हैं। मैं अपनी संवेदनाएं उन सभी के प्रति व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे देश के एक नागरिक नवीन जी भी इसमें मारे गए हैं। मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। इसी के साथ साथ दुनिया भर में 40 से अधिक सशस्त्र संघर्ष चल रहे हैं, उसमें भी हजारों लोग मारे गए हैं। मैं उनके प्रति भी अपनी संवेदनाएं यहां पे व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं यहां पे जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि इस समय हमें यह संज्ञान लेने की जरूरत है कि हथियार बनाने वाली कंपनियां हथियार बेच के खूब मुनाफा बटोरने का काम कर रही हैं और इसको हथियार पाने की एक होड़ मची हुई है। इसका हम परिणाम अभी जो जापान ने अपने आप को रिआर्म करने की बात कही है और उसी के साथ साथ जर्मनी ने भी अपने आप को रिआर्म करने की बात कही है, और इसके ये जो यूरोप में अपने आप को रिआर्म किया जा रहा है, यानी कि पुनः शस्त्रों से लैस किया जा रहा है अपने आप को, ये आने वाले समय में पूरे दुनिया की सुरक्षा के लिए क्या रोल प्ले करेगी, इस पर भी हम लोगों को जरूर विचार करने की जरूरत है। मैं यहां पे एक बात जरूर कहूंगा कि शहर लुधियानवी जी का एक शेर मुझे याद आता है कि जंग तो खुद ही एक मसला है, जंग तो खुद ही एक मसला है, जंग क्या मसलों का हल देगी। मैं यहां पे जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि आज फिर एक हमारे बीच में एक जंग चल रही है जो कि यूक्रेन में हमको देखने को मिल रहा है। इसमें हमें ये मानने की जरूरत पड़ेगी कि पूरा का पूरा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय समुदाय सदियों से चली आ रहे इस तनातनी को जो जंग में बदल गई है, इसको रोकने में पूरी तरह से विफल रह चुका है। रूस, अमेरिका, यूरोप और उसी के साथ साथ जितने भी बड़े वैश्विक संगठन हैं, उनको ये मानना पड़ेगा कि वो पूरी तरह से असफल रहे हैं इस संघर्ष को रोकने के लिए। मैं माननीय यहाँ पे विदेश मंत्री जी बैठे हैं, मैं इनकी बात से जो इन्होंने पेरिस में कही थी संघर्ष 2 दिन शुरू होने से पहले कि इस पूरे मसले की जड़ सोवियत संघ के विघटन के बाद की राजनीति और उसके साथ साथ नेटो का विस्तारीकरण और पश्चिमी देशों और रूस के बीच में जो तालमेल था उसके ऊपर निर्भर करता है। मैं उससे पूरी तरह से अपने आप को संबद्ध करता हूं कि यह सही बात है, लेकिन उसी के साथ साथ जो आज की भारत की नीति है कि इस पूरे मसले को शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से और कूटनीतिक हल निकालते हुए इस लड़ाई को रोकने का काम किया जाए, मैं उसका भी समर्थन देता हूं। सर, मेरे को 2 मिनट दीजिए, मैं कंक्लूड करूंगा। 2 बड़े मुद्दे हैं जिसमें मुझे बोलना है। सर, मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि इस मामले में भारत को निपटने के लिए बड़ी ही निपुणता दिखानी पड़ रही है। एक तरफ 2 परमाणु सशस्त्र देश हैं और इन दोनों पक्षों के बीच में, और दूसरी तरफ एक मित्र और एक दुश्मन के बीच में, और तीसरी तरफ भारत को खुद अपने 2 दोस्तों के बीच में कूटनीति खेलने का काम करना पड़ रहा है। और ये बहुत ही, जैसा कि अभी हमारे शौकत दादा ने कहा, कि एक बहुत ही टाइट रोप पे हमारी सरकार चलने का काम कर रही है और इस पे जो है बड़े ही सोच समझ के कदम उठाना पड़ेगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारे आदरणीय विदेश मंत्री जी ये जरूर कर रहे होंगे। लेकिन इसी के साथ साथ मैं यहां पे ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि हम ये भूल नहीं सकते कि आज चीन भी, आज जो हमारा पहले की नीति रही है कि हम पूरी तरह से निष्पक्ष विदेश नीति पे विश्वास करते थे और उस पे मोटा मोटा अभी भी हम चलने का काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन चीन भी आज रशिया के साथ पूरी मजबूती के साथ खड़ा हुआ है। उनके ऊपर जो संकट आ रहा है, उनको जो वैश्विक आर्थिक एक बाजार चाहिए, उसको लेकर के अपने संबंधों का निर्वहन कर रहा है। हमने जो इतने बड़े वैश्विक संकट पर हम लोगों ने जो एक रुख अपनाया है, सर मैं बस 1 मिनट दीजिए सर, मैं खत्म कर रहा हूं। हमने जो इतने वैश्विक संकट पर जो रुख अपनाया है, कल को जब हमारी संप्रभुता के ऊपर कोई पड़ोसी देश अपनी आंखें गड़ाने का काम करेगा और हमारे बॉर्डरों के अंदर चलाएगा, तो क्या उस समय चीन जो इस समय रशिया के साथ मजबूती के साथ खड़ा हुआ है, क्या तब हम रशिया को भी वही रुख अपनाते हुए देखेंगे कि 2 दोस्तों के बीच में वो कोई पक्ष नहीं लेगा? सर, आखिरी 2 पॉइंट है। मेरा एक पॉइंट है जो हमारे बाजारों में महंगाई बढ़ने का काम हो रहा है। सर, आज हम देख रहे हैं धातुओं के दाम हो, पेट्रोलियम के दाम हो या फिर खाद्य पदार्थों के दाम हो, उर्वरकों के दाम हो, सब में बढ़ोतरी देखने को मिल रही है। ये बड़ी चुनौती सरकार के सामने आ रही है और इससे निपटने के लिए सरकार क्या करेगी? मैं माननीय मिनिस्टर जी से कंक्लूडिंग। और दूसरा सर, हमने सोलर है सर,
निशिकांत जी,
1 सेकंड सर, लास्ट पॉइंट।
निशिकांत जी आप बोलिए, बोलिए निशिकांत जी। जी
सर, लास्ट पॉइंट जलवायु परिवर्तन पे बस मुझे कंक्लूड कर दीजिए। लास्ट पॉइंट सर, किसी ने नहीं कहा है, 1 पॉइंट में मेंशन
यूक्रेन से संबंधित बोलिए
सर, उसी से ही संबंधित है सर। जलवायु परिवर्तन पे मुझे ये कहना है कि हमने सोलर अलायंस, उसका संचालन यहीं से होता है। भारत एक बड़ी भूमिका निभा रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री जी भी उसमें उनसे बड़ी आशा है पूरी दुनिया की। मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि इस संघर्ष की वजह से सारे जलवायु परिवर्तन के जितने भी हमारे उद्देश्य थे, ऑब्जेक्टिव थे, वो अब बैक बर्नर पे चले गए हैं। उनको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए भारत एक बड़ा रोल प्ले कर सकता है। मैं माननीय मिनिस्टर से जरूर पूछना चाहूंगा, उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए आपकी क्या नीति रहेगी? बहुत बहुत
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में माननीय विदेश मंत्री जयशंकर जी, हमारे मंत्री सिंधिया जी, रिजिजू जी, पुरी जी और वीके सिंह साहब ने जो ऐतिहासिक कार्य किया है, उसके लिए मैं उनको बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूं। सर, मुझे लग रहा था कि विदेश नीति पर जितनी भी सरकारें रही हैं उसकी नीतियां एक ही रही हैं और उसी प्रकार से बात होगी, लेकिन जो मैंने डिबेट सुना सर, उसमें लगा कि विदेश नीति भारत की जो है 1947 के बाद ही बनी और नेहरू जी ने ही उसका फाउंडेशन किया। इसके पहले कोई विदेश नीति ही नहीं थी और हमारे देश के नागरिक जो है ऐसे ही रहते थे। और इस क्राइसिस में मैं सभापति महोदय एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट बात इस सदन के जानकारी में लाना चाहता हूं कि हमारे लोग पोलैंड गए, हमारे लोग रोमानिया गए, हमारे लोग मालदीव गए और सभी सरकारों ने जो है अपने को मदद किया, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात की। लेकिन एक जो हमारे यहाँ वेद पुराण इतिहास कहता है कि साई इतना दीजिए जामे कुटुंब समाए, मैं भी भूखा ना रहूं साधु न भूखा जाए। सौगत बाबू जब बोल रहे थे तो मुझे लगा कि शायद वो सुभाष चंद्र बोस की बात करेंगे कि क्योंकि 39 के बाद भी उन्होंने एक विदेश नीति बनाई और जिसके कारण कि वो बाहर से गए। लेकिन इस क्राइसिस में जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो हमने भूला सर, कि जो जामनगर के राजा थे जमशेद साहब दिग्विजय सिंह जडेजा साहब, उन्होंने पोलैंड के लोग जब द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध में, जब सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर में, जब 5000 लोग सभी जगह शेल्टर खोज रहे थे और पूरी दुनिया में सभी वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं, सभी ग्लोबलाइजेशन की बात करते हैं, दुनिया को एकत्रित करने की बात करते हैं, जब उनको कोई शेल्टर देने को तैयार नहीं था तो हमारे जो जामनगर के राजा थे उन्होंने 5000 लोगों को, पोलैंड के लोगों को यहां शेल्टर दिया, गुजरात। और यही कारण है कि जब गुजरात के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी बने तो वही गुजराती कनेक्शन के कारण पोलैंड की सरकार ने हमारे विद्यार्थियों को, हमारे लोगों को समर्थन दिया। तो इसीलिए विदेश पॉलिसी जो है, विदेश नीति कोई नेहरू से नहीं है, हम लोग पहले से कर रहे हैं। ये 42, ये सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद की ये घटना है। आपने 42 की बात नहीं कही कि पोलैंड के लोगों को हमने कैसे सपोर्ट किया और पोलैंड के लोगों ने इस क्राइसिस में हमारा कैसे साथ दिया। आप लोग तिब्बत की बात करते हैं। आपको पता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो रेजोल्यूशन है, हम 5 एस पर चलते हैं, उसको पंचामृत कहते हैं। जो पंचामृत, पंचशील नहीं, पंचामृत, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब 2014-15 में सरकार बनाई तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव ने कहा कि अब हमारी विदेश नीति जो चलती है, लेकिन वो पंचामृत के आधार पर चलेगी। और वो पंचामृत क्या है? वो पंचामृत है कि हम सम्मान के साथ जिएंगे। इसके पहले हमारे पासपोर्ट की क्या हैसियत थी, आज वो सम्मान इस प्रधानमंत्री ने दिया है। संवाद से चलेगी। आज यदि आप लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि पुतिन से बात कर लीजिए, जेलेंस्की से बात कर लीजिए, इस वॉर को रोक दीजिए, वो संवाद है जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की इतनी ताकत है, इस देश की इतनी ताकत है कि वो इस लड़ाई में भी अपने को बचाने की कोशिश कर सकता है और लड़ाई रोक सकता है। हम समृद्धि की बात करते हैं। यदि आप अभी रितेश पांडे बोल रहे थे कि क्लाइमेट चेंज का क्या होगा, धातुओं का दाम बढ़ गया, इसका क्या हो गया, समृद्धि, हम किस तरह से अपना बिजनेस करेंगे। अब ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ पहली बार हमने एफटीए साइन किया, और क्या एफटीए साइन किया है कि हमारे लोग किस तरह से वहां नौकरी करेंगे, हमारे लोग किस तरह से जाएंगे, किस तरह से इंपोर्ट और एक्सपोर्ट का जो डेफिसिट है वो कैसे भारत के पक्ष में आएगा। ये समृद्धि की बात है। चौथी बात, हम सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं। बहुत बातें हुई, तिब्बत आ गया, मिस्टर थरूर बोल रहे थे, बड़े जानकार हैं विदेश के, संयोग से उनके साथ कमेटी में काम करने का बहुत मौका मिलता है।
एक सेकंड, सभा की यदि सहमति हो तो अभी 1 घंटा समय 7 बजे तक के लिए बढ़ा देते हैं। ठीक है निशिकांत जी, अभी 1 घंटा, बाद में आप कहेंगे तो बढ़ा देंगे। और जी,
बड़े विद्वान है सर, और हम उनका बहुत सम्मान करते हैं। आईटी कमेटी में उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखते हैं, सीख कर ही जो है पिछले 2-3 साल से अपनी जिंदगी बिता रहे हैं। लेकिन आप ये बताइए कि तिब्बत हमारा पड़ोसी कैसे बना? तिब्बत अलग राष्ट्र, ये इस देश में चर्चा हो जानी चाहिए, विदेश नीति के ऊपर चर्चा हो जानी चाहिए कि तिब्बत हमारा पड़ोसी किसने बनाया। आप ये कहते हो कि आप हमेशा नेहरू को गाली देते हो, कांग्रेस को गाली देते हो, क्या करें? आपने ऐसे दुश्मन को हमारे माथे पर बैठा दिया, तिब्बत को। तिब्बत हमारा नेबर नहीं था। अंग्रेजों ने जाते जाते 3 एग्रीमेंट किए 3 देशों के साथ, और उसने कहा कि भूटान अलग देश होगा,
नेपाल अलग देश होगा, तिब्बत अलग देश होगा। और चूंकि बफर स्टेट की कल्पना थी, कहीं से भी हमारा बॉर्डर चीन के साथ नहीं लगता था। आपने जिस हिसाब से इस देश के साथ अन्याय किया, इस देश की विदेश नीति के साथ अन्याय किया, कभी पार्लियामेंट में जब आप डिस्कस नहीं किए, हजारों लेटर हैं जब चाइना जो है तिब्बत पर एग्रेशन करने की कोशिश कर रहा था। और मैं दलाई लामा पंथ की स्थापना जिसने की, भगवान अतीश दीपांकर, वो हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के वाइस चांसलर थे। हमारे गांव ने, विक्रमशिला ने इस दुनिया को पहला वाइस चांसलर दिया और अतीश दीपांकर ने दलाई लामा पंथ की स्थापना की। इसलिए उस फैमिली के साथ, उस ट्रेडिशन के साथ हमारा मतलब है। वो लोग लगातार 1950-51 से भारत सरकार को गुहार करते रहे और आपने तिब्बत अपने पंचशील के सिद्धांत के आधार पर, हिंदी चीनी भाई भाई के आधार पर आपने सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल की सदस्यता ही नहीं दिलवाई, आपने तिब्बत को दे दिया। और आज आप हमसे हिसाब मांग रहे हैं कि तिब्बत ने अटैक कर दिया, तिब्बत ने ये कर दिया, तिब्बत ने चाइना ने जो है अटैक कर दिया। आपको लगता है कि इस तरह की चर्चा होनी चाहिए? आपने अभी कहा कि हमने अब्सटेन कर दिया। 1978 में अफगानिस्तान पर जब रूस ने अटैक किया था तो आपने क्या किया? फिलिस्तीन और इजराइल का सारा रिजोल्यूशन मैंने सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल का पढ़ा है। फिलिस्तीन और इजराइल का सारा, और आप तो यूएन के वहां अधिकारी रहे, शशि थरूर साहब ने 78 में आप ही की सरकार थी, मुरारजी भाई की सरकार थी। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि 78 में वाजपेयी जी विदेश मंत्री थे, लेकिन मैं उसके आगे कह रहा हूं कि फिलिस्तीन और इजराइल का चाहे जो भी हो, एक भी रिजोल्यूशन ऐसा है जिसमें कि आपने अब्सटेन नहीं किया? एक भी है। और ये सदन को गुमराह कर रहे हैं, देश को गुमराह कर रहे हैं सर। चाहे 62 का सवाल हो, चाहे 65 का सवाल हो, चाहे 71 का सवाल हो, हमेशा जो है रूस ने हमारा साथ दिया। मैं उसके विदेश नीति पर नहीं बोल रहा हूं, लेकिन इन्होंने कहा कि यूक्रेन उसका पार्ट था, इसीलिए आप उसके साथ हैं। लेकिन 1998 में, शशि थरूर साहब, 1998 में जब परमाणु विस्फोट किया भारत सरकार ने, उस वक्त यूक्रेन ने किसके साथ वोट किया और रूस ने किसके साथ वोट किया, ये जरा सदन को बता दीजिए। और जब ये बताएंगे तब पता चलेगा कि पूरी दुनिया जब हमारे ऊपर जो है बैन लगा दी थी, पूरी दुनिया में हमको कोई सपोर्ट करने, मैं किसी युद्ध की बात नहीं करता, यहां युद्ध के लिए बहुत बातें हुई। 2 महिलाएं हैं, सुमति जी और सुप्रिया जी, उन्होंने वॉर के बारे में बहुत बड़ी बात कही। लेकिन मैं वॉर पर नहीं जाना चाहता। अहिंसा परमो धर्मा, भारत सरकार, भारत का जो है पुराना ट्रेडिशन है, मैं वॉर पर नहीं जाना चाहता। लेकिन जो देश लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, चाहे यूक्रेन लड़ाई लड़ रहा है या रूस लड़ाई लड़ रहा है, उनके जो वॉर हीरो हैं या उनके लोग जो उनको सपोर्ट करते हैं, कम से कम उसके बारे में सोचिए। हमारे यहाँ एक बड़ी अच्छी कविता लिखी सर, मुझे तोड़ लेना बनवाली, उस पथ पर देना तू फेंक, मातृभूमि पर शीश चढ़ाने जिस पर चाहे वीर अनेक। जो भी है पूरी दुनिया, देश, यदि वॉर होता है तो एक एक आदमी, चाहे वो सिविलियन हो, चाहे वो मिलिट्री का आदमी हो, उसको प्राइड होता है कि हमारा सैनिक वहां जा रहा है और हम उसको सपोर्ट करते हैं। इसलिए यूक्रेन के नागरिक के प्रति और रूस के नागरिक के प्रति हमको लगता है कि हमको सम्मान होना चाहिए और हमको इस तरह की बातें नहीं करनी चाहिए। मैं आपको ये कहूंगा कि सर, किसी राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री ने, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो काम किया और माननीय जो विदेश मंत्री ने काम किया, वो न भूतो न भविष्यति है। इस देश में इसके पहले भी इवैक्यूएशन हुए। 1990 में जब इराक का इवैक्यूएशन हो रहा था तो आपको पता है कि जो विदेश मंत्री थे आके गुजराल, वो सबको पास देते थे और पास के आधार पर यहां लोग आते थे। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ क्योंकि 20 लड़के हमारे भी आए, चाहे वो गरीब था या अमीर था, हिंदू था या मुसलमान था या सिख था या ईसाई था, सबको एक आधार पर भारत सरकार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आई। 1990 का आके गुजराल का मॉडल हमने नहीं अपनाया। जितने भी इवैक्यूएशन हुए, यहां दिल्ली से मैसेज जाता था कि बड़े परिवार को लाना है, बड़े लोगों को लाना है। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ, इसीलिए इस प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति हम लोगों को सम्मान और विश्वास देना चाहिए। केवल मैं अंत में यही कहूंगा सर कि ये देश बड़ा है, इस देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सुरक्षित है और माननीय मोदी जी सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया के सिद्धांत पर चलते हैं। इसीलिए इसके बारे में बहुत राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for permitting me to take part in this debate. Sir, the way the motion has been structured for discussion under 193 clearly indicates the intention of the government and the direction in which it wants to take the debate. The situation in Ukraine is not self-made like we're seeing in Sri Lanka today, but the heart-rending situation is the result of the pouncing of the double-headed eagle on a small prey, sir. Sir, I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to Ukraine and its neighboring countries of Romania, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, Moldova, and others who have extended exceptional support to Operation Ganga in bringing Indians safely back home from war-stricken Ukraine. I also thank our Honorable Prime Minister for his guidance and Dr. S. Jaishankar ji for his exceptional leadership in times of crisis. I also extend thanks to Sri Jyotiradittya Scindia ji, Sri Kiran Rijiju, Sri Hardeep Singh Puri, and General V.K. Malik, whose presence on the ground has made a big difference in coordinating the evacuation and helping the Indians stranded there. I'm sorry, V.K. Singh. My apologies, sir. Mr. V.K. Singh. Sir, Vladimir Putin's dream is becoming Ukraine's nightmare. And Putin's threat of interference by the West, particularly the US or its NATO member countries, and saying 4 times that Russia is a powerful nuclear state, clearly indicates to what extent Russia could go if there is interference. The threat of chemical war is also of major concern, sir. Russia unfolded its hybrid war against the Ukraine. It includes cyber attacks on the Defense Ministry and 2 large Ukrainian banks, flared and intensified clashes between Russian-trained rebels from Luhansk and Donetsk and Ukrainian armed forces. Recognizing Donetsk and Luhansk, military exercises in Belarus, carefully choreographed communication surrounding the announced troop withdrawal are all part of the toolbox, and this narrative was mastered by Russia in the case of Ukraine, sir. Its economy has been battered, with Russia stopping oil ships passing through Ukraine and stopping gas supply through pipes, resulting in denial of transit charges to Ukraine, leading to a deep fall in the Ukraine currency, and now city after city in Ukraine are turning into rubble, sir. The hybrid warfare sows the seeds of uncertainty, which in turn frightens the potential investors, thereby further weakening Ukraine. As per the latest reports, Russian forces have encircled Chernihiv, a city between Kiev and the Russian border. Mariupol, Kherson, Melitopol, Kharkiv, etc. are under total control of Russian forces. Russia is now planning to create a corridor between the Crimea and areas held by the Russian-backed separatist forces in Donetsk and Luhansk, up to northeastern part of Ukraine, for the reasons known to all of us, sir. But we must acknowledge what is happening today in Bucha is outrageous and inhuman, sir. Sir, the stand taken by India, be it at the UN Security Council or in Quad Foreign Ministers meeting at Melbourne in the 2nd week of February, or during discussions with the UK's Foreign Minister, is welcome in my opinion, sir. I fully endorse and appreciate the Honourable External Affairs Minister's stand, which of course is the stand of India, that the group should focus on cooperation and collaboration rather than confrontation. It is true that confrontation can only escalate the situation, which is not good for any country, while cooperation and collaboration will help douse the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and ensure long-term peace and stability in the region. Sir, I agree that it is a tightrope walk for India between West and Russia. Sir, please, few more minutes, sir. I have some very important points to make. But this is what diplomacy is all about. So I suggest we take everything into consideration before making a statement. With pressure mounting from the West, led by the US, we have to make a very difficult strategic choice between principles and values on one side and pragmatism and interest on the other. Sir, I'm apprehensive that Russia-China alliance and the East-West confrontation is narrowing down our diplomatic space, and at times I feel whether the time has come where we need to move closer to the US, and whether the Quad Summit in May this year is one such opportunity for India to do so. So I wish that Honorable Jaishankar ji would throw some light on this as to where India is moving. Sir, right from Nehru to Modi, we have been adopting non-aligned approach. We have taken sides or worked closely with world powers only when national interest is involved. And the examples are 1962, 1971 wars. But at the same time, Indian diplomacy has passed through rough weather when the USSR invaded Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968 or Afghanistan in 1978. But here, in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, I don't see any national interest involved, and hence the stand taken by the Honorable Prime Minister and the government India is welcome, sir. I am sure and confident that India will never kowtow to either the US or Russia or any other country for that matter. Sir, please, couple of more minutes. Sir, you know, we were in a bipolar world after post-World War II. It moved into a unipolar world at the end of the Cold War. And now another change in the world order is taking place. Where are we going to stand at the end of this? Is it going to be another bipolar or tripolar world with China and Russia? Or will it be a multipolar world where India also will be its own pole? Is, I think, what we need to be looking for, sir. Sir, sir, I'll just... I have a few points on the students. I'll skip to my... There's a few bullet points. Economic bullet points I think I should address, sir. Sir, more than 500 million of our exporters' payments are stuck in Russia due to sanctions. How are we handling this? Sir, Ukraine is the third largest producer and exporter of maize, which we need for our poultry sector. Ukraine and Russia are also top two exporters of sunflower oil, which we import. Along with sunflower oil, there's also the problem of getting soybean and palm oil from Indonesia since rates have skyrocketed. So what is the ministry going to do? What are the alternative arrangements to meet these demands? So Russia is also the second largest exporter of muriate of potash fertilizer, which we import. Out of 5.09 metric tons, 1/3 come from Belarus and Russia. Ukraine is also the largest supplier of urea to India. So how is government planning to address this? We're also importing crude oil from Russia, albeit less than 1%. But the petroleum minister has gone on record saying that it'll take time to fill this shortage. Also, sir, there are reports that India will import more oil from Russia and pay in rubles. Please kindly explain this. Exports from India like medicines, tea, etc. to Russia are impacted due to shipment concerns as war is blocking them and rerouting through Iran, which increases the cost. Sir, there's also a shortage of containers. So how government is planning for safe transport of our exports to Russia? Sir, I will conclude now, sir. Sir, I would not subscribe to the statement made by Mr. Biden that the stand of India is shaky. I would not subscribe because earlier America had conceded that India was an exception among its allies. So a carefully calibrated stand by New Delhi, I feel, has created a distinctive space for diplomacy by not only maintaining equidistance between the two powers, but moving towards a multipolar world.
Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Please.
Thank you, sir. सर, मैं सबसे पहले धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और साथ साथ विदेश मंत्री जयशंकर जी को और इनके टीम को, और जिन चारों मंत्री ने वहां जाकर सुरक्षित सबको निकालने के लिए काम किया, सभी को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। सर, जैसे कि इस ऑपरेशन का नाम दिया गया ऑपरेशन गंगा, और इसमें कहा गया कि ये ऑपरेशन एक ह्यूमैनिटेरियन ग्राउंड पे होना चाहिए। तो इसीलिए हम लोगों ने देखा सिर्फ इंडियन सिटीजन को ही नहीं लाया गया, पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश समेत बहुत सारी देश की जो मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स है और नागरिक है, सभी को वहां से लाने के लिए भारत सरकार ने मदद किया, सुरक्षित वहां से लाया गया। सर, मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, यहाँ विरोधियों की तरफ से ये कहा गया जब मोदी जी पूरा दुनिया में सबके साथ अच्छा संबंध बनाने के लिए हर देश में जाने के लिए काम करना शुरू किया और हर देश के साथ जब अच्छा रिलेशन बनाने के लिए काम किया, उस समय अपोजिशन की तरफ से ये बोला गया कि मोदी जी इतना देश भ्रमण क्यों कर रहा है। मोदी जी जो दुनिया के साथ जो रिलेशन बनाना चाहते थे, उसका फायदा सर अभी हम लोगों को देखने को मौका मिला। इंडिया ही ऐसा एक देश है जिसके नेशनल फ्लैग लगाकर पाकिस्तान हो और बाकी देश वहाँ से निकालने के लिए कोशिश किया, बांग्लादेश, पाकिस्तान खास करके। चाइना हो या बड़े बड़े जितना भी देश है, पावरफुल हम लोग मानते हैं जितना भी देश, ये देश भी वहाँ से निकालने के लिए उस समय काम नहीं कर पा रहा था, लेकिन इंडिया की फ्लैग की मदद से हर एक सिटीजन को वहाँ से निकालने के लिए इंडिया ने कोशिश किया और निकाल के मदद भी किया। मैं त्रिपुरा से हूँ और जितना यहाँ करीब 23,000 मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स को वहाँ से लाया गया, उसमें से त्रिपुरा से भी कुछ स्टूडेंट्स वहाँ खास करके खारकिव में मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स के रूप में करीब मेरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से 13 स्टूडेंट्स वहाँ पढ़ाई कर रहा था। 26 फरवरी मेरा दिशा का एक मीटिंग था साउथ त्रिपुरा में, जी जी, बिलोनिया सब डिवीजन में।
कंक्लूड कीजिए।
तो कुछ स्टूडेंट्स का पेरेंट्स वहाँ जब मेरा मीटिंग खत्म हुआ, जब मैं बाहर निकल रहा था, उस समय आके ये लोग बोलना शुरू किया कि सर हमारा बच्चों को थोड़ा सा हेल्प कीजिए, किसे हम लोग वहाँ से लाएंगे, जी जी, आप यहाँ का एमपी हो। तो तुरंत मैंने विदेश दफ्तर से संपर्क किया और खास करके उस दिन मैंने आर.के. रंजन जी जो एमओएस है, इनके साथ संपर्क किया और जय शंकर जी के ऑफिस में मैंने मेल किया। तुरंत एक दिन बाद इसमें से 4 लोग, सर एक मिनट जी, चार लोगों को वहाँ से निकाला गया और बाकी को भी लाने के लिए विदेश मंत्रालय ने बहुत काम किया। सर इस विषय पे मैं एक बात बोलना चाहता हूँ। ये यूक्रेन और रशिया का जो युद्ध है, इसमें एक मौका भी आया, जैसे कि रशिया अभी ऑफर किया इंडिया को ताकि वहाँ से क्रूड ऑयल हम लोग खरीदे। ये मौका हाथ से जाना नहीं चाहिए। और एक अमेरिका और नेटो, ये अमेरिका और नेटो शुरू में जैसे कि जंग के लिए जो सिचुएशन क्रिएट किया, जी, अभी ये युद्ध खत्म करने के लिए इंडिया को एक्टिव रोल प्ले करना चाहिए। इसी सबके साथ
श्री शिव कुमार दासी जी।
Under the Rule 193, we all have been hearing heartening tales of war from the Ukraine. Our government, led by Sri Narendra Modi ji, acted swiftly, decisively, with all its diplomatic strength to ensure safety of our citizens in the war-torn country of Ukraine. Under Operation Ganga, we have evacuated more than 22,000 citizens back to the motherland. While other countries struggled with this situation, India's efforts in this regard stands out in the world. This shows our government's commitment to the citizens and shows India's growing dominance in the world. I sincerely thank Sri Narendra Modi ji, Dr. Jaishankar ji, Indian embassies in Russia, Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, Romania, Slovak Republic for this achievement. I also thank the 4 cabinet ministers who were involved in this, Sri Sindhya ji, Rijju ji, UK Singh ji and Hardeep Singh Puri ji. And also I thank Sri Bommai sir, who is our Chief Minister, his timely intervention. He has set up a nodal office to coordinate with the MEA and Indian embassies abroad to facilitate safe evacuation of the citizens, sir. Sir, several citizens, mainly students of medicine from my constituency, were also stuck in the war zone. One of them, Mr. Naveen Shekrappa, who was studying in Kharkiv, unfortunately lost his life, sir. I have discussed about this previously on the very floor. I had met Dr. Jaishankar ji with the request of his family members to bring back the mortal remains of him. We were able to bring the mortal remains of Naveen Shekrappa back home because of the intervention of Narendra Modi ji. and Jaishankar ji. I thank them on behalf of the family of Naveen Shekrappa for bringing closure and helping them deal with this terrible loss, sir. I wish to take a minute to discuss on what Mr. Shekrappa Gyanagoudar communicated with me when I visited their family, sir. Mr. Siddheshwari ji is here also, sir. We all went when that happened. And even though he was struggling to deal with that terrible loss, it was heartening to know about his concern he had for the society and public good. In that moment, sir, he questioned the situation which made all these bright students leave the country in pursuit of educational opportunities. Even the Naveen had scored 97% of marks, sir. So he had questioned about the future of these students returned from the Ukraine. He discussed about the structural changes needed for the educational system of India, sir. I also feel the need for the discuss and discourse and also the solution in this matter. I end this short talk with feeling that we lawmakers owe an answer to Mr. Shekrappa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shri Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji.
सर, आज की चर्चा में ये बात बार बार सदन में उठे होंगे. It sounds like music that statesman Sri Pandit Nehru ji has been remembering afresh given the contemporary political and diplomatic situation prevailing across the world. हमारे देश स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की देश है. स्वामी विवेकानंद जी once exhorted to the people of the world that help not fight, assimilation not destruction, peace and harmony not dissension. सर, आप जयशंकर जी यहाँ आए, हमारी बात सुन रहे हैं. उनके साथ 4 और मंत्री भी उनको सहयोग करने के लिए खड़ा बैठे हैं. अच्छा लगते हैं. फिर भी मैं जानता हूं कि वो आत्मनिर्भर है. फिर भी बार बार बीच में मंत्री खड़े होकर उनको रक्षा करते हैं. तो मेरा यह कहना है कि इतने सारे श्रेय लेने की क्या जरूरत है. हम तो जानते हैं कि किरण रिजिजू जी एक बात बड़ी अच्छा कहा कि जो भी सरकार में रहे उसको ये जिम्मेवारी निभाना चाहिए था, वो हम निभा रहे हैं. यही तो है हमारा परंपरा. चाहे हमारे देश आजाद होने की पहले यही तो परंपरा चल के आ रहे हैं कि कोई भी देश किसी की भी पार्टी की नेतृत्व में रहे, ये हमारे देश की जो भी प्रधान होते हैं उनका जिम्मेवारी में ये आते हैं. फिर भी हम क्यों चर्चा करते हैं कि कोई अगर चूक हो सरकार को सतर्क करना, सरकार को सलाह देना, ये विपक्ष की एक धर्म होता है, वो हम पालन करते हैं. लेकिन आप लोगों की जो रवैया, ये बार बार एक ही बात पे आप श्रेय लेने की एक होड़ में लगे हुए हैं, ये शोभा नहीं देता. जब ये आप खुद कहते हैं कि ये संवेदनशील मसला है, जब मसला संवेदनशील होते हैं तो संवेदनशीलता की तहत इसको चर्चा होना चाहिए. हम तो सबसे पहले ये कहूंगा कि could you explore any idea that Indian Parliament has been taking an unanimous resolution and going to suggest all the warring countries between Russia and Ukraine so that they may restrain from their present situation. The situation is really terrible, horrendous, heartrending. Still it is haunting the memory of World War II. So could we explore any idea of make any fresh appeal to those warring countries to stop the war, to restrain from the war so as to prevail the peace and tranquility in the world. माने या ना माने आसर सब पे होते हैं, हमारा भी होते हैं. जिस दिन से क्रीमिया एनेक्सेशन हुई है उसी दिन से मान लीजिए हजारों की तादाद में लोगों को हुआ मौत की खबर आ रही है. तो क्रीमिया एनेक्सेशन और जंग शुरू मतलब एक ही समय की होते हैं. हमारे जयशंकर जी एक कद्दावर और बड़े काबिल हमारे फॉरेन मिनिस्टर है. मैं उनको 2-3 सलाह पूछना चाहते हैं जो मेरे को हंटिंग कर रहे हैं. ये नंबर 1, डज द यूक्रेन रूसिया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रियली टेस्ट इंडिया फॉरेन policy resilience. Second, what are the complications outlining India's restraint? Will it affect India's efforts to engage with Eurasia? Will India's stance affect the growing synergy with the West as well as the Quad in the Indo-Pacific? Whether any adverse impact may have been occurred on due to the Kutch sanction insofar as India's stance is concerned. यह हमें हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से आज नहीं, हम ये बात जरूर उठाए हैं कि जिस तरीके से हमें और तत्परता बरतना चाहिए था, वो तत्परता हम दिखाने में कहीं चूक जरूर हुआ है। इसीलिए हम ये कहते हैं कि आप लोग कहते हैं कि हमारा 4 मंत्री गए हैं, हमारे पार्टी के एमपी गुरजीत सिंह औजला भी गए थे वहां, हम भी वहां का कुछ हमारी एम्बेसी की जो पोस्ट है, ये एम्बेसी की पोस्ट के साथ साथ वहां के लोकल जो स्टूडेंट, उनका भी पोस्ट आप जोड़ दीजिए, आपको खुद पता चलेगा किस तरीके की दिक्कत की सामना उनको करना पड़ा था। अभी स्टूडेंट्स का बात हो रहा है, हम स्टूडेंट्स बाहर भेजे हैं, आने के बाद उन लोगों को एकोमोडेट कैसे किया जाए, ये भी हमें सोचना चाहिए। Advisories sent out by the Indian embassy were also vague in how students ought to conduct themselves. It was reported that students had to make their own way to border countries because of a lack of response from the embassy regarding the evacuation. Indian students were reportedly harassed at borders crossing out of Ukraine in retaliation for India's abstention during the UN Security Council resolution against Russia's invasion. There have also been reports of Indian students being asked to clean toilets to ensure their evacuation out of Ukraine. In March, 4 union ministers were deployed to bordering nations to supervise evacuation efforts. Certainly, India had the first casualty that has been referred also, that किरकिब में हमारे एक छात्र के भी निधन हो चुके हैं। ये आज की हालत है। आज रेस्ट्रिक्शन इंपोज हो गए हैं, सैंक्शन इंपोज हो गए हैं, स्विफ्ट से इनको रशिया को निकालने का सारे प्रयास हो रहे हैं। इसका असर हमारे देश में कैसे होगी, हमें रिस्पॉन्ड कैसा होगा? रूपी रूबल ट्रेड सिस्टम क्या हम अपनाने जा रहे हैं? रूपी रूबल ट्रेड सिस्टम में हमारा अगले दिन हमें कौन सा कदम उठाने की जरूरत है, इस विषय पे अगर हमारी सरकार कुछ हमें एक्सप्लेन करे तो हमारे लिए ये सुविधा होगी, क्योंकि अभी भी हम डॉलर यूरो सिस्टम में चलते हैं। लेकिन ये रेस्ट्रिक्शन की बात, ये जो नया जो परिस्थिति ये पैदा हुए हैं, इससे निपटने के लिए हमें क्या रणनीति अपनाना चाहिए, ये आप थोड़ा बताइए। हमारे यहाँ बताए जाते हैं कि रशिया और यूक्रेन के साथ जंग हो रहा है, इसके लिए तेल की कीमत बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, और दूसरी तरफ हमारे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर वो कह रहे हैं कि हम डिस्काउंटेड तेल मिलते हैं, हम डिस्काउंटेड तेल खरीदते रहेंगे। ये ऑन April 1st, the finance minister confirmed that India had procured 3 to 4 days worth of crude oil supply from Russia at heavily discounted prices. In ordinary circumstances, India imports only 3% of its crude oil from Russia. India is expected to increase imports from Russia in the coming months, with the sanctioned hit nation reportedly offering its crude at up to $35 per barrel discount. This discount comes at a time when Brent crude prices have been staying above the US dollar more than 100 mark, even reaching a 14-year high of USD 139 per barrel in early March. However, whether cheap Russian crude imports will translate into cheaper fuel prices for the citizens, it's yet to be seen. ये हमारा मुद्दा इसलिए है कि एक तरफ आप कहते हैं कि इसलिए दाम की बढ़ोतरी होते हैं, दूसरी तरफ आपका ही सरकार की वित्त मंत्री कहते हैं कि हम सस्ते में तेल खरीदते हैं। आप कौन सा बात सच है, आप खुद कहिए। सर, ये जो नजारा आज देख रहे हैं, 1962 में ये क्यूबा की लेकर ये पोर्ट क्वारंटाइन की नीति अपनाए थे हमारे अमेरिका की केनेडी साहब ने। अब लगता है उस तरीके की अभी स्पेशल ऑपरेशन के नाम पे यूक्रेन पे रशिया के साथ ये जंग छेड़ा गया है। सर, ये जो हमारे और एक मुद्दा मैं उठाना चाहते हैं, हमारे जयशंकर जी के सामने रखना चाहते हैं, ये न्यू आयरन कार्टेड फॉल्स ओवर रूसिया. Analysts want, not me, analysts want, Jaishankar ji, that Putin's growing dependence on zipping would make it difficult for India to navigate its critical interests. Seeing an important ally being completely economically and diplomatically dependent on a key strategic adversary, China, is not Delhi's advantage. Sino-Russia ties have taken a whole different logic and it's much more in favor of China. देखिए, रूसिया के साथ हमारा आज की संपर्क नहीं, ये एज ओल्ड रिलेशन है. जब हमारी इंडो यूएस न्यूक्लियर डील यूपीए सरकार ने सदन में पास कराया था और उस समय एनएसजी न्यूक्लियर सप्लाई ग्रुप हमें समर्थन करे, इसलिए रशिया हमें काफी मदद की है. हमारे साथ रशिया की सिर्फ बायर और सेलर की संपर्क नहीं, हमारे साथ रशिया की ज्वाइंट रिसर्च होते हैं, ज्वाइंट डेवलपमेंट होते हैं, जैसे कि ब्रह्मोस को ली, जैसे कि सुखोई, जैसे कि T-90 टैंक, हमारे साथ ज्वाइंट ये कारोबार चलते हैं. लेकिन अगले दिन में इसका नतीजा क्या होगा, इस विषय पे सरकार की क्या सोच है, ये मेरा जानना चाहते हैं. बस ठीक है सर, ये हमारी तरफ से हम ये बात रखना चाहते हैं कि सदैव हम देश की रक्षा करने के लिए, देश की हित के लिए हम पार्टी नहीं देखते, हम देश को आगे देखते हैं. हमारा रवैया आप उधार करते हुए, हमारा तर्क उधार करते हुए आप बड़ी बड़ी बात करते हैं. हम लोग शेयर नहीं लेना चाहते. राजनाथ सिंह खुद कहते हैं कि मोदी जी यूक्रेन और रूसिया की जंग में इस तरीके के काम किए कि सारे दुनिया में बाबा हो रहे हैं. क्या काम किया कि सारे दुनिया में बाबा हो रहे हैं? हम नहीं, ये राजनाथ सिंह कह रहे हैं. तो श्रेय की होड़ में आप लगे हुए हैं. हम लोग श्रेय की होड़ में लगे नहीं, क्योंकि ये हमारा परंपरा है, ये हमको करना पड़ेगा. हम देश की हित में हम पार्टी करता है और देश की हित के लिए हम लड़ेंगे. ये हमारा आज की नहीं, ये हमारा नीति है, ये हमारा विचारधारा है. ये विचारधारा को साथ के लिए हम चलते हैं.
सभापति जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. काफी डिबेट सुनी. मैं सिर्फ छोटे इंटरवेंशन से कुछ चीजें बोलना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि कई बार लगता है कि हम लोग मीडिया और बाकी चीजों को सुनकर ज्यादा तूल देते हैं, ना कि फैक्ट्स के ऊपर ज्यादा तूल देते हैं. मैं तीन अलग अलग विषयों को लेकर चलूंगा. फर्स्ट इज पॉलिसी इश्यूज, सेकेंड इज हाउ एग्जैक्टली the whole thing has been done, and lastly कि मीडिया और लड़ाई के बारे में जो हम बात कर रहे हैं उसमें क्या एक्चुअल सच्चाई है. सबसे पहले तो मैं एक चीज स्पष्ट करना चाहूंगा, यहां पर कोई श्रेय के लिए नहीं आया है. ना हमारे विदेश मंत्री जयशंकर जी को श्रेय चाहिए, ना जो कोई गया है उसको श्रेय चाहिए. और ये अगर आपके मस्तिष्क की उपज है तो कृपया करके इसको बाहर छोड़ दीजिए. हमें नहीं चाहिए श्रेय. हम सिर्फ किसी काम के लिए गए थे, काम देश का काम था, हमारा काम पार्टी का नहीं था. और देश के काम से हम एक बार नहीं अनेक बार 2014 से गए हैं. सब देश के लिए गए हैं, अपने श्रेय के लिए नहीं गए. तो कृपया बराए मेहरबानी इसको हटा दीजिए. जहां तक पॉलिसी इश्यूज का सवाल है, मैं बहुत नम्रतापूर्वक कहना चाहूंगा, 2014 से सरकार ने इन विषयों के ऊपर जिस तरह से काम किया है, उससे एक कॉन्फिडेंस देने की कोशिश की है जनता को, हमारे प्रवासियों को, कि अगर कुछ गड़बड़ होगी, अगर कुछ दिक्कत आएगी तो भारत की सरकार उनकी मदद के लिए हमेशा तत्पर रहेगी. और मैं इसको दोबारा कह रहा हूं, भारत की सरकार, ये एक कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है हमने. सर मैं उसकी भी बात कर रहा हूं. मनीष जी बैठिए, मैं उसकी भी बात कर रहा हूं. आप सब लोग 1990 की बात कर रहे थे. अगर आप उस इवैक्यूएशन को देखें तो शायद आपको अपने आप शर्म आने लगेगी। सॉरी, 90 का आप इवैक्यूएशन देख लीजिए, 1990 का इवैक्यूएशन देख लीजिए कुवैत का। I'm talking of 1990 specifically because everybody mentioned that. There have been many evacuations, every evacuation. Sir, मेरे को बोलने दीजिए, मेरे को बोलने दीजिए. If you don't like it, if you don't like it, please sit down. Please sit down.
आप बैठिए।
एक मिनट बैठिए। बैठ जाइए।
आप बोलिए।
Everybody mentioned 1990. That is why I am saying so. Whoever was in power is immaterial.
उनका
We have had many evacuations.
Please.
We have had many evacuations. Chairman sir, स्पीकर महोदय, बहुत इवैक्यूएशंस हुए। हर एक इवैक्यूएशन की सिचुएशन अलग होती है, हर एक सिचुएशन के अंदर काम करने का तरीका अलग होता है। कृपया उसको कंपेयर मत करिए। अगर आप कहेंगे कि अब जो चीज हुई है वो हमने पहले भी की थी, नहीं की थी, या अगर यमन में कुछ हुआ था वो पहले हुआ था, वैसा नहीं हुआ था, अगर लीबिया में कुछ हुआ था उससे पहले वैसा नहीं हुआ था। हर एक सिचुएशन अलग है और अगर हम इस चीज को नहीं समझेंगे तो हम गलती करेंगे।
अधीर बाबू
सर, आपने बोल लिया। सर, आप बोल चुके हैं, आप बैठिए।
मंत्री जी
आप बैठिए।
कुछ भी रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा है आपका।
बैठिए।
अधीर जी, कुछ भी रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा, कुछ भी रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा। मनीष जी, केवल मंत्री जी प्लीज डोंट इन्वॉल्व योरसेल्फ।
Sir, I'm not yielding. Despite you being a
don't
senior
defend them, don't reply them.
And
only address the chair. Please.
Problem
no,
is,
nothing, please sit down. Please बैठ जाइए।
Problem is, if you do not, and I'm repeating that again, औजला साहब बैठ जाइए, बैठ जाइए।
बैठिए, औजला साहब
बैठ जाइए।
अधीर बाबू बैठिए।
अधीर दादा बैठ जाइए।
नो, यू हैव यू स्पोकन। देखिए, आप बोल चुके हैं, आपकी पार्टी से आप बैठिए। कुछ रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा है, कोई चीज रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जाएगी। केवल माननीय मंत्री जी
ऐसा अगर आपको शायद मेरी बात समझ में नहीं आई, मैं दोबारा रिपीट करता हूं। हर सिचुएशन अलग होती है, उसके काम करने का तरीका अलग होता है, दोनों के बीच में कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं होता है। बहुत सिंपल चीज है और मैं अपने अनुभव के आधार पर आपको बोल रहा हूं, मैं पॉलिटिक्स के अंदर नहीं बोल रहा हूं। दूसरी चीज है कि जहां तक हमारी विदेश नीति का सवाल है, विदेश नीति पर काफी बात की, हमारे विदेश मंत्री इसके ऊपर बोलेंगे। मैं सिर्फ एक ही चीज कहना चाहता हूं, किसी भी देश की विदेश नीति एक सार रहती है, थोड़े बदलाव आते हैं, थोड़ा उसको ट्वीक करना पड़ता है अलग अलग समय पर, और वो चीजें चलती रहती हैं। और उसके अंदर टीका टिप्पणी करना कि जी हमने पहले ऐसे किया था, अब ऐसे हो रहा है, वो गलत होगा। आज के हालात के अंदर क्या विदेश नीति होगी, वो आज के हालात पर मुनस्सर करेगी। And it will be dependent on how you look at each nation. Today, we are looking at greater strategic autonomy. We are looking at what our interests will get us better results, and that is why you find our relationships over a period of time have changed a little bit. And that is all that the foreign policy is about. Let me now take on the situation of what emerged during the crisis. I think the media has played it that India was very late. I think the warnings had been given in time, but there is one problem. And again, I'm speaking from my experience. हमारे भारतीय जहां पर भी होते हैं, ये मैंने साउथ सूडान में भी देखा, ये मैंने यमन में भी देखा, और मैंने यहां पर भी देखा, आखिरी मिनट तक कोई नहीं हिलता। जब तक गोली नहीं गिरेगी या गोला नहीं गिरेगा तब तक कोई नहीं हिलता। वो सोचते हैं कि शायद सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा। और यहां पर एक और दिक्कत थी हमारे पास, जो यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जो लोग थे, जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स थे, वो इस चीज के बारे में स्टूडेंट्स को बोलते रहे कुछ नहीं होगा, शांति से बैठो, सब ठीक हो जाएगा। तो ऐसी हालत के अंदर अगर लोग बाग रुके और देरी हुई, तो इसका कारण सरकार की देरी नहीं है। देखिए, दिक्कत
आप अपना बोलिए।
दिक्कत सबसे बड़ी ये है कि आपको शायद यही लगता है क्योंकि आपके रिसर्च सेल ने ये बोला है। दूसरी चीज, जहां तक हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिनके साथ भी हमने बात की और बहुत लोगों के साथ बात की, और मैं आपको कह सकता हूं कि आपकी धारणा बिल्कुल गलत है। जो स्टूडेंट्स के साथ बात की शायद आपने बाद में बात की होगी, लेकिन आप इस चीज को समझेंगे नहीं। औजला साहब, आप तो आखिरी दिन आए थे, आप क्यों बोल रहे हो? आप बैठ जाइए। आप तो आखिरी दिन आए थे पोलैंड में। यू डिडंट इवन मीट एनीबॉडी। प्लीज सिट डाउन।
आप इधर बोलिए।
कुछ इस चीज की चर्चा आई कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को दिक्कत हुई चलने में, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को दिक्कत हुई। ये वो स्टूडेंट्स थे जो 25 किलोमीटर लंबे जाम के अंदर फंसे हुए थे, जिसमें सड़क से दूसरी तरफ जाने का रास्ता नहीं था, जिसमें भारी संख्या में यूक्रेन के लोग मेडिका पोलैंड की जो क्रॉसिंग है उसको पार करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। 25 किलोमीटर लंबे जाम के अंदर पैदल चलना पड़ेगा। हवाई जहाज नहीं आएगा वहां, ड्रोन नहीं आएगा वहां, और अगर कष्ट हुआ है उसके लिए कुछ उस टाइम पे इलाज नहीं था। हमने कोशिश की कि हमारे लोग, हमारे एम्बेसी के लोग उन तक कंबल पहुंचाएं जो तो 3-3 दिन तक वहां पर रुके हुए थे, खाना भेजें, सब तरह की कोशिश की गई। लेकिन एक अपेक्षा होती है लोगों की कि नहीं जी, हम आए हैं तो हमको वहीं पर गाड़ी के अंदर रिसीव किया जाए, हमको गाड़ी के अंदर लेकर पार किया जाए। इसी तरह एक चीज का जिक्र आया कि दुर्व्यवहार हुआ पुलिस के द्वारा। इन बॉर्डर क्रॉसिंग्स के ऊपर भीड़ थी, लेकिन जैसा कि हम लोगों की मनस्थिति होती है, हमारे लोगों की कोई डिसिप्लिन नहीं पढ़ना चाहता, कोई लाइन नहीं लगाना चाहता, और जहां पर उन्होंने बुजुर्गों को धक्का दिया वहां पर पुलिस ने उनके साथ दुर्व्यवहार किया। ये बिल्कुल सब जगह पे हमने चेक किया पर्सनली, और वहां पर जहां पर भी हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ दुर्व्यवहार हुआ वो इसलिए नहीं हुआ कि हमने एब्सटेन किया था, वो इसलिए हुआ कि हमारे स्टूडेंट बुजुर्गों को धक्का देकर आगे निकलने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। तो कई चीजें होती हैं जिनके बारे में एक गलत धारणा बन जाती है। मेरा एम था कि इस धारणा को मैं ठीक करूं। जो एक बहुत बड़ी चीज जिसके बारे में ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी ने भी बोला, हमारे एनजीओज का, प्रवासियों का, प्रवासी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का काफी बड़ा रोल रहा मदद करने के अंदर, चाहे कोई धार्मिक संगठन था और इट वाज अ एनजीओ और इट वाज अ कंपनी विच वाज वर्किंग आउट। पोलैंड के साथ जो हमारे रिश्ते हैं, निशिकांत जी ने बताया था कि किस प्रकार जाम साहब के कारण एक भारत की तस्वीर है पोलैंड के अंदर, और इसीलिए जो भी हमारा स्टूडेंट पोलैंड के बीच से आया उनको 15 दिन का शेंगन वीसा दिया गया, और किसी देश ने नहीं दिया। सिर्फ पोलैंड ने 15 दिन का शेंगन उनको वीसा लगा के दिया, ताकि उनको आगे अगर जाना है, अपने आप जर्मनी से जाना है या और कहीं से जाना है, तो उनको दिक्कत ना आए। एक चीज आई थी कि मिनिस्टर्स क्यों बोल रहे हैं, वो क्या कर रहे थे। एक श्याम सिंह जी ने काफी बातें की, मैं तो आपसे निवेदन करूंगा कि उन्होंने जो कुछ चर्चाएं की उनको थोड़ा निकाला जाए। हमारा काम था कैसे सहूलियत की जाए, कैसे रिसोर्सेज को इकट्ठा किया जाए, कैसे लोगों को सही तरीके से लेकर आया जाए, कैसे जब वो आते हैं उनको खाना वगैरह दिया जाए। और मानकर चलिए जब 1000 लोग होते हैं, 1000 में से 2 या 4 आदमी असंतुष्ट जरूर होंगे, सबकी संतुष्टि पॉसिबल नहीं है। उन हालात के अंदर जब आप बड़े बड़े हॉलों के अंदर लोगों को सुलाते हैं, अगर कोई कहे कि मुझे तो चारपाई चाहिए थी, तो शायद वो एक गलत तरीके से उस चीज का उपयोग करना था। इस सब के अंदर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का, और उन्होंने श्रेय नहीं मांगा किसी से, उनका एक रोल रहा। और वो क्या रोल था, जो कि रोल उन्होंने यमन के अंदर भी निभाया था। उन्होंने जो भी राष्ट्राध्यक्ष थे उनसे बात की कि कैसे हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को निकाला जा सकता है। जब रशिया ने एक वार्निंग दी कि आप खार्किव और से या सुमी से अपने लोगों को निकाल लें, तब बातचीत की गई कि उनको कैसे निकाला जाए। अगर वहां पर ट्रेन हमारे राजनयिकों ने अरेंज की तो उसके लिए भी जो बातचीत हुई उसके कारण हुआ, नहीं तो हमारे लोगों को ट्रेन नहीं मिल रही थी। हमारे लोगों को बसें नहीं मिलनी थी, हर एक सीट का किराया $500 मांगा जा रहा था। औजला जी
बैठिए, आप
ऐसा
बोलिए, बोलिए।
बैठ जाइए, सुन लीजिए,
माननीय मंत्री
समझ
जी,
लीजिए। कुछ स्टूडेंट ऐसे थे,
माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज,
कुछ स्टूडेंट ऐसे थे जो अपने आप बिना किसी के इंतजार किए जो निकले वहां से।
आप बैठिए,
और
साहब बैठिए, आप नो बैठिए आप,
जो वहां से निकले वो अपनी मर्जी से आए, अपने तरीके से आए, और उनमें से कोई एक दुखी नहीं था। मैं उन सबसे मिला, कोई उसमें से दुखी नहीं था। बाद में आप आके अपना दुख जो भी देना वो आप देते जाएं, लेकिन जो वहां पर बॉर्डर क्रॉसिंग के ऊपर कोई दुखी नहीं था। अगर मैं हरजोत सिंह का एग्जाम्पल लूं, हरजोत सिंह को लाने के अंदर शायद जितनी मेहनत करनी पड़ी होगी उतनी किसी और ने नहीं की होगी। हरजोत सिंह चले, रास्ते के अंदर विनित्सा एयरपोर्ट के ऊपर बमबारी हुई, ट्रैफिक जैम हुआ, गाड़ी फंसी, उसको कम से कम 4-5 घंटे चक्कर लगाना पड़ा, गाड़ी का गैसोलीन खत्म हो रहा था। हमारे डिफेंस अटैचे और उनके स्टाफ गाड़ियां लेकर गए, एम्बुलेंस को ढूंढा, जरीकेन से उसमें गैसोलीन डाली, वो आगे आए, दोबारा उसके लिए किया। ऐसा कोई और देश नहीं कर सकता, कोई देश नहीं कर सकता। और मैं बड़े फख्र के साथ कहता हूं कि जो काम हमारे देश ने किया है दुनिया के किसी देश ने नहीं किया।
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया, आप चपले मारो, बढ़िया बढ़िया करो।
आखिर में मैं 2-3 चीजें और कहना चाहूंगा जी। वॉर इज डिस्ट्रक्शन, वॉर थ्रोज अप कॉर्प्सेस, इट डजंट थ्रो लिविंग पीपल। वॉर रिजल्ट्स इन massive damage, and as the wars become more modern, this damage increases. So what you are seeing today on the televisions is only a part of it. Secondly, in modern day, wars result in great amount of disinformation. हमको नहीं पता क्या हो रहा है। कुछ जो मीडिया जिस तरीके से चीजों को उठाता है, अलग अलग तरह के मीडिया अलग अलग तरह से उठाते हैं, इसलिए इसके बीच में से सच्चाई ढूंढना बड़ा मुश्किल काम है। तो इसलिए मेरा निवेदन यही रहेगा कि जो सिचुएशन है, मेरे ख्याल से आपके पास एक बड़ी सक्षम सरकार है जो इसको अच्छे तरीके से हैंडल कर रही है, उनको हैंडल करने दीजिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। आइटम नंबर 17, संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां और अनुसूचित जनजातियों आदेश विधेयक 2022। माननीय मंत्री जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये सभापति महोदय, ये झारखंड राज्य से के संबंध में संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां अनुसूचित जनजातियां आदेश संशोधन विधेयक 2022 के संबंध में विचार करने का प्रस्ताव है। झारखंड राज्य के अनुसूचित जाति एवं अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में निम्नलिखित बदलाव किए जाने का प्रस्ताव है। अनुसूचित जातियों की सूची में क्रम संख्या 3 पर सूचीबद्ध भोक्ता को विलोपित करना, अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में पूर्वाहन के तौर पर नई प्रविष्टि को शामिल करना, अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में क्रम संख्या 16 पर भोक्ता देशवरी, गंजू, दौलतबंदी, पटबंदी, राउत, मझिया, खैरी को खरवार के पर्यायवाची के रूप में प्रविष्ट करना, अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची के क्रम संख्या 24 पर मुंडा के पर्याय के रूप में तमरिया, तमड़िया को शामिल करना। माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आग्रह करता हूं कि इस पर विचार किया जाए और जो भी सुझाव आएंगे उसके अनुरूप फिर सरकार उत्तर देते हुए आग्रह करेगी कि इसको पास किया जाए।
श्री केसरी जी।
Chairman sir, thank you for giving me chance to speak on this Constitution Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes Orders Amendment Bill 2022. Sir, this bill contains or inclusion of certain communities in the list of scheduled tribes in relation to the state of Jharkhand as passed by Rajya Sabha be taken into consideration. Sir, in this session, 3 times, first of all Tripura, inclusion of some community from scheduled caste, scheduled tribe. After that, Uttar Pradesh, some of the scheduled caste communities included scheduled tribes. Now, Honorable Minister, Tribal Minister Shri Arjun Mundaji, bring another Constitution Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribe Orders Amendment Bill to inclusion of certain communities in Jharkhand. Sir, I have no objection, but I can understand the compulsion of the government and also pressure of the government and also election point of view. They are continuously including many communities from scheduled caste to scheduled tribes, from backward to scheduled caste. So this is not good. The previous bill, when I was spoken that continuously government, due to vote bank, including many communities in the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe list, the chances or the availability of the funds and also reservation benefits are going down. There is no mechanism for enhancement of the allocation of scheduled tribes funds and also a reservation. So I would like to appeal through you, Sir Honorable Minister, you have to include any community into scheduled caste and tribe. I have no objection, but at the same time, you must understand the real problem which are facing by these communities, scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. Sir, I am coming to certain issues throughout the country. Sir, the very rights of scheduled tribes in the various parts of the country are facing so many problems. Sir, recently Gujarat, the rights of scheduled tribes of Gujarat is being denied by a government, Gujarat state government, that has decided to go ahead with the Parth-Tapi Narmada river linking project. In the face of grassroots movement protesting this ecological disaster likely to result in displacement of thousands of Adivasis. Honorable Minister is keeping quiet. There was no reaction from Tribal Ministry. So what is the ministry role? You have to protect the interest of the tribal community. But the eviction of thousands of tribal people in that area, so Tribal Ministry is keeping quiet. Now the project is being temporarily stopped as the election is approaching in Gujarat and must like the stoppage of price rise of petrol and diesel during the 5 state elections. The BJP has decided to pass the project only Gujarat while the ecologically disastrous Ken Betwani project in Madhya Pradesh continues. Chairman sir, so this is the attitude towards the Adivasi communities by the BJP ruled state, especially Gujarat. So how will the project affect villages? According to the report by the National Water Development Agency, about 6,065 hectares of land area will be submerged due to the proposed reservoirs of the Parth-Tapi Narmada river linking project. And a total of 61 villages will be affected, of which one will be fully submerged and the remaining 60 will be partly submerged. The total number of affected families would be 2,509 and in Gujarat. 793 families from 17 villages will be affected by Kelvan reservoir. Sir, 563 families by Dabar reservoir across 11 villages. 379 families by Chasmandwa reservoir spread over 7 villages. 345 families would be affected in Chikka reservoir across 9 villages. And 331 families would be affected due to Paikat reservoir spread over 11 villages. The main issue here is that ancestral lands, house of Adivasi families will be submerged when the reservoirs are created. No amount of compensation can compensate their losses of culture, their lineage, their heritage and their collective memories, but did the BJP government in Gujarat care? No. They went ahead with the project only to realize that the protest by the affected tribals will be submerge their election victory. This is the level of duplicity of the BJP government. That has no rumors, that has no remorse of pain of demolishing ancestral lands of Adivasi of the name of development. If this is the situation of Adivasis in tribal areas and their brothers and sisters in the other parts of the country is prospering. Sir, on December 18, 2006, the historic scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers recognition of Forest Rights Act FRA was passed in Parliament by the UPA government when Manmohan Singh ji was the Prime Minister of India and Honorable Sonia Gandhi ji was chairperson of UPA. The revolutionary leaves of tribes by correcting historical injustice done to the tribal community and other traditional forest dwellers by granting right of forest to original owners of the forest. However, no significant improvement is seen in the efforts of NDA government in implementing the Forest Rights Act. Mr. Chairman, sir, it is shocking to note that only 14.75% of the minimum potential forest area for forest rights in India have been recognized since Act came into force. Sir, even with this lower recognition rate, there is an uneven implementation of FRA across states. For example, Andhra Pradesh has recognized 23% of 29,64,000 acres of minimum potential forest claim, while Jharkhand with 52,000 acres minimum potential forest area has recognized only 5%. Sir, let us examine the performance of state granting rights of tribal under FRA Act since promulgation. I would like to request Honorable Minister whether your ministry or tribal ministry has ensured that the FRA is implementing all the state governments in implementing through the benefit of the tribals. But no, sir, there is no progress for implementing of FRA. Many of the state government is not ready to implement FRA Act. So the government of India is not taking any initiative to implement FRA. Sir, I'm 1 or 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes. I am concluding, sir. Sir, the crime against scheduled tribes. That also I have a figures. I'm not due to the time constraint. I'm not going into the details. The atrocities against scheduled tribes has been increasing day by day.
एक मिनट, यदि सदन की सहमति हो तो 8 बजे तक सदन का समय बढ़ा लिया जाए। नहीं, 8 बजे तक ही पास करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
So POA Act is there for protection of scheduled tribes and scheduled castes, but that POA Act also not implementing properly. The tribals are still victim of the other people or upper caste people. Sir, the appointment of the scheduled tribes in the service. Sir, backlog is not filling up regularly. Sir, 2016, ST backlog is 6,955. 2017, the backlog is 13,440. 2018, 12,679. 2019, 12,612. This is the backlog in the scheduled tribes backlog in the Government of India service. So there is no proper recruitment. There is no PO Act is not implementing for the scheduled tribes, and Forest Rights Act also not implementing, and also various parts of the country like Gujarat, so scheduled, they are forcefully thrown away from their own property. This is going in this country. With this word, sir, I would like to request Honorable Minister to protect scheduled tribe people in the country. Thank you, sir.
माननीय सभापति जी, आपने मुझे संविधान अनुसूचित जातियां और अनुसूचित जनजातियां आदेश संशोधक विधेयक 2022 पर बोलने का मौका दिया है। इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। इस बिल के द्वारा झारखंड राज्य के अनुसूचित जातियों की सूची से भोक्ता समुदाय का लोप करने के लिए तथा अनुसूचित जातियों की सूची में भोक्ता, देशवारी, गंजू, दौलतबंदी, ब्रैकेट में द्वालबंदी, पटबंदी, राउत, मजिया और खैरी, ब्रैकेट में खेरी और तमाड़िया, तमरिया और पुरान समुदाय को शामिल करने के लिए बिल लाया गया है। माननीय सभापति जी, मैं जानता हूं कि समय की मर्यादा है, लेकिन मैं एक निवेदन करना चाह रहा हूं कि आज यह बिल जिन समुदाय को हम देने जा रहे हैं, उनको 74 साल के लगातार अन्याय के बाद भारत की किसी सरकार ने उनकी सुध ली है और आज उनके आवाज को मुकाम मिल रहा है, जिंदगी मिल रही है। इसलिए मैं ये जरूर विनती करूंगा हाथ जोड़कर कि आज लाखों लोग अभी टीवी की ओर टकटकी लगाए बैठे हैं, दिन से फोन आ रहा है, आएगा नहीं आएगा, आएगा नहीं आएगा। तो मुझे आज उनकी व्यथा इसलिए भी व्यक्त करने दीजिए कि देश को यह जानने का अधिकार है कि 74 साल में 50 साल से अधिक जिन्होंने शासन किया, 58 साल, उन्होंने क्या अत्याचार किए, क्या अन्याय किया। ये कोई इंक्लूजन नहीं है। एक जाति, एक समुदाय जो 1872 के सेंसस से लगातार ट्राइबल कही जाती रही, उसको आपने 1950 के आदेश में छोड़ दिया है। उसी की उपजाति को जोड़ लिया और इसको छोड़ दिया। सच कहिए तो मैं सबसे पहले खरवार जाति की जो उपजातियां हैं, जिसमें भोक्ता, गंजू, खैरी, देशवारी, ये स्वाधीनता, स्वतंत्रता, स्वाभिमान, संस्कृति और सनातन संस्कृति के ध्वजवाहक हैं और ये सम्मान और उनकी सहभागिता का बिल है। और मैं इसलिए भी खड़ा हूं कि 28 मार्च अभी गया है, 28 मार्च 1859 को भोक्ता वंशी वीर नीलांबर पितांबर, जो खरवार वंशी थे, खरवार वंशी वीर भोक्ता बंधुओं को 28 मार्च 1859 को लेसलीगंज में देश की आजादी के लिए संघर्ष करने के लिए फांसी पर चढ़ा दिया गया। और यह वह जाति थी जिसने 1857 के क्रांति से ये लड़ते रहे दोनों भाई। इनको श्रद्धांजलि देने के साथ साथ मैं आज इस देश के सर्वोच्च सदन से नीलांबर पितांबर के साथ साथ नकलौट माझी रतन शाह, नारायण कुटकुन शाह, भोजा और भरत, भूखा शाह, शिवचरण मांझी, गणपत मांझी, कुर्तु मांझी, राजा सिंह, मंगू गंजू, ऐसे तमाम सैकड़ों शहीदों को नमन करता हूं और उनको ये विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि आज आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो सरकार बनी है और जिसमें जनजातीय मंत्रालय का भाग अर्जुन मुंडा जी ने संभाला है, आज आपको न्याय मिलेगा। ये सामान्य बिल देखने में लगता है, लेकिन इसकी कहानी अगर सुने, मैं सिर्फ समय का अभाव है तो मैं इसका सिर्फ क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर पढ़ रहा हूं। 10/8/1950 को भक्ता समुदाय को अलग जाति बनाकर अनुसूचित जातियों के श्रेणी क्रम संख्या 3 पर सूचीबद्ध किया गया। 71 वर्षों से भोक्ता समाज अपने पहचान और अस्तित्व की लड़ाई लड़ता आ रहा है। 5/10/2004 को पत्रांक संख्या 473 झारखंड जनजातीय कल्याण शोध संस्थान रांची के निदेशक द्वारा खरवार जाति के उपजातियों का अध्ययन करके कल्याण विभाग को प्रेषित किया गया। फिर 2003-2012 में भारत सरकार को आया। फिर 18-12-13 में रजिस्ट्रार जनरल की संस्तुति प्राप्त हुई। 3/12/14 को जनजातीय मंत्रालय ने भोक्ता खरवार पर मांगा और फिर एसटी कमीशन ने, मैं इसलिए उल्लेख कर रहा हूं कि एसटी कमीशन ने इसकी संस्तुति की और एसटी कमीशन के चेयरमैन, क्योंकि मैं आज देख रहा था कि मुझे पता लगा कि झारखंड में जो सरकार में है वो विरोध कर रहे हैं, लेकिन एसटी कमीशन के चेयरमैन अभी जो झारखंड में वित्त मंत्री हैं रामेश्वर ओरांव जी वही थे और उन्होंने 3 गांव का अध्ययन किया और उसका मैं संक्षेप में ही नाम लूंगा कि वो लातेहार जिले के 3 गांव में उन्होंने चंदवा ब्लॉक के बसडीहा गांव जो पंचायत हुटाप है, इसके साथ चीरो गांव और कालखंड गांव में जाकर स्टडी किया और यह पाया कि सामाजिक स्थिति, जन्म संस्कार, छठी संस्कार, विवाह संस्कार, कन्यामूल, दहेज प्रथा, मरण संस्कार, आर्थिक स्थिति, धार्मिक स्थिति और इन सभी जातियों में उन्होंने पाया कि ये सभी जातियां जिनको आज इंक्लूड किया जा रहा है ये खरवार की उपजातियों के अनुरूप हैं। और तो और झारखंड सरकार के भी ट्राइबल कमीशन के चेयरमैन प्रकाश ओरांव जी जो 2004 में थे, उनसे भी 31/7/14 को आदरणीय रामेश्वर ओरांव जी जो एनसीएलटी के चेयरमैन थे वो मिले और उन्होंने भी पूरा संस्तुति दी कि इसको शामिल करना चाहिए और आज इसको शामिल किया जा रहा है। लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि ये गलती हुई है, इसलिए कि मेरे हाथ में सेंसस ऑफ बंगाल 1872 है, क्योंकि समय का अभाव है, इसमें हर जगह उल्लेख है। यहाँ बहुत साफ साफ लिखा गया है कि खरवार और उनकी जनसंख्या और खास करके भोक्ता किस तरह से भारत के हर कोने में थे, खास करके जो बंगाल का प्रोविंस है। और उन्होंने लिया है, साफ साफ लिखा है कि भोक्ता जो हैं वो बड़ी संख्या में रह रहे थे हजारीबाग जिले में, मानभूम में, पलामू में। इसके साथ साथ मैं ट्राइब्स एंड जो बंगाल का एक एच रिचले का जो आया है वॉल्यूम 1 है जो 1892 का, उसमें एक चार्ट दिया हुआ है माननीय सभापति जी। चूंकि हमारे मित्र निकल गए, इनको पता ही नहीं है कि बंगाल में हर जगह, चाहे वो बर्धमान हो, बांकुड़ा हो, बीरभूम हो, मिदनापुर हो, हुबली हो, हावड़ा हो, 24 परगना हो, नादिया हो, मुर्शिदाबाद हो, रंगपुर हो, दार्जिलिंग हो, लोहरदग्गा, हजारीबाग, सिंहभूम, मानभूम, ये सारे बंगाल में आते थे और हर जगह भोक्ता की आबादी और बाकी की आबादी है और इसको लगातार खरवार का ट्राइबल माना जाता रहा। और उसके बाद भी इसको सवाल उठता है कि इसको आपने सूची में क्यों नहीं शामिल किया। मेरे हाथ में खरवार भोक्ता समाज विकास संघ ने जो लगातार मांग किया है, उनका कहना था कि दुर्भाग्यवश भोक्ता समुदाय के लोगों का हिंदू धर्म में आस्था रखने और ईसाई धर्म में धर्मांतरण नगण्य होने के कारण उनको जानबूझकर सूचीबद्ध किया गया, क्योंकि जो अंग्रेजों की नीतियां थी वही नीतियां अब तक चलती रही। अन्यथा क्या कारण है कि खरवार समुदाय स्पष्ट रूप से बिहार गजट हजारीबाग में ये साफ लिखा हुआ है कि भोक्ता ये ट्राइब्स हैं, बहुत साफ साफ इसमें लिखा हुआ। उसके बाद पलामू, द बिहार गजटियर बाई पीसी राय चौधरी, इन्होंने साफ लिखा है कि टिल द रिसेंटली इट इज, इन्होंने लिखा है सर कि इट इज peculiar that while the tribals in some other Chota Nagpur district had been studied, the tribals of Palamu district did not attract the amount of attention from the anthropologist. चूंकि पलामू के वीर भूमि लगातार लड़ते रही और उसने विदेशी आक्रांताओं के सामने, चाहे मुस्लिम मुगलों का भी आक्रमण हुआ, अंग्रेजों का भी आक्रमण हुआ, उन्होंने धर्मांतरण से इनकार कर दिया, इसलिए उनको सुविधा नहीं मिली। अन्यथा इसमें तो साफ साफ उन्होंने कहा है कि 1857 का बहुत लंबा इतिहास है। चूंकि आप समय नहीं दे रहे हैं तो मैं नीलांबर पीतांबर को किस तरह से संघर्ष करना पड़ा 1857 से 1859 तक, एक ट्राइबल समूह का 2 नौजवान बालक जिसने कुंवर सिंह की सेना के साथ मदद करके कुंवर सिंह के मरने के बाद भी 59 तक लगातार लड़ाई लड़ी और अंत में 28 मार्च को उनको पकड़ा अंग्रेजों ने और बिना किसी सुनवाई को उनको फांसी पर चढ़ा दिया गया। इसलिए इसको लगातार उपेक्षा इसलिए किया गया कि इनके मरने के बाद भी वहां ये आंदोलन रुका नहीं। और बहुत मार्के की बात यह है कि सभी इतिहासकारों ने माना कि पलामू में जो आंदोलन हुआ, पलामू में जो स्वतंत्रता का संग्राम हुआ, वह सिपाहियों का सिर्फ संग्राम नहीं था, बल्कि उसमें आम जन की भागीदारी थी, आम लोगों ने उसमें पार्ट लिया और इस तरह से ये लगातार चलते रहा। और इसीलिए पलामू गजेटेरियर में जो उल्लेख है डॉक्टर H.E. सेंडर का जो फाइनल रिपोर्ट सर्वे एंड सेटलमेंट ऑपरेशन of the Palamu government estate published in 1898, इसमें बहुत साफ कहा कि खरवार ऑफ पलामू आर डिवाइडेड इनटू 6 क्लान और सब कास्ट वाइज, सूरजबंसी, दौलतबंदी, पटबंदी, खेरी, भोक्ती, गंजू, मजिया, ऑल ऑफ काउंट देमसेल्फ अमॉन्ग दी 18,000 और 18,000 खरवार। मैं इसलिए ये सुना रहा हूं कि अभी के सुरेश जी ने कहा कि हम जो है वोट बैंक के नाते इसको ला रहे हैं। अरे आपने जो अन्याय किया है, आपने जो गलती की है, हम उसको सुधारने के क्रम में हैं। मेरे पास उसके साथ ही साथ झारखंड इतिहास और संस्कृति, इसके पेज मैं तुरंत 2-4 मिनट चाहूंगा। इसके पेज संख्या 533 पर डॉक्टर वीर वीरोत्तम ने लिखा है कि डाल्टन के अनुसार खरवार 4 उपजातियों में विभक्त थे, भोक्ता, मांझी, राउत और महतो, किंतु संडर ने उन्हें 6 उपजातियों में विभक्त बताया। दुआ शादी, पातबंदी, खेरी, भोक्ती, गंजू, मांझी, इन सबों में भोक्ता सर्वाधिक महत्वपूर्ण थे। ये अंतर्विवाही उपजातियां बाही विवाही गोत्रों में बटी हुई थी। रिसले ने ऐसे 75 योगों पवित्र धारण करने वाले खरवार सगाई विवाह नहीं करते थे। धार्मिक कृत में वो ब्राह्मण पुरोहितों की सेवा लेते थे, किंतु बलि चढ़ाने के लिए जनजातीय पाहन अथवा अनुसूचित बैगा की सहायता ली जाती थी। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि मुझे समय चाहिए कि ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि कुछ लोग जो कहते हैं कि हिंदू ट्राइबल कैसे हो गया, तो ये वो जाति है जो दोनों प्रथाओं के बीच, दोनों के बीच समानता स्थापित करती है। और मैं एक बहुत पुरानी घटना, बार बार अधीर जी और ये कहते हैं कि आप लोग पुरानी चर्चा करते हैं। अरे आपने इतने मुर्दे गाड़ रखे हैं जो समय समय पर भूत बनकर खड़े होते हैं और वो आपको डराते हैं और आप चिल्लाते हैं। मैं ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी की बात करना चाहता हूं। द SC and ST ऑर्डर अमेंडमेंट बिल 1967, मेरे पास मेरे हाथ में कंपोजिशन है। इस बिल को लेके JPC बनी और 30 लोगों की कमेटी बनी। चेयरमैन अनिल कुमार चंदा कांग्रेस के बंगाल से और 30 में 21 लोग कांग्रेस के सदस्य, झारखंड से कार्तिक बाबू। इस कमेटी ने क्या कहा ये जानना जरूरी है, जो हिंदुत्व की बार बार चर्चा करते हैं उनके लिए। द कमिटी आर ऑफ द ओपिनियन दैट नो पर्सन who has given up the tribal faith or faiths and has embraced Christianity or Islam should be deemed to be member of scheduled tribes. Amendment to the scheduled tribes order have been made accordingly. ये साफ कह रहा JPC, और इसमें एक भी डिसेंट नोट नहीं है सभापति जी। और ये कहता है कि कंडिका 2 में निहित किसी बात के होते हुए कोई भी व्यक्ति जिसने जनजाति आदि मत अथवा विश्वासों का परित्याग कर दिया हो और ईसाई या इस्लाम धर्म ग्रहण कर लिया हो, वह अनुसूचित जनजाति का सदस्य नहीं समझा जाएगा। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जेपीसी सरकार की नहीं है, ये श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी की सरकार की जेपीसी थी। और इस पर जब बहस हुआ, बहुत दुख की बात है, मैं आप चूंकि समय का अभाव है, आप बोलने, मैं ये इतिहास में कहने वाला हूं और मैं आपके माध्यम से ये मांग करने वाला हूं, मुझे नियमों की जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन मैं आपके माध्यम से मांग करने वाला हूं कि 1967 की इस जेपीसी रिपोर्ट जो पार्लियामेंट में बहस हुई है, इस पर अगर नियम प्रावधान होता है तो इस पर फिर से चर्चा कराने की जरूरत है। ये समय की मांग है, क्योंकि ये पाप किया गया है। एक जेपीसी जिसने रिकमेंडेशन दिया है, मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि मैं कोट करना चाहता हूं कि बड़ा अच्छा हमारे नेता सूरज भान जी का ऑब्जर्वेशन है। मैं थोड़ा सा समय बस इस जेपीसी की चर्चा करके और मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करूंगा। अध्यक्ष जी, मैं जानता हूं कि समय का अभाव है, लेकिन
नहीं, काफी समय हो गया आप बोलते हुए आपको। हाँ,
सर ओम प्रकाश
हो गए, 16 मिनट
जनसंघ के, उन्होंने कहा कि एक राजनीति इस देश में चलाई जा रही है, एक षड्यंत्र भी चल रहा है, न मालूम आगे क्या मांग होगी। धर्म परिवर्तन के खेल के साथ यह ज्यादा खतरनाक खेल है। और आगे इसी में सूरज भान जी ने जो कहा है वो जरा बड़ा आश्चर्य, आप सुनिए। उन्होंने कहा है कि मैं आपके सामने एक पॉइंट और रखना चाहता हूं, इस पार्लियामेंट में यह रिवाज है, वो रिवाज आज भी है, यह रिवाज है कि ज्वाइंट सेलेक्ट कमेटी की